Good morning, viewers of the Indian Express. Today is Maximum Saturday when the results of the Delhi Assembly elections 2025 will be shortly declared. Counting is slated to begin at 8 a.m. I am Flora Swai and you're watching the marathon live coverage of a result day of Delhi Assembly elections 2025 on the official YouTube channel of the Indian Express. For all the live updates, analysis and news, you can also log on to our website indianexpress.com. For starters, 9.5 million voters voted for 698 candidates whose fate will be sealed today. There are around 19 counting stations, and on the 5th of February, when the voting happened, there were 13,766 voting stations. And now we have visuals from the Maharani Bagh counting booth where the vote counting is currently underway. Apart from that, there are 5,000 Election Commission of India members engaged in the counting of the votes. The Aadmi Party is looking at a very high-stakes battle of making it or breaking it in the national capital of the country, while the BJP is looking to wrest power from the Aadmi Party after 27 years. Now, the exit poll numbers have sort of indicated a saffron surge, saying that overall that it is the BJP who will make a comeback, but at the same time the Aadmi Party is not ready to concede defeat yet, of course, because the numbers are not out. Exit poll numbers, as a matter of fact, always have to be taken with a pinch of salt. They are mere predictions and not accurate numbers. The accurate numbers will start rolling in by 8 a.m. this morning, and towards the later part of the day, hopefully, we'll know who takes control of the Delhi government at the heart of the country. Meanwhile, speaking of the Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, the Jangpura candidate of the party, says that they will come to power. Let's hear what he says.
बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त हैं और सरकार तो बनेगी दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए काम करना है भी और बहुत कुछ बच्चों की शिक्षा के लिए और काम करना है।
थैंक यू सो मच।
आप कुछ नहीं, अभी आज तो काउंटिंग करने दीजिए, पता करें कौन जीतता है। सबको शुभकामनाएं।
अरविंद केजरीवाल आज आप मत दे पाएंगे उनको?
देखते हैं, अब आप 2 घंटे में पता चल जाएगा। शुभकामनाएं।
क्या पहली
आज कोई राजनीति है, आने दीजिए, 2 घंटे में चुनाव आने दीजिए रिजल्ट।
लगातार ये सवाल तो पूछे ही जा रहे हैं कि अलायंस
सर अभी मुझे कोई आइडिया नहीं है क्या अलायंस बनता है क्या नहीं, वो हाईकमांड तय करेगी, हम लोग नहीं तय करेंगे। अगर कोई ऐसी संभावना बनती है तो
एसीबी की टीम पहुंची थी अरविंद केजरीवाल के घर
वो हो गया, कल रात को हो गया, आज काउंटिंग करने दीजिए। चलो प्लीज।
लेकिन आरोप निराधार है उनके, आपको लगता है?
कुछ नहीं आइडिया है।
That was Sandeep Dixit, who's the candidate for Congress from the New Delhi constituency and the son of erstwhile CM of Delhi, Sheila Dixit. Apart from that, like I mentioned, that the exit poll numbers predicted that the BJP will be taking power in Delhi. There were a lot of exit polls, but last night there were a couple of exit polls that also came out. That is Access My India poll that sort of pegged the BJP somewhere between 45 to 55 seats and the Aadmi Party between 15 to 25 seats. Apart from that, today's Chanakya also revealed their numbers last night itself, right before counting day today, that the BJP is slated to bag about 51 seats plus or minus 6 seats, and the Aadmi Party could clinch at around 19 seats, again plus or minus 6 seats. Apart from that, there are numbers from the Chanakya strategies that clocked the BJP somewhere between 39 to 44 seats and the Aadmi Party between 25 to 28 seats. The Chanakya strategies also pegged Congress between 2 to 3 seats. Apart from that, the Matriz poll they said that the BJP will be bagging 35 to 40 seats, the Aadmi Party 32 to 37 seats, and the Congress between 0 to 1 seat. Similarly, PMark also pegged the BJP at 39 to 44 seats, the Aadmi Party at 21 to 31, and the Congress between, again, 0 to 1. People's Pulse also said that BJP is likely to win in Delhi Assembly elections with 51 to 60 seats almost, and the Aam Aadmi Party somewhere having to satisfy itself with 10 to 18 seats, and the Congress again likely to get probably 1 seat. Apart from that, People's Insight said that the BJP would get between 40 to 44 seats, the Aam Aadmi Party between 25 to 28 seats, and again the Congress at 1. Most of the polls are pegging Congress to win 1 seat. Poll Diary also said that the BJP could get 42 to 50 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party from 18 to 25 seats, and the JVC finally pegged the BJP at 39 to 45 and the Aam Aadmi Party between 22 to 31, and they also forecast that the Congress could win 2 seats. So these are the exit poll numbers so far that were out on the 5th of February. Meanwhile, the counting will commence shortly at 8 a.m. and we shall take a look at how numbers start panning in. In the meantime, you can also tune in and see all the updates and get updated with the news and how the numbers pull in on our website, indianexpress.com. Meanwhile, let's take a look at Aam Aadmi Party's Rajya Sabha MP Sanjay Singh, who explained how Aam Aadmi Party has campaigned for the Delhi Assembly election and why they are ahead of their rival parties in the campaigning. He also explained how the party has campaigned throughout, crisscrossing across the national capital. Let's hear him out.
में ही लड़ाइयाँ चल रही हैं।
देखिए, इस इंडिया ब्लॉक का सबसे बड़ा दल है कांग्रेस पार्टी
जी।
अब कांग्रेस पार्टी को ये तय करना होगा कि भाई आपकी प्राथमिकता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को हराना है या अपने गठबंधन के दलों को हराना है। अब आप देखिए कि हर राज्य के अंदर, चाहे वो बिहार हो, चाहे वो उत्तर प्रदेश हो, जो भी साथ के गठबंधन के दल हैं, चाहे आप दिल्ली का उदाहरण ले लीजिए, उनके साथ कांग्रेस पार्टी का रवैया क्या है। आपने मध्य प्रदेश के चुनाव में आपके नेता ने कह दिया भाई ये अखिलेश वखिलेश कौन है। जब हरियाणा का चुनाव हो गया तो बोले कि भाई ठीक है आम आदमी पार्टी से समझौता करेंगे, फिर आम आदमी पार्टी को अंतिम तक लटकाते रहे, बाद में मना कर दिया। तो कांग्रेस ऐसे ही बिहार में हर चीज के लिए दबाव बनाते हैं कि भाई ज्यादा से ज्यादा सीटें चाहिए, यही काम महाराष्ट्र का है। मुझे लगता है कि एक बात तय करनी पड़ेगी कांग्रेस पार्टी को कि भाई आपका पहला दुश्मन कौन है। इस समय देश में बेरोजगारी, महंगाई, बड़े बड़े मुद्दे हैं और उसके लिए जो पार्टी सबसे ज्यादा जिम्मेदार है बीजेपी, उसको हराना हमारी प्राथमिकता होनी चाहिए। अब वो अरविंद केजरीवाल को ही उनके नेता एंटी नेशनल और पता नहीं क्या क्या बोल रहे हैं, जबकि उनके कैंडिडेट्स के लिए वही केजरीवाल प्रचार करते हैं लोकसभा में।
तो कोऑपरेशन कांग्रेस की तरफ से नहीं आ रही है,
आपको दिख रहा है सामने। क्या मुझे कहने के हरियाणा में भी आप बताइए, हरियाणा में हम लोग प्रचार करने गए, हमने किसी कांग्रेस नेता के खिलाफ कुछ बोला हो बताइए आप? कभी नहीं बोला।
क्या हुआ हरियाणा में? क्या हुआ? सब कुछ सही चल रहा था, बात रिपोर्ट भी।
That was Sanjay Singh of the Aam Aadmi Party. Meanwhile, last night, the Election Commission of India has shared the voter turnout number after 48 hours of the election that commenced on the 5th of February. And according to the voter turnout data, the overall voter turnout has sort of dipped in 2025 as compared to the 2020 elections. In 2025, the voter turnout in Delhi is 60.54% as compared to 62.55% 5 years ago in the last elections. Similarly, 8 constituencies saw about more than 4% point dip, and in this election, a total of 94 lakhs 51,997 voters cast their vote, and from amongst those there were 50,42,988 men as compared to 44,08,606 women. That's the vote share, and so that sort of roughly translates into 53.35% of men in terms of the vote share and 46.64% in terms of female vote share. At the same time, the male turnout in terms of voters is at 60.21% and women voters is at 60.92%. Incidentally, it's always the fact that the male and female voter turnout sort of plays a crucial role in determining who clinches power in the seat of Delhi. The Indian Express YouTube has an exclusive of Spotlight, where we have interacted with various individuals and important personalities who were associated with the Delhi Assembly elections. Meanwhile, let's hear Hardeep Singh Puri, the Union Minister, lash out at Arvind Kejriwal.
He's a bully. I mean, he's a con artist. I mean, he's a con artist in the sense he says something and does something totally different. I don't mean, you can underline what I'm saying. I mean, a politician is allowed to weave some kind of, great story. I will do this, I will do that. All politicians do it to an extent. But after 10 years, you're judged. After 10 years, you're judged. If I tell you today, if I'm seeking election and tell you, madam, I will do this in 2 years, 3 years, 5 years. After 5 years, you have a legitimate right to ask a question. Where is that? What have you done? Why I say con artists? Because they say we made claims. Some of the things that they are claiming, we said, we never made those claims. We said ki jahan juggi wahi makan, and we meant it. When I was Housing and Urban Affairs Minister in Kalkaji, we gave 3,200 flats to economically weaker sections of society. I started Mr. Bidhuri's campaign from there. I mean, I went for the nomination rally. They're all full. But what did you do? Because water supply is under your power, Delhi Jal Board is under you, Atishi is the head, you shouldn't give them water. Why? They don't want to give them water. Because the water which comes from the tap is full of this thing. So we said give a proper water supply. No, because he's mixed up, or somebody in his outfit, I don't know who, is mixed up with the water tanker mafia. No, Atishi claims, this is what I call con artist. No, I need funding, I need 40 lakhs of rupees. You know, do you have any idea how much they're paying their volunteers in each constituency, in their constituency? I've used a figure of 500 rupees a day. Somebody told me it's wrong. They're paying 2,500. I don't know. But you are paying even if you're paying 500 rupees a day to your volunteers, it means that you're spending 4 to 5 crores per constituency. And you don't have money because you have to raise on crowdfunding. I don't want to ask them what happened to the 100 crores you made, at least which is in the public domain, you made out of the liquor scam. And so many other scams.
So, I'm sure the higher-ups in the party, they don't align with a lot of things that leaders say, which are not...
You mean in the Aam Aadmi Party?
No, in the BJP I'm talking
Aligned
about.
with whom?
Aligned with the BJP leaders who say certain...
No, I'll tell you something. I'll be very clear with you. If any BJP leader makes a statement which is out of line, okay, there can be a misunderstanding, or if he's done something wrong, he has to apologize. And I think the case you are referring to, the gentleman has apologized. And garmi mein kuch shabd nikal gaye, jo bhi hai, but there is no place for that in the BJP value system. And I can tell you with total confidence, I mean, now this is my 8th year as a minister. I've had the privilege of knowing the senior leadership of the party. They have zero tolerance for this. But ho gayi, kisi mein galti ho jati hai, kabhi in the heat of the moment kuch bolne ka, but they maafi maang lete, baad mein khatam hui baat.
And the people who are facing charges?
No, and look, if anybody is facing a charges, he'll have to go through the charges. Make no mistake. Look, there is something that people level as a criticism against us. It's misplaced. We are today the world's largest political party. We are also the largest party in India. There are people leaving the Akali Dal, the Congress, other parties to come and join us. We don't say no to them. Sometimes our vetting may have overlooked a particular fact, but doesn't mean that you come and join us and you get whitewashed. It doesn't work like that. And but do we give tickets to people who have got criminal charges against them? मैं इनकी गिनवा देता हूँ करंट लिस्ट में, और पार्टी में हमारा कुछ नहीं होता. हाँ, हमारे का किसी का खिलाफ केस है, पर केस defamation का है, not in no. I'm saying defamation can also be a civil or criminal offense. But you know, if in the heat of a moment I call you names, that's a different issue than for somebody who has a charge of killing somebody.
Or like sexual assault.
But exactly.
Like I mentioned previously, that the vote share plays a crucial role in determining who wins and who has to concede defeat. For example, the BJP notched its first and only win in the 1993 Delhi Assembly polls. And it was the first held after the capital's assembly was established. And the party's vote share has sort of always hovered between 30% to 40%. The party first trailed Congress from 1998 to 2008 for a decade, and before emerging as the largest party in a hung assembly in 2013, but failing to form a government and then falling behind the Aadmi party in the next two elections. The BJP will also sort of try to draw some comfort from the considerable bump in its vote share from 32.19% in 2015 to 38.51% in 2020, even though its seats only rose from 3 to 8. The Aadmi Party's vote share, on the other hand, remained stable between 2015 and 2020, going from 54.34% to 53.57%. But the BJP's strong Lok Sabha performance last year, where they won all the 7 Lok Sabha seats in Delhi for the third consecutive time, this will likely boost its hope, and it can probably break Delhi's Assembly Lok Sabha dichotomy this year. Meanwhile, we have with us the Delhi CM Atishi. Let's hear what she says.
मैम आज रिजल्ट डे है, कितनी कॉन्फिडेंट है आप अपनी फाइट को लेके?
देखिए, ये जो चुनाव रहा है, कोई साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा. ये एक अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है. ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है. और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे.
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे, और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने.
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रहे हैं? अगर आप जीते तो
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा.
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके.
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था. कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है. ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं. लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं. और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहेगा.
एग्जिट पोल
Like I was talking about the vote share, in 2013, the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share was at 29.5%, and it sort of jumped to 54.3% in 2015, and in 2020, it stayed at 53.6%. Similarly, the BJP in 1993 had a vote share of 42.8% that sort of gradually decreased over the years, and then in 1998, it was at 34%, in 2003, 35.2%, in 2008, 36.3%. We'll now hear out Parvesh Verma and get back to the vote share later.
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का हमको साथ में मिलेगा. उनके विजन को साथ लेकर दिल्ली में बहुत सारे अच्छे काम करने हैं. तो अभी थोड़ी देर में आपसे बात करते हैं.
गठबंधन की बात कर रहे हैं, संदीप जी गठबंधन की बात कर रहे हैं.
हाँ
सर, आप पूजा कराइए,
Parvesh Verma is currently visiting the temple, seeking blessings from the Almighty. It's a big day for him. It's a big day for the BJP. It's a big day for the Aam Aadmi Party as well. In what was supposed to be a three-cornered fight, it's now BJP versus the Aam Aadmi Party. So, like I was talking about, the BJP's vote share in Delhi. In 2020, they had around 38.5%, which was considerably way higher than 2015, where they had 32.2%. In 2013, it was a little higher at 33.1%. And in 2008, it was at 36.3%. Similarly, like I mentioned, in 1993, the BJP had an all-time high of vote share at 42.8%. However, with the Congress and AAP members of the India bloc failing to agree on alliance terms, the grand old party could end up cutting into the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share. But the BJP has kept it strong. It's still going strong by a considerable bump in its vote share from 32.19% in 2015 to 38.51% in 2020. Meanwhile, we also spoke to Sandeep Dixit of Congress, who's fighting it out against Arvind Kejriwal in the New Delhi constituency. And let's hear him talk about his campaign trail, Arvind Kejriwal's welfare schemes, and how Congress is faring, and the India alliance, of course.
So to fight from the opposition side gives you a lot more opportunities, especially because we are finding that there's a lot of unhappiness with Arvind Kejriwal as an MLA and even as a chief minister. People, at least in New Delhi, don't find any of his things as satisfactory. There's a lot of anger against him. And that gives us an opportunity. Simultaneous to that, they are remembering the fact that Mrs. Dixit, when she was chief minister, they normally find that she did great work, and she was also very popular as a MLA. Right. Both those parts make them look positively at the Congress as giving a good alternative. I've been an MP for 10 years. That's a record that they look at. I've also been telling them how we need to bring back the New Delhi and the Delhi that Sheilaji built, and they seem to like that. So they are now getting attracted to the Congress. I'm finding much more than what I thought when I started campaigning here. I'm finding much more of a response from people than probably I would have thought so.
So the whole sentiment about the battle being Aam Aadmi Party versus BJP, and Congress is finding it hard to find a footing on the ground. You are disagreeing with that whole thing.
Look, the doubt that is Congress really somewhere? It's a genuine doubt, okay? Because we were not there for 10 years. But it's only a doubt. Reality, when you see on the field, is that people are completely fed up with Kejriwal, and they've had enough of him and his charades. And those people who are looking for a Delhi that they really thought was going to be the city they would be living in, they're not finding that.
But so
infrastructure is a mess, air pollution is a mess, and much more important thing, from the poorest families I've met to people living in fairly decent so-called posh colonies, unemployment is something they are battling with. And they are finding that neither Delhi government nor BJP has done anything to give them any help on unemployment. And most of them openly state that kaam to Congress hi de.
That was Sandeep Dixit. Now moving on to another X factor that could be pivotal in the deciding results of the assembly polls, the middle class. Delhi's middle class has increasingly become this focus of the election campaign for all the parties, with the Aam Aadmi Party admitting that it is viewed as a party solely for the poor. It launched a middle-class manifesto. Meanwhile, let's hear what Saurabh Bharadwaj is reacting on this crucial day for his party.
आम आदमी है जो अपनी मजबूरी में अपनी रोटी कमा रहा है, वो खुल के नहीं बोल पाता, मगर जब वो मतदान करने जाता है तो वो अपने मत का प्रयोग करता है. इसीलिए जब भी एग्जिट पोल आते हैं वो आम आदमी पार्टी के विषय में खास तौर पे जो है उसको कम आंकते हैं. उसके अंदर एग्जिट पोल की गलती नहीं है.
जब कैंडिडेट्स के पास जो फोन आ रहे हैं ड्राइव ओवर की जा रही है उसको कैसे लेंगे?
अब देखिए, एक समय था कोई आदमी एक पार्टी के टिकट से जीत जाए और दूसरी पार्टी में ज्वाइन कर ले तो उसको लोग मानते नहीं थे, उसके लिए लोग जो है कहते थे कि गलत किया है, ठीक है, ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए था। आज अगर ऐसा होता है, पूरी की पूरी पार्टी तोड़ के दूसरी पार्टी में विलय हो जाता है, तो लोग कहते हैं साहब ये तो मास्टर स्ट्रोक हो गया। तो आज मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मीडिया को और जो सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता हैं उनको इसके बारे में एक बड़ी चर्चा करनी चाहिए कि ये चीज़ जो है इससे पैसे की ताकत को बल मिल रहा है और प्रजातंत्र जो है कमज़ोर हो रहा है। फिर आप ये सोचिए कि कल को जिसके पास पैसा होगा, बड़े बड़े सेठ साहूकार जो हैं वो सब जो है किसी की भी सरकार गिरा के अपनी सरकार बना लेंगे। फिर सरकारें पब्लिक का काम कैसे करेंगी? सेठों साहूकारों के लिए ही काम करेंगी। तो इसके लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है कि पैसे की ताकत का दमन होना चाहिए और लोगों की ताकत जो है वो मजबूत होनी चाहिए।
एक्शन भी इसके ऊपर हो रहा है।
ये एसीबी तो एक महान से महान जो है एजेंसी है और चुल्लू भर पानी में उन्हें डूब मरना चाहिए। चुल्लू भर पानी में 1100 वो पट रहे थे, एसीबी की आंख पे पट्टी बंधी हुई थी, बेडशीट बटी, जूते बटे, सोने की चेन बटी। इलेक्शन वाले दिन पोलिंग बूथ के सामने 500 रुपए बटे, एसीबी को नजर नहीं आई। अब एसीबी जो है बोला एसीबी तुम वहां चले जाओ। अरे यार कुछ तो गरिमा रखो। ये खाकी वर्दी आपको संविधान ने दी है, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने नहीं दी है। ये बात एसीबी के उन अफसरों को समझनी पड़ेगी। ठीक है आपको नौकरी बचानी है, ठीक है आपके बीवी बच्चे हैं, मगर इस तरीके से संविधान की हत्या ना करें। अगर आप दबाव में काम नहीं कर सकते तो आप अपना ट्रांसफर करा लीजिए किसी और।
That was the Aam Aadmi Party candidate from Greater Kailash, Saurabh Bharadwaj, who seems very confident that Aam Aadmi Party national convener Arvind Kejriwal will become CM for the 4th time, and he's very confident that Kejriwal will take oath as CM in the next few days, and of course he pegged the number of seats that his party will bag between 40 to 45. So that was a very confident reaction from Saurabh Bharadwaj. Like we were talking about the middle class who could be an X factor this time in the elections. The Aam Aadmi Party sort of released a middle class centric manifesto with a series of demands for, it viewed itself as a party that is solely for the poor, and with a series of demands for the 2025-26 union budget in an attempt to link its focus to underprivileged to the middle class. And at the same time, we are getting live reactions from leaders across the board in Delhi. It's a big day, it's a huge day for the Saffron Party and the Aam Aadmi Party. Let's hear them.
इस पर कितनी भारी मतों से आप जीत हासिल करेंगी?
देखिए कांग्रेस से और कालकाजी से मैंने ये लड़ाई पूरी मजबूती के साथ लोगों के बीच में रहकर लड़ी है और मुझे है कि इस घड़ी का बेसब्री से पूरी दिल्ली के लोगों को इंतजार है जो अब खत्म होने वाला है। एग्जिट में क्या आया, एग्जैक्ट आने वाला है।
मैम आपका मुकाबला सीएम के सामने लड़ाई, सबसे खतरनाक लड़ाई, तीनों सबसे चर्चित सबसे बड़े चेहरे यहाँ पर। कहीं मन में जरा सा भी है कि आतिशी सामने हैं, रमेश बिधूड़ी सामने हैं।
आप तो पुराने साथी हैं। 2003 में मदन लाल खुराना जी के सामने, मुख्यमंत्री कद्दावर नेता के सामने चुनाव लड़ चुकी हूँ। ये 20 साल के बाद दूसरा आया है मेरे पास मौका कि मैं किसी मुख्यमंत्री के, और वो तो टेम्परेरी मुख्यमंत्री मैंने नहीं, केजरीवाल जी ने कह दिया, सो मेरे लिए मजबूत लड़ाई।
कॉलेज छात्र नेता के तौर से अब तक यहाँ तक का जो सफर है, आपको लगता है कि उसमें रमेश बिधूड़ी, वो रमेश बिधूड़ी जो गुर्जर समाज से आते हैं और दिल्ली के आसपास के गांवों में जबरदस्त उनका दखल है, होल्ड है, वो पूरा सपोर्ट उनको जाता है?
देखिए मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कालकाजी के लोगों ने कहीं पे भी रमेश बिधूड़ी जी को पसंद किया। उनकी भाषा को लेकर शुरू से ही लोगों में गुस्सा और रोष था। हाँ ठीक है, धन और बल के दम पर उन्होंने बहुत से मेरे पोलिंग बूथ में कहूँ उनको प्रभावित करने की कोशिश की।
सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर आतिशी से आपका मुकाबला है
बीजेपी की तरफ से।
देखिए मैं फिर कह रही हूँ, केजरीवाल को हमेशा आदत है सबूतों के बिना झूठ बोलकर भागने की आदत है। इस बार वो भाग नहीं भगाए जा रहे हैं। केजरीवाल हार रहे हैं नहीं दिल्ली से, मुझे पूरा ऐसा यकीन।
कांग्रेस की क्या भूमिका होगी? कांग्रेस की क्या भूमिका होगी?
आतिशी के खिलाफ भी भारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी मैंने देखा है। मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए कोई काम नहीं, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में केजरीवाल जी के नाम पर वोट मांग रही थी। दिल्ली के बेटे केजरीवाल जी के नाम पर उन्हें वोट दें और लोग केजरीवाल को वोट नहीं दे रहे।
चांदनी चौक से जीत चुकी है, यहाँ क्या फर्क लग रहा है? और क्यों ऐसा?
फर्क है। पिछला चुनाव देखिए एक डर और खौफ का था, CNRC था, शाहीन बाग और ये सब चल रहा था, दंगे तक हुए, आपने देखा माहौल क्या था। उस माहौल में हम 20 का चुनाव लड़े, जिसका भारी खामियाजा जब मुद्दों से भटकेंगे तो कांग्रेस को नुकसान होता है। और इस बार हमारी कोशिश थी कि मुद्दों से ना भटकने दिया जाए। जो CNRC का डर खौफ था वो इस बार नहीं था।
अस्तित्व की लड़ाई भी दिल्ली में कांग्रेस अपनी लड़ रही है। आपको लगता है कि इस बार कुछ आप यहाँ पर असर दिखा पाएंगी?
देखिए, अस्तित्व की बात करेंगे तो देश में बीजेपी के 400 पार के नारे को, रथ को, तानाशाह को रोकने वाला सिर्फ कोई था तो राहुल गांधी जी थे। बहुमत नहीं मिला और हम लोग 100 सीट लेकर लोकसभा में दिल्ली में कहे बीजेपी डबल इंजन की सरकार होकर डबल डिजिट दिल्ली में नहीं ला पाई।
राहुल गांधी हो, प्रियंका गांधी हो, उन्होंने आपके लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ, सिसोदिया के खिलाफ, जो टॉप 3 है आम आदमी पार्टी के, तीनों खिलाफ प्रचार किया राहुल और प्रियंका ने। तो लड़ाई कितनी गंभीर रही?
बहुत गंभीर रही और मुझे खुशी है मेरे नेता राहुल गांधी जी जब चुनाव प्रचार खत्म होने वाला था, अंतिम दर्शन में मेरी विधानसभा में मेरे साथ मुझे ताकत देते हुए कार्यकर्ताओं को दिखे, उससे हमारा मनोबल बढ़ा और मुझे लग रहा है उससे हमारा चुनाव भी काफी हद तक उठा।
अलका जी, आप अलग हो गई आम आदमी पार्टी से। आप तो बीजेपी का साथ दे रही हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि आप नुकसान पहुंचा रही हैं अपने ही साथी को।
मेरी दिल्ली को बर्बाद किया इन दोनों ने। मैं दोनों के साथ हो ही नहीं सकती किसी भी कीमत नहीं। भाजपा से तो कभी मेरी विचारिक भी मैं हमेशा मतभेद रहे जिंदगी में, कभी भी मैं भाजपा के साथ नहीं आई।
जितना अच्छा कांग्रेस करेगी उतना फायदा बीजेपी को।
ये आपकी सोच है। मुझे लगता है लोगों को 3 उम्मीदवार मिले थे, तीनों में से एक को चुनना था और आज फैसला हो चुका है। किसी ने न किसी का वोट काटा है, न किसी के लड़ने झगड़ने से मुद्दों पर चुनाव हुआ। दिल्ली फैसला कर चुकी है, 3 में से नंबर उम्मीद कर रहे हैं इस बार। देखिए, हम मजबूती से लड़े। अब कहना मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि मैं खुद चुनाव लड़ रही थी। मैं कालकाजी में सारा समय रही, मैं दिल्ली की दूसरी किसी सीट पे नहीं जा पाई। अगर मैं महिला कांग्रेस की राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के तौर पर अगर पूरी दिल्ली में प्रचार कर रही होती, एग्जैक्ट नंबर बता पाती, लेकिन मैं कालकाजी
दिल्ली का बता दीजिए।
नई दिल्ली तो अरविंद केजरीवाल हार रहे
के नाते आपको लगता है कि
मुझे लगता है मनीष सिसोदिया और अतिशी का भी विकेट गिरने वाला है।
महिला होने के नाते क्या लगता है कि आप महिलाओं में प्रभाव छोड़ पाए? जो वोटर थी महिलाएं, उनमें प्रभाव छोड़ पाए? जो
देखिए, समय मेरे पास कम रहा, लेकिन कालकाजी में जितना भी मुझे समय रहा, 80,000 महिला मतदाता मेरे कालकाजी में थी। मेरी कोशिश थी उन 80,000 महिलाओं तक, मतदाताओं तक मैं पहुंचूं और संगठन के दम पर मैं इस पे कामयाब भी हुई।
अलका जी, समय मिले तो इधर आ जाइएगा प्लीज।
मुझे लगता है कि ये जीत कांग्रेस के नाम दर्ज है। मैं प्रतिशत की कोई बात नहीं करी, बस अंदर जाने दीजिए। मशीनें लग चुकी हैं। पहला राउंड 8 बजे शुरू होगा। एक सेकंड, हाँ 1 सेकंड। हाँ,
दिल्ली विधानसभा में आप कांग्रेस पार्टी को किस रूप में देखते हैं? आने वाली
भैया लाइव
देखिए,
The counting of votes has officially kicked off for the Delhi Assembly elections in 19 counting stations, and with me joining us is Jatin Anand from our Delhi bureau. Jatin, good morning.
Morning.
And how is it looking this morning to you?
Well, it is very early, not only in terms of time, but also too early to tell because counting has just begun. But we will see today several things in motion. I mean, they've already started. We will see what happens vis-a-vis from every party's point of view. If we start with the Aam Aadmi Party, which is the current, which was leading the current incumbent government, if we look at that, they're looking at a possible 4th term in power. For the Bharatiya Janata Party, it is a high-stakes battle which will finally answer the question whether it comes back to the helm of Delhi's governance after 26 years, almost 3 decades. And for the Congress, it is a chance to resurrect itself finally from having a no-show in each Delhi assembly over the last at least 10 to 11 years till now. So for each party, for each political, for each big political player in the city, it is something that will determine who pens the next chapter of Delhi's political history.
Absolutely. Now, when we were talking on exit poll day, majority of the exit polls had predicted that the BJP will be making a comeback after 27 years. But at the same time, last night a lot of drama with the Election Commission data on the voter turnout.
Yes. In fact, it wasn't a lot of drama among political parties because this election season, as everybody knows and everybody has witnessed, has seen a lot of street conflict. I mean, something that the city hasn't really been used to in its electoral history, unlike other states, unlike other assemblies that go to the polls.
Right.
But what we can say for the moment is that, and this is a theme that we've been talking about, a theme that has had an immense foundational impact on this election, which is the issue of women being at the core of it. The women, the middle class, and if you bring both together, middle class women and middle class households have been at the core of this election. If you look at anything from how or where the city's politics was veering towards, which direction it was veering towards in the run-up to the elections, the poll promises, the manifestos that each party came out with, and now in the voter turnout as well. There are 40 assembly constituencies, Flora, where women outnumber men when it comes to their total polling, when it comes to their turnout. So,
right.
I mean, it's huge. This is something that I mean, we did not have enough time, since the data came out sort of late last evening.
Right.
So we didn't have enough time to sort of interpret it in terms of how it has been during several previous elections. But it is something which is very significant, and we are talking at a time when similar issues, when similar promises and similar schemes have actually led to several historical benchmarks in this country. One being the repetition or the continuity of the government in Jharkhand for the first time in its 24 history.
Right.
Where the JMM-led government, which is in alliance with the Congress and the RJD and the CPM and other components of the India alliance, where it came back to power on the basis of not just its governance, its clean governance, but also its own rendition of this particular scheme, which each party has promised to Delhi.
Absolutely. And also, of the total registered female voters in the city, which is around 72.37 lakh, 60.92% voted as compared to 60.21% of the men. And we can see visuals of all the important leaders of various parties seeking the blessings of the Almighty. Last minute divine intervention needed?
It looks like they need it, but I believe their fates have already been sealed, and it was a couple of days ago since that has happened. But we will see. Early trends should start rolling in any minute now. But all we can say is that may the best party win.
Of course, but speaking of divine intervention, Arvind Kejriwal went to the Hanuman temple after getting out of jail.
Yes.
So the Hindutva angle somewhere creeping in slightly.
I think it's no longer even a factor, or I mean it's a factor. It's no longer a factor that can't be identified when it comes to political campaigns or any sort of political narrative in the city. It started making its inroads at least 5 years ago, around the same time. During the 2020 elections, I clearly remember it was because the Bharatiya Janata Party's campaign back then was it hinged on the delivery of the Ram temple, and there were several slogans and several statements and several announcements around the Ram temple, around its materialization, which were part of the political narrative back then. To upend that, and also a very and when we talk to them behind the scenes, they do admit that it is something that is as entertaining as it is significant in terms of a political reaction from their side. The Aam Aadmi Party took refuge under the patronage of Lord Hanuman. So that is supposed to be a take on how Delhi votes, how Delhi always votes for Modi when it comes to the Lok Sabha, given issues of national importance, etc. When it comes to Delhi, they've always trusted, at least over the last 2 assembly elections, they have trusted Arvind Kejriwal. So they had a little Ramayana sort of unfolding there, where they said, okay, let Modi take care of the country, but for Delhi, Kejriwal sahi hai. So let's see whether that also plays out this time.
Absolutely, Jatin. The early numbers are sort of trickling in. I know, too early, too close to call, but the BJP is sort of leading in 6 with the Aam Aadmi Party trailing in 2. I know, too early, too close to call, but exit polls sort of veering in the right direction.
Again, too early to say that too early to say that either, or the opposite, or anything else, because these are very, very early trends, and it's just although Delhi has a smallish assembly. It has 70 members, and and counting has begun currently on all of them, but leads on only 8 are available at the moment, and do also factor in that the Congress is also in the fray, and it is also a very important election for the Congress, because this it's as I haven't seen the Congress as confident about its prospects in Delhi for a while now,
okay.
as I have as I have been able to assess also this time. See, the Congress seems to be, if the AAP is leading on 2, the BJP is leading on 6, the Congress has already opened its account, at least in terms of the trends.
Because most
so
of the
far.
exit polls that evening sort of pegged Congress somewhere between 0 to 1.
Between 0 to 1,
Yeah.
I believe several of them were very unfair to the Congress.
Yeah.
But because...
Really?
I think so. I think so, because there are going to be several things that I have been told to, and I believe we should look out for, and they are the vote share of the Congress, how much it gets, and even if it is able to retain it. Again, one way of looking at it is that the Congress has been out of power at the assembly level, and more or less at any significant level in the city for the last 11 years. I mean, and it's the same party which has significant numbers in the Lok Sabha. I mean, it forms the major chunk of the opposition in the parliament.
Absolutely.
But in Delhi, it has not been able to get to power anywhere else except the MCD, and we're talking about a party which, if you forget the national level, even if you talk about Delhi, it is a party which has been at the helm of its governance for 15 years,
right.
And claims, and also has several evidences of having contributed to its development from 1998 till 2013. So this, I would say, the Congress, how it does, and even if it is able to retain its previous vote share, and hence proving that there is still support for the Congress, albeit it has shrunk relatively a lot since 1998 or before that. So one thing to look at is A, whether the Congress is able to retain its vote share. B, whether this vote share is able to translate into seats, even if they're single-digit seats. And thirdly, another factor to watch out for this time, in my view, is how others and how independents and how parties like the AIMIM
Correct.
do.
Absolutely.
So let's see.
Let's see what happens. Right now, we have leads in 10 seats from 70 seats, with the Aam Aadmi Party at 3, the BJP still leading at 6, and the Congress at 1. Jatin, according to the ECI data on voter turnout, Northeast Delhi recorded the highest at 66.25%, and the Southeast Delhi was at 56.31%. At the same time, constituency-wise, Mustafabad recorded 69.69%, and the lowest was recorded in Model Town at 53.62%. I again want to ask you about the vote share and how does the voter turnout affect in the larger sense, because if, let's say, there is a wave of anti-incumbency, don't you think that the voter turnout would be more, that people would be pissed, they would want Aam Aadmi Party to not be in power anymore, so they would come out in larger numbers, but then the voter turnout has taken a dip?
It has slipped slightly. I mean, it slipped by over 2%, 2.4, almost 2.5 percentage points compared to 2020. But I believe, Flora, that I mean, there are better and bigger minds at play when it comes to interpreting vote share compared to mine. My 2 bits about vote share are, I mean, it can go either way. I mean, we are talking about an election. So, according to what I can remember offhand, the voting percentage in 2013 as well was significantly high.
Right.
But it was higher in 2015 after the dissolution of the 49-day Aam Aadmi Party government. So one can argue that back then you had you had a wave of support for the Aam Aadmi Party, and they came out, and I mean, Aam Aadmi Party supporters, Aam Aadmi Party's voters came out to ensure that the party swept Delhi with more seats than it had, because the Aam Aadmi Party in 2013 had around 28 seats, and that is why they needed outside support from the Congress, which had 8 seats, to just be able to make it to the figure of 36, so that they could form the government in Delhi. This time it has been low, but at the end of the day, and this is something that a lot of senior leaders across party lines have told me, what we need to see is, vote share aside, voter turnout aside, we need to see where the vote share in constituencies, in terms of gender, in terms of communities, you can classify.
I have to interrupt you, Jatin, but so far the numbers go, the Aam Aadmi Party is sort of starting to catch in at around 6, and the BJP is leading by 1 more seat at 7, and the Congress is at 1. And right now the numbers have updated again. The Aam Aadmi Party is at 7 seats and the BJP is at 9. Why is this going neck to neck?
It is going neck to neck, but I think we should consider it very neck to neck, and the edge of our seats sort of exciting, because these are the trends from 17 out of 70 seats. So it's a little over 20%, right? Of the total number of seats that counting is going to be on.
Correct.
So let's see. But I mean, it's a mix of. If we talk about 2020. One of the clinchers, one of the very fast-paced and very suspenseful mini battles in that election was Manish Sisodia's battle against Ravind Negi from Patparganj.
Correct.
Which was Mr. Sisodia, who was the former Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi, which was his former which is now his former assembly constituency.
Correct.
While Mr. Negi is still contesting from there, Sisodia ji has gone to Jangpura. But I mean, coming back to that seat, so it was a very exciting one, where it went to the like, in terms of a boxing match, it went to the 15th round. It actually went over 15 rounds in that particular election, because Mr. Sisodia was trailing behind Mr. Negi for almost all of those rounds. It is only in the last 2 rounds, if I remember correctly, 3 rounds that he first bridged that gap and then finally took the lead in the next round, and then it was with 3,000 odd votes that he won in the last round. So
absolutely,
it could actually go to a nail-biting finish as well. You never know.
Absolutely. Talking about Sisodia, that entire arc, the entire career graph that he's gone through, from being the deputy CM and then the jail time, and now back to battling it out in the battleground. How do you see him, sort of traverse this entire journey?
Well, he is not just he's not really just any Aam Aadmi Party leader. He is one of those few who, apart from Arvind Kejriwal, who constitute the Aam Aadmi Party, who are the Aam Aadmi Party. So it is again, and you've by bringing this up, I think we can also talk about a larger issue at play over here, which is the significance of the Aam Aadmi Party on the national stage.
Correct.
Because it is as important for the Aam Aadmi, for leaders, senior leaders like Manish Sisodia, of course, no question, Chief Minister Atishi, former Chief Minister Atishi now, because the assembly has been dissolved last night, as procedurally is done. Saurabh Bharadwaj and the entire six. I mean, there is place for 7, but there are 6 ministers on Delhi's Council of Ministers. It is a crucial election for all these senior leaders, but in totality, it is an election which has to have an impact in terms of numbers to ensure that the Aam Aadmi Party's relevance on the national stage remains where it is, or remains where it was.
It's a do or die for them.
It certainly can be classified as a do or die for them, because this is their home turf.
Yeah.
This is where this party became part of a people's movement, which later turned into a revolution, and then they later formed a party which went from success to success. Delhi was its home ground. Delhi was its home turf. It's vying for its 4th term in office. It has taken the reins of the MCD after 15 years of BJP rule. So this is, I believe, an election which has possibly slightly more at stake for the Aam Aadmi Party compared to both the Congress and the BJP.
Right. We have visuals pooling in from across the city from 19 vote counting stations, and the BJP, as we can see, has taken sort of an early lead with 9 seats, and the Aam Aadmi Party trailing at 7, and the Congress with 1 seat. The postal ballots are being counted early on, and it's just that these leads are on the basis of postal ballots that are being counted, and let's see how it goes from here. Apart from that, Jatin, for the BJP, because you mentioned that the vote share is one aspect which is important. Then the female voters have been important. But at the same time, there are also Muslims in Delhi that have been important. And you have written extensively on how the BJP has sort of campaigned in the Muslim neighborhoods. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, truth be told, the Bharatiya Janata Party does not usually expect anything from the Muslim community usually, and that is more so true for Delhi, because it's like across the country, the BJP's push for the inclusion of the Pasmanda Muslim community is no secret. They've made no bones about how significantly they view their entry into the hearts and minds of the average Muslim voter through the Pasmanda Muslim community.
Correct.
In Delhi, it has never worked for the BJP. I mean, there are allegations of polarization that are leveled against the BJP more so in Delhi than in any other state. Although, I mean, it forms the core attack of the opposition parties against the BJP when they accuse it of practicing Hindutva, which is exclusionary in its approach according to other definitions that the opposition believe in. But in Delhi, the Muslims are concentrated in certain seats, in certain pockets, which have only grown over time.
Right.
But one significant factor over here is whether the average Muslim voter has chosen to go back to the Congress, which has traditionally been the approach of an average Muslim voter. On the other hand, what also needs to be seen is what impact the AIMIM is going to have on the AIMIM is contesting on 2 seats. It's contesting on the Okhla and the Mustafabad seats. And I believe, and our colleagues on the ground have found a lot of support for their candidates. So these two seats are among a single digit list of seats that the Bharatiya Janata Party usually does not consider itself in contest on. But this time, even the selection of candidates on these seats seems to underline the fact that the BJP is instead of having, and if you recall, this campaign has had a mention of national issues, has had a mention of the policies of the NDA government at the centre, etc. But it has not had any major polarization related narrative to it, which was not the case last time. Which if we just refresh our memories and think about 2020, this time 2020 and 5 years later, there does not seem to be that sort of a religiously driven or a religion driven approach that the BJP has sort of relied on. This time, the BJP has given, if you talk about Okhla, for example, it's given a ticket to a local politician who is considered very effective vis-a-vis the delivery of development-related projects in the area, and he's also considered very popular among, irrespective of the religion of the people who stay there, the electors who stay there. So one thing also to look at is where the Muslim votes go, and if they are split, whether they translate into seats for either of the parties that Muslims have actually voted for, or due to this split, whether the only other party on the only other competition, which is the BJP, whether the BJP benefits because of that three-cornered contest.
Absolutely. You can see, Jatin, that the BJP headquarters in Delhi is sort of wearing a deserted look right now, but they have already taken lead in 17 seats as compared to Aam Aadmi Party's 12 seats, and the Congress is still standing strong at 1. So let's see how it goes from there. But apart from this, how much of a factor do you think the Modi magic played during campaigning, especially?
This is something that the Bharatiya Janata Party always says that it's anything you ask them about any success is usually attributed, and mostly rightly so, to the Prime Minister and his face and his image, and the narrative that he decides to set, and the extent to which he is able to set it. This, if we believe the exit polls and the edge that they've given the BJP, I was talking to certain leaders from the BJP regarding this unprecedented possibility, and that too with so many seats, because mind you, both the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP have claimed that they will get 50 seats. And 50 seats from the point of view of both these parties, whether from the Aam Aadmi Party, Aam Aadmi Party's point of view, which if it comes back to power and retains power rather, for the 4th consecutive term with that much of a mandate, is significant.
Correct.
On the other hand, for the BJP, which has been out of power for almost 27 years, coming back to power with this mandate is also very significant. So vote shares aside, this is where it comes down to brass tacks. It comes down to whether it doesn't matter who has voted for you, where they voted for you, but whether those votes have actually translated into seats.
Absolutely.
But to answer your question, the Modi factor is at play over here, because like we were discussing last time as well, the Prime Minister has, if we talk about or if we see the Bharatiya Janata Party's trajectory since it came to power at the centre in 2014, the BJP has not made or not said or not believed in any sort of messaging regarding the power subsidy, regarding these welfare schemes which have been in place since the Aam Aadmi Party came to power in 2015. It has not happened in any other election where the Prime Minister not only seems to have been convinced, and not only be convinced about providing continuity in these schemes, which the party, which almost every political candidate knows is a significant factor when it comes to coming to power and then consolidating that political power in the city. Modi has led the charge not only in terms of telling the people and trying to assure the people of Delhi about his own guarantees or the BJP's own guarantees, but guaranteeing continuity in these schemes. So the Prime Minister has been the face of it, and at every public meeting has ensured that he reiterates his guarantee about these schemes.
Correct.
Both previous and potential, but to drive home the point that he is saying, he is assuring, he as the Prime Minister of the country is telling the people of Delhi that nothing is going to go wrong, nothing is going to be taken away from you.
Absolutely.
You only get something extra if you choose us over the Aam Aadmi Party.
Absolutely.
So he is certainly the face of, well, let's see whether it's the election, but he has certainly been the face of the campaign of the BJP in Delhi.
Absolutely. Right now, 43 seats numbers are trickling in for 43 seats, and as you can see, the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are neck to neck.
They are neck to neck.
At 21, Congress is still at 1, but the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP are at neck to neck in 21 seats as the counting is still underway, and these are early in numbers. Jatin, over the years, and I'm sure you must have seen it through your experience also, elections is not just about campaigning on ground, it's also on social media. There's a lot of meme-bazi that happens. There are a lot of social media posts going back and forth, GIFs and all of those things. And now we have visuals from the PV muffler. Let's take a look at the reactions.
ना आप बोल रहे हो ना, आप बताइए। आप जी, मैं फादर हूँ जी। हाँ नहीं, बच्चा सुबह सुबह आया है। इससे पहले हम हमेशा अर्ली मॉर्निंग में हमारी पूरी फैमिली, जब भी हमारा रिजल्ट डे होता है तो सर को बेस्ट विशेस करने, उनकी फैमिली को बेस्ट विशेस करने हम लोग आते हैं। और जब से 2013 हो, 2015 हो, 2020 हो, और पार्टी ने भी इसको हमारे बेबी मफलर का नाम, बेबी मफलर मैन का नाम दिया हुआ है पार्टी ने। तो ये हमें बड़ा खुशी का दिन होता है, सेलिब्रेशन का दिन होता है। और आज हमारा फिर से विक्ट्री का डे, हमें उम्मीद है हम बहुत अच्छे से सेलिब्रेट करेंगे विक्ट्री पार्टी ऑफिस में। राहुल तोमर।
हाँ, मेरा बेटा है।
चारों भाई।
हाँ, अभी जब 5 साल पहले अभियान को मैंने इस लुक में दिया था, मतलब केजरीवाल जी का लुक दिया था, तो सबने बहुत पसंद किया था। और मैं भी बहुत मतलब दिल से चाहती हूँ कि ये बिल्कुल केजरीवाल सर जैसा बने, और इसीलिए और आज का दिन हम बहुत अच्छे से सेलिब्रेट करते हैं। अभियान, अच्छा, मीनाक्षी तोमर।
So that was the baby muffler, Jatin.
The baby muffler, the baby's grown compared to the last time I saw him outside the Aam Aadmi Party's office following their victory in 2020. Let's see whether the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share also grows.
Kejriwal's style has also changed over the years, right? I mean, earlier it was the quintessential muffler and that monkey cap, and there were a lot of memes sort of taking a dig at his entire look, and it became a look also. I mean, I'm aware of people who would go dressed up like that to Halloween parties in terms of the fact, it became a look. But coming back to the Aam Aadmi Party again, and before that, the numbers for 51 seats, where the BJP is leading in 28 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party is slightly trailing behind at 22, and the Congress is at 1. We heard Saurabh Bharadwaj in the morning, and he's very confident that Arvind Kejriwal will be making a comeback, and he's pegged 40 to 45 seats for his party. Where is this confidence coming from?
I believe it's coming from the fact that the Aam Aadmi Party has always, if we look at if we look at previous election results, there have been, and the party is certainly correct about the fact that exit polls usually have a way of going horribly wrong when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party. I remember myself that this has been a consistent trend when it comes to the Aam Aadmi Party, because but then I mean there have been previous elections, anti-incumbency was not a factor for the AAP when it came to these elections, where there was a wave and the support was palpable, and you know, interpreting the as we call it, the hawa on the ground, it was not that difficult. But and what we are seeing also in terms of the trends is not something which is extraordinary. The Aam Aadmi Party usually, because I mean I believe most of the votes, most of the trends currently are based on postal ballots.
Right.
So it has been this is something which is not very out of the ordinary. The AAP usually does sort of trail before it suddenly comes into the lead and first closes that margin and then takes the lead. But that has not happened so far. But again, we are up to 53 out of 70 seats. So these are more or less more consolidated versions of what we saw earlier. In terms of trends, so this is just it is still kind of neck and neck, as I believe it will be even when these trends start coming in from the remaining I believe 17 more seats, but then I think the final decision will more or less start becoming clear after the early trends from all the 70 seats, which I think should happen in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. We are also getting early trends from various constituencies. Sitting MLA BJP's OP Sharma is leading in East Delhi's Vishwasnagar constituency. How has OP Sharma fared over the years?
OP Sharma, he has been consistently winning from Vishwasnagar, which is a very highly densely populated constituency from East Delhi, near Shahadra. He has consistently gone to the Delhi Assembly from the constituency, and is considered a very popular leader locally.
Yeah.
He's also been very vocal in the Delhi Assembly since as long as one can remember, and has he has spent a certain amount of I would say a significant amount of his time from which should have been in the house. He has spent it outside the house, because there have been several episodes that he has been involved in where he has been expelled from the house. And then for in some instances suspended for the entirety of the session, if not, I mean after the sitting, obviously. But let's see. He is one of the most popular leaders, local leaders that the BJP has had, and that too for a very long time. So him leading is not really something that surprises me. In fact, I believe it is, and I think it's okay to say that Vishwasnagar is also one of the seats which neither the Aam Aadmi Party nor the Congress were actually sort of looking at with any hope. At least according to what they told us off record. So.
Absolutely. The postal ballots are still being counted. Jatin, as you can see, we have visuals from the counting booths. There is drone surveillance also. This time the ECI has sort of tightened its belt and rolled up its sleeves to ensure all possible forms of surveillance and security. At the same time, this time during Delhi elections, it's been a lot of back and forth of controversies with respect to FIRs, bribery charges and all of that. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think that the common man at the end of the day cares about this, or it's all about roti kapda and makan?
I believe it's a mix of both. If we look at it in terms of the narrative or the political climate of the city, well, we have the Aam Aadmi Party as the biggest example of a party which came to power on the anti-corruption, anti-graft plank. On the other hand, we have the BJP, which after the Aam Aadmi Party stormed to power and retained that power for another term after that. We have the BJP, the entirety of whose narrative against Kejriwal has been on the basis of was mainly on the basis of corruption. And the allegedly slipping credentials of the Aam Aadmi Party and its leaders when it came to corruption.
Correct.
It was only towards the end of the Lok Sabha campaign and after the Lok Sabha results that developmental issues, lack of the pockmarks on the road, the quality of water supply, and all these other governance-related issues actually entered the narrative of the city's politics. But before that, it was all about graft. It was all about countering the Aam Aadmi Party on the issue of graft. So it is and that is reflected in the election process as well. As we speak, I mean, we are talking a couple of hours, if not a day after the ACB, the anti-corruption branch of Delhi, has launched an investigation, or at least has started an inquiry in allegations of poaching, which have been levelled by the Aam Aadmi Party. We talk about.
They're already gearing up for Operation Lotus.
That is the allegation. That is the allegation, and it is, and not just now. According to the app, they've been at it. The BJP has allegedly been at it for several days now. But let's see what it is a matter of record that such allegations are not new. Not only in the country but also in Delhi, and also in the context of the Aam Aadmi Party or in Delhi's politics.
Absolutely.
This is an allegation which has been raked up by the Aam Aadmi Party against the BJP several times at the assembly level, and also at the MCD level, which it is also in power now. So nothing new, but how true, time will tell.
Time will tell. Taking a look at the numbers right now, in 58 seats, BJP is leading in 32 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party is trailing in 25 seats. But Jatin, at the moment, Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal is trailing in the first round.
I would just like to underline that it's just the first round.
Okay.
And see, the New Delhi Assembly constituency is a very dynamic one. It is a smallish constituency which has around a little over 1.08 lakh voters. It is also a constituency where Arvind Kejriwal, the former Chief Minister of Delhi, and the Aam Aadmi Party's national convener leaves those two hats at home and becomes the local MLA.
Really?
He's the local MLA. He's considered to be, and I have it very reliably that as an MLA there is no quote unquote duty that he does not do. He's a regular apparently at local functions. He goes and meets people in the constituency. He has his own his constituency office there is apparently one of the most accessible of the Aam Aadmi Party's ministers' offices or MLA's offices in the city. And not just him, his family, especially his wife Sunita and his daughter Harshita, they are Mr. Kejriwal's representatives in the constituency.
Right.
But we also have to look at it in terms of governance or in terms of administration. The New Delhi constituency, which hosts the parliament, which hosts all the central government ministries and also the missions and embassies of foreign nations in India in the country. This is a constituency where none of the Aam Aadmi Party government's schemes for the city actually fructify or actually materialize on the ground.
Oh.
Yes, because it comes under the NDMC area. So since it is part of the New Delhi Municipal Council, which directly functions under the centre, so you don't have your free power and your free water, and although bus rides aboard public buses for women travellers are free there as well, but several other schemes, several other since several other schemes, since the Delhi government's writ does not function there, so whatever the Delhi government announces does not kind of apply to citizens or to voters over there. There need to be special technical things that need to be done before it can reach an average New Delhi voter.
Right.
But it is also the seat of it is also dominated by government employees. And mind you, government employees when it comes to the centre, the BJP has, and through the Prime Minister, made two very significant announcements which are being seen to have had an impact on government employees. One being the income tax related announcement of no tax for income up to 12 lakhs, and the other being the 8th pay commission.
Right.
So both of these are being seen as having positively impacted the sentiment among government voters and by extension voters in New Delhi for the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Absolutely. 64 seats have been counted so far or are undergoing counting. The BJP is leading in 37 and the AAP is starting to lag behind considerably with 26 seats. We have other updates also, Jatin, where sitting MLA Saurabh Bharadwaj is leading in the Greater Kailash constituency. And Delhi Congress Chief Devendra Yadav is leading in the Badli constituency. At the same time, BJP's Kailash Gehlot is leading from Bijwasan. Thoughts?
Well, in terms of Mr. Devendra Yadav, so, and in fact in terms of all of the three leaders that you've mentioned.
By the way, Atishi is also trailing in Kalkaji.
Right. Again, early trends. But talking about these leaders in particular, so these leaders are immensely popular. I mean, Saurabh Bharadwaj as a not only he has been consistently a minister in each successive in each Aam Aadmi Party led government in Delhi. So not only that, he is said to be, and one has seen it in motion. He's a very popular legislator. He's very popular among his constituents. Similarly, similar is the case of Mr. Kailash Gehlot. Although there's a slight tweak there when it comes to Gehlot, because Gehlot is a former Aam Aadmi. He started his political journey with the Aam Aadmi Party, but he switched over to the BJP on the heels of almost a few months before the Delhi elections appeared on the horizon, or were supposed to at least, or scheduled to appear on the horizon. He is from Najafgarh, but he does come from a family which is a landed, rooted family from that area.
Right.
And hence his popularity is said to be, or at least interpreted to have spilled over into Bijwasan, which is just adjacent to Najafgarh.
Correct.
And in terms of other leaders, you were saying you were saying something about.
We were talking about Devendra Yadav.
Mr. Yadav himself is very popular at Badli because he comes from a staunch Congressy family, where his father was also politically active in that area. So here, I believe, so in terms of all these leaders, what binds them, I believe, is their personal popularity.
Correct.
Over any other factor.
Absolutely. So apart from the top of your head, if I had to ask you, what are a couple of key battlegrounds that you are looking forward to? You cannot choose Kalkaji, Jangpura and New Delhi.
That leaves me at a major disadvantage.
That's the whole point.
But I am, but to answer your question, I'm looking forward to what happens in Okhla, what happens in Mustafabad. Let's say maybe I would like to see the BJP's performance in East Delhi, because East Delhi is considered a stronghold for the BJP. I would like to see what happens, for instance, in fact, not to name constituencies, but to generalize and say parties where turncoats have been fielded by each of the three principal political players in Delhi, and all of them obviously have been from one and have joined the other because they could not get a ticket there, or they considered themselves to be.
That entire overnight hula happened.
It happened over several nights, but it did happen. I mean, these decisions apparently seem to have been taken overnight, because they would materialize only early in the morning the next day. And you had several senior leaders, and let's not forget, when we talk about senior leaders, popular leaders switching or jumping ship for better opportunities at another party, let's not forget Mr. Arvinder Singh Lovely. He happened to be the president of the Delhi Congress when he and four other former senior leaders who had served, most of whom in fact had served as ministers in Sheila Dikshit's 3 consecutive governments. When they switched over to the BJP, this was just around the Lok Sabha elections. This was prior to the Lok Sabha elections. So I would like to see what happens on these constituencies, because again here, because I am personally looking at the answer, at the possible answer to the question of what works in Delhi. Whether it is, because we've got all categories of politicians. We've got people with a political legacy. We've got people who are contesting on the basis of their popularity.
Right.
And we have people who are contesting on the basis of the face of a national leader. So to see, and again, it's what the great leveler among all of the principal of the A, B and C, the Aam Aadmi Party, the BJP and the Congress right now in this election in Delhi, is the fact that they have more or less made the same promises. So that's the great leveler. They're all almost on an even keel. And women have come out and voted significantly. Most of those promises are women-centric. So let's see after the results. I mean, I would personally want to analyze seat by seat and see what has worked and whether that aligns with what has previously worked in the city,
right,
to sort of be able to interpret how the city has changed, not only demographically but also politically.
Absolutely. Jatin, we can see it's a deserted look again at the BJP headquarters so far, because last time, if you remember, during Haryana elections, the Congress had already started celebrating when the tables sort of turned, and there you have Arvind Kejriwal, the national convener of the Aam Aadmi Party, and now former erstwhile CM of Delhi, Atishi. Atishi has sort of, gotten out of the cocoon after the entire ordeal with Arvind Kejriwal, from just leading one department to handling multiple portfolios and then becoming the CM. How has her journey been?
Before I come to her journey, I would like to point out that out of the 70 seats, 65 have been, I mean, early trends are in from 65 seats, and the BJP has already crossed the halfway mark, and I mean, it's leading on 36 seats. That's
the magic mark has been breached.
It has been breached on 36 seats with trends from 5 more seats to go.
Absolutely.
And the Aam Aadmi Party is at 28, which is its tally which is its first ever political tally. But again, to underline the fact that that these are early trends and 5 more seats are left, and but the BJP having gone beyond this mark has to be, I mean, should be recorded
definitely
as a significant occurrence. We were talking about Atishi, so Atishi is she has been, I mean, everyone knows her background. She's been somebody who was academically inclined before she took to a life of activism. Was involved in several advocacy related matters across the country before she shifted her gaze and sort of became more active in Delhi's politics through the Aam Aadmi Party, and
right.
she's somebody who was one of the earliest members of the India Against Corruption movement, and was also one of the key significant academically inclined as well as foreign educated and you know, I mean, she personifies the aspirational Aam Aadmi, you know, who is not I mean, you know, like the image of the average flashy Punjabi Delhi citizen. She's the antithesis of that, but at the same time she's somebody who has proven her mettle and gone from strength to strength within the Aam Aadmi Party. Whether it doesn't matter whether it is a function of her being a consultant, being one of the consultants who was hired by the who was supposed to be on the Aam Aadmi Party government's rolls for 1 rupee as their salary. So giving your I mean, working for the government. She was working in the education sector. She was one of the principal advisors of Manish Sisodia, who was
we'll talk more about Atishi. Jatin, like you mentioned, the halfway mark has been breached, but early numbers. We are now joined by Delhi's city editor of the Indian Express, Malika Joshi. Malika, good morning. How are the numbers looking to you?
It's very early trends right now, but BJP seems to have a very clear lead in the early trends. I think some big names, Arvind Kejriwal is trailing, Atishi is trailing. A few places where I think the Aam Aadmi Party has done is ahead would be Greater Kailash and I think Shakur Basti. And you know, I think in Vishwas Nagar, which has been a BJP stronghold, O.P. Sharma is ahead. So
absolutely. Yeah. I know that the exit poll numbers have not been so bang on before, but do you think, I know too early to call, but do you think this time they will stick?
Well, that's I think that's very difficult to say at this point. What early trends show, they do seem to be sticking. But I think in most of the seats, it's just the postal ballots that have been counted right now. And I think other EVMs are yet to, I think the EVM count is yet to start coming in.
Absolutely. Now, last night, the voter turnout numbers were announced by the ECI. And we can see that the male percentage is a little higher than the women's turnout. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the male percentage is a little lower than it's the first time that the
it's a little lower.
Yeah. This is the first time that it's actually happened in Delhi, and that it's. I think it's up only by 0.5%, but it is the more women that are on the registered list have come out to vote as compared to the men. This might have a bearing on the results, of course, because we've seen how this election was contested. Basically, a lot of promises were geared towards women, Mahila Saman Rashi, which the BJP also gave made promises that that women would be given 2,500 rupees. The AAP's promise was 2,100 rupees. Then we saw how the Aam Aadmi Party also talked about how women benefit the most from its government because of the free bus ride scheme, and then an overall saving in the budget because of the free power, free water schemes. So this is an election where a lot of focus during the campaign has been on the women voter. So we have to now wait and see which party has been able to convince the electorate the most convincingly. So yeah.
Malika, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So we have covered several elections together. What do you think makes this election different from the previous ones in Delhi?
I think this is one of the most closely contested elections that I have covered in the city. I think the BJP has put its all in this poll prep. They've been out of power in the city since 1998. So it's, and when the party has been doing so well nationally, I think it's something that's been playing on the Delhi BJP's mind. As for the Aam Aadmi Party, it's this election, if they lose and whatever numbers they get, it will be the first time that they'll see electoral defeat in the Delhi Assembly. They formed in 2013, they managed to form a minority government with outside support from the Congress, which means that Delhi has had Arvind Kejriwal as its chief minister from 2013 to September 2024, after which he stepped down and Atishi replaced him. So a big change and in fact, even a big change for the Congress, because it's a party that led, under the Sheila Dikshit government. It was, I think, for not three terms. So, this trend also shows that Delhi likes to elect, since 1993, we've seen just Sheila Dikshit as the chief minister for 3 terms, Arvind Kejriwal for 2 terms, and then we've had 3 BJP CMs in their 5-year tenure. So we'll have to, I think, wait for the results and see if the trends are going to flip this time, if the BJP is finally going to make it back into Delhi's political.
What do you think this will this means for the Aam Aadmi Party nationally, or what kind of an impact will this have on the AAP's national footprint?
If the trends hold and the AAP is actually going out of power, it is a very big blow for the party. It is embattled for the past 2 years in any case because of the excise policy case, the arrests of senior leaders, several other corruption allegations. So for them to lose Delhi, which is where they were born, which is where the party first came into power, is going to be a big blow. The AAP is still in power in Punjab, but even when it comes to how its national footprint will look, it had 62 MLAs in Delhi in 2025. I'm sorry, till in 2020, in the 2020 elections. Losing that is going to be a big blow. How the party now goes forward from here is going to be very crucial if those are the results, because it's already 4 or 5 MLAs have quit and joined the BJP. Very recently, some of its former some sitting MLAs who were not repeated and not given tickets, 8 of them also quit the party. So for the AAP, the biggest challenge will be keeping its house together, keeping the candidates, senior leaders close together.
The lead has gone up considerably, Jatin and Malika, in 68 seats so far. The BJP is leading in 42 seats, while the Aam Aadmi Party is at 25 seats and Congress is still at 1. Jatin and Malika, with so many years of experience between the two of you, almost 3 decades of experience between the two of you. This time, what do you think the pulse of the people was? Because we had reporters throughout the city covering the campaign trails day in and day out, talking to people, talking to party workers, talking to political leaders. What was exactly the pulse of the people?
Malika, would you like to take that first?
So Aam Aadmi Party started its campaign early, which it always does. So initially, it did seem like it had an edge, but I think towards the last 2 weeks is when we started to see a lot more about BJP, a lot more campaigning also from the party. The Prime Minister's rallies also made a difference. I think one of the biggest things that perhaps appealed to the middle class was the benefit and the taxes that we saw. The announcement that anybody who earns below 12 lakh rupees is not going to be taxed at all. So that is something that did seem to have a lot of traction, especially in the middle class areas and among the middle class population. The other thing that we did see was that there was a lot of anger with AAP and its leaders for not being able to manage, a good and clean water supply as well as better roads for the city. That was, irrespective of which area you went to and who you spoke to. Cleanliness and clean water and sewage, no sewage issues is something that people wanted and thought that they had not managed to get in the last 5 years in the AAP government.
Absolutely. Jatin, would you like to add on to that?
Balika's already made all the significant points, but I would also like to add that taking it slightly forward from what Malika was saying, that here it is an election where popularity wave promises are there. They have their pride of place like in any other election. But what has also happened is that issues, something that something if we look at the Aam Aadmi Party's campaign, which started as a which was basically which had corruption or anti-corruption at its core. From there, it's an issue, like it's a day-to-day, it's a lived reality that they were talking about. But here, this election is something which, over and above these aspects, has also looked at the physical condition of the city, about the quality of very tangible resources, very tangible things such as efficient power delivery, such as the quality of water which is coming out of taps, such as the condition of the ring road, the issues with and not just the ring road, but issues with related to civic amenities, with the municipal government or the civic civic governance being the first tier of governance or administration in the city, which also has the Aam Aadmi Party at its helm. Right. So and that is something that we know that the Bharatiya Janata Party has tried to drive home among Delhi's voters. Look at the condition of these roads. Look at the fact that there is a jam that you get stuck in because the road has a pothole. Yeah. So I believe it has been an election which all parties have contested on any sort of or any kind of or any hyperbole of when it comes to an issue or when it comes to the narrative. Here it has been about, or it seems to have been so far about actual issues, actual experiences that people have had over the last 10 plus years.
Absolutely. The BJP is now leading in 44 seats and the Aam Aadmi's clock is somewhat stuck at 25 right now. Malika, I want to ask you, do you think that the AAP's shrinking margins have sort of aided the BJP?
Yeah, so from what we're seeing in the trends, it certainly does seem like that. But if you look at a lot of trends from the ECI, we see that the number of votes counted right now are, I think in some places only the second round has started. But from what we are seeing, BJP does seem to be ahead, at least in these two rounds. And it will obviously be at the cost of the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share as well as its seat numbers. When we talk about the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and the Congress in this context, mostly any lead for either the Congress or BJP is going to be a win, because Aam Aadmi Party had come with such a huge mandate in the last 2 terms, in 15 and 20, that most of what they lose is going to be gained by another party. In 2015, they were 67 out of 70, and then they went on to 62 out of 70. So it was mostly an AAP, spread across Delhi. That in any case certainly seems to be changing this time.
Absolutely. Jatin, thoughts on the same thing?
Well, but before that, would you like to say that it's all the seats?
It's all the seats. It's all the seats, 70 on 70. And the numbers are the same. BJP is at 44 and the Aam Aadmi Party is 25. The first round of voting is done in all the 70 seats. And looks like the exit poll numbers may stick this time. Again, just the first round is done and the second round of counting has commenced in 19 counting booths, and the fate of 698 candidates is still underway, and we shall see what happens. So yeah, the vote share. The AAP's dwindling margin, do you think that has aided the BJP?
Well, there is only a certain number of electors that the city will have. There is only, as much of a, it doesn't matter. I mean, the constituencies will remain the same. The number of people who are eligible to vote will remain the same. It's only the issues that change. And I don't really believe in, any sort of, over the last several years, I've seen that this vote bank politics does not have much currency left anymore. Elections in the country seem to be moving towards development, towards issues, and they seem to be getting out of that mode where something which is just issue based, or not just issue based, but which is narrative based. I mean, the politics of the country seems to be coming out of that particular era. But in terms of vote share, so they say that, it is more or less common knowledge that the Aam Aadmi Party has inherited, if you will, its vote share from the Congress. So the economically challenged and the low middle class, and I'm talking about the residents of unauthorized colonies, JJ clusters, mainly such areas. It's mainly this vote bank which used to cater to, which the Congress used to cater to, and which kept the Congress in power is what is more or less a known fact when we analyze the numbers. The AAP's vote share, the AAP was able to snatch this entire vote share from the Congress. And that is why, and that is also considered as in basically gauging the power of these of voters in these areas, or voters of these backgrounds, was what seems to have informed the Aam Aadmi Party's strategy of administration, of governance.
Absolutely, Jatin. Right now, again, the BJP is at 44, the Aam Aadmi Party is at 25. And thank you for joining us, Jatin and Malika. We'll keep on returning back to you for more updates later in the day as the picture becomes a bit more clearer. Let's take a look at what Alka Lamba has to say. And after that, viewers, we will be joined by the senior journalist of Indian Express, Deeptiman Tiwari. Let's listen to Alka Lamba.
इस पर कितनी भारी मतों से आप जीत हासिल करेंगे?
देखिए, कांग्रेस ने और कालका जी से मैंने ये लड़ाई पूरी मजबूती के साथ लोगों के बीच में रहकर लड़ी है, और मुझे है कि इस घड़ी का बेसब्री से पूरी दिल्ली के लोगों को इंतजार है, खत्म होने वाला है। एग्जिट में क्या आया, एग्जिट आने वाला है।
के सामने लड़ाई सबसे खतरनाक लड़ाई, तीनों सबसे चर्चित, सबसे बड़े चेहरे यहाँ पर। कहीं मन में जरा सा भी है कि आतिशी सामने हैं, रमेश बिधूड़ी सामने हैं।
आप तो पुराने साथी हैं। 2003 में मदन लाल खुराना जी के सामने, मुख्यमंत्री कद्दावर नेता के सामने चुनाव लड़ चुकी हूँ। ये 20 साल के बाद दूसरा आया है मेरे पास मौका कि मैं किसी मुख्यमंत्री के, और वो तो टेम्परेरी मुख्यमंत्री मैंने नहीं, केजरीवाल जी ने कह दिया, सो मेरे लिए मजबूत लड़ाई
कॉलेज छात्र नेता के तौर से अब तक यहाँ तक का जो सफर है, आपको लगता है कि उसमें रमेश बिधूड़ी, वो रमेश बिधूड़ी जो गुर्जर समाज से आते हैं और दिल्ली के आसपास के गांवों में जबरदस्त उनका दखल है, होल्ड है, वो पूरा सपोर्ट उनको जाता है?
देखिए, मुझे नहीं लगता है कि कालकाजी के लोगों ने कहीं पे भी रमेश बिधूड़ी जी को पसंद किया। उनकी भाषा को लेकर शुरू से ही लोगों में गुस्सा और रोष था। हाँ ठीक है, धन और बल के दम पर उन्होंने बहुत से मेरे पोलिंग बूथ में कहूँ उनको प्रभावित करने की कोशिश की।
सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के तौर पर आतिशी से आपका मुकाबला है
जा रहा है बीजेपी की तरफ से।
देखिए, मैं फिर कह रही हूँ, केजरीवाल को हमेशा आदत है सबूतों के बिना झूठ बोलकर भागने की आदत है। इस बार वो भाग नहीं भगाए जा रहे हैं। केजरीवाल हार रहे हैं नहीं दिल्ली से, मुझे पूरा ऐसा यकीन।
कांग्रेस की क्या भूमिका होगी? कांग्रेस की क्या भूमिका होगी?
आतिशी के खिलाफ भी भारी एंटी इनकम्बेंसी मैंने देखा है। मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए कोई काम नहीं, अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में केजरीवाल जी के नाम पर वोट मांग रही थी। दिल्ली के बेटे केजरीवाल जी के नाम पर उन्हें वोट दें, और लोग केजरीवाल को वोट नहीं दे रहे।
चांदनी चौक से जीत चुकी है, यहाँ क्या फर्क लग रहा है आपको? और क्यों ऐसा?
फर्क है, पिछला चुनाव देखिए एक डर और खौफ का था। CNRC था, शाहीन बाग और ये सब चल रहा था, दंगे तक हुए, आपने देखा माहौल क्या था। उस माहौल में हम 20 का चुनाव लड़े, जिसका भारी खामियाजा जब मुद्दों से भटकेंगे तो कांग्रेस को नुकसान होता है। और इस बार हमारी कोशिश थी कि मुद्दों से ना भटकने दिया जाए। जो CNRC का डर खौफ था वो इस बार नहीं था।
अस्तित्व की लड़ाई भी दिल्ली में कांग्रेस अपनी लड़ रही है। आपको लगता है कि इस बार कुछ आप यहाँ पर असर दिखा पाएंगी?
देखिए, अस्तित्व की बात करेंगे तो देश में बीजेपी के 400 पार के नारे को, रथ को, तानाशाह को रोकने वाला सिर्फ कोई था तो राहुल गांधी जी थे। बहुमत नहीं मिला और हम लोग 100 सीट लेकर लोकसभा में हैं। दिल्ली में कहें बीजेपी डबल इंजन की सरकार होकर डबल डिजिट दिल्ली में नहीं ला पाई।
राहुल गांधी हो, प्रियंका गांधी हो, उन्होंने आपके लिए अरविंद केजरीवाल के खिलाफ, सिसोदिया के खिलाफ, जो टॉप 3 है आम आदमी पार्टी के, तीनों खिलाफ प्रचार किया राहुल और प्रियंका ने। तो लड़ाई कितनी गंभीर रही?
बहुत गंभीर रही। और मुझे खुशी है, मेरे नेता राहुल गांधी जी जब चुनाव प्रचार खत्म होने वाला था, अंतिम दर्शन में मेरी विधानसभा में मेरे साथ मुझे ताकत देते हुए कार्यकर्ताओं को दिखे, उससे हमारा मनोबल बढ़ा और मुझे लग रहा है उससे हमारा चुनाव भी काफी हद तक उठा।
अलका जी, आप अलग हो गई आम आदमी पार्टी से। आप तो बीजेपी का साथ दे रही हैं, आम आदमी पार्टी ये कह रही है कि आप नुकसान पहुंचा रही हैं अपने ही साथी को।
मेरी दिल्ली को बर्बाद किया इन दोनों ने। मैं दोनों के साथ हो ही नहीं सकती किसी भी कीमत नहीं। भाजपा से तो कभी मेरी विचारिक भी मैं हमेशा मतभेद रहे जिंदगी में, कभी भी मैं भाजपा के साथ नहीं आई।
जितना अच्छा कांग्रेस करेगी उतना फायदा बीजेपी को।
ये आपकी सोच है। मुझे लगता है लोगों को 3 उम्मीदवार मिले थे, तीनों में से एक को चुनना था और आज फैसला हो चुका है। किसी ने न किसी का वोट काटा है, न किसी के लड़ने झगड़ने से मुद्दों पर चुनाव हुआ। दिल्ली फैसला कर चुकी है, 3 में से
नंबर उम्मीद कर रहे हैं इस बार?
देखिए, हम मजबूती से लड़े। अब कहना मुश्किल होगा क्योंकि मैं खुद चुनाव लड़ रही थी। मैं कालकाजी में सारा समय रही, मैं दिल्ली की दूसरी किसी सीट पे नहीं जा पाई। अगर मैं महिला कांग्रेस की राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष के तौर पर अगर पूरी दिल्ली में प्रचार कर रही होती, एग्जैक्ट नंबर बता पाती, लेकिन मैं कालकाजी
दिल्ली का बता दीजिए।
नई दिल्ली तो अरविंद केजरीवाल हार रहे
के नाते आपको लगता है कि
मुझे लगता है मनीष सिसोदिया और अतिशी का भी विकेट गिरने वाला है।
महिला होने के नाते क्या लगता है कि आप महिलाओं में प्रभाव छोड़ पाए? जो वोटर थी महिलाएं, उनमें प्रभाव छोड़ पाए?
देखिए, समय मेरे पास कम रहा, लेकिन कालकाजी में जितना भी मुझे समय रहा, 80,000 महिला मतदाता मेरे कालकाजी में थी। मेरी कोशिश थी उन 80,000 महिलाओं तक, मतदाताओं तक मैं पहुंचूं और संगठन के दम पर मैं इसमें कामयाब भी हुई।
अलका जी, समय मिले तो इधर आ जाइएगा प्लीज।
मुझे लगता है कि ये जीत कांग्रेस के नाम दर्ज है। मैं प्रतिशत की कोई बात नहीं करी, बस अंदर जाने दीजिए। मशीनें लग चुकी हैं। पहला राउंड 8 बजे शुरू होगा। एक सेकंड, हाँ 1 सेकंड। हाँ,
दिल्ली विधानसभा में आप कांग्रेस पार्टी को किस रूप में देखिए आने वाली?
भैया लाइव है।
देखिए, हमारी बहुमत की सरकार बने, हम विपक्ष में बैठे, हमारा एक कुछ भी हो, कांग्रेस लड़ेगी इस लड़ाई को। दिल्ली वालों की लड़ाई को कांग्रेस पूरी तरह से लड़ेगी।
जी, अलका लांबा
के साथ मुकाबला था, कितना
टेम्परेरी CM थी, रिटायर होने वाली है, चुनाव हारने जा रही है।
अलका जी,
touches 30, then Aam Aadmi Party is planning, that they could take the MLAs to Punjab.
अभी तो देखिए अर्ली ट्रेंड आना भी शुरू नहीं हुए हैं, लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि हम प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनाने वाले हैं। हम पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं और ये कोई आम चुनाव नहीं था। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी थी और हमारी लड़ाई एक पूरे सिस्टम के साथ थी, केवल एक पार्टी के साथ नहीं थी। इसमें भाजपा, कांग्रेस, ईडी, सीबीआई, दिल्ली पुलिस, चुनाव आयोग, तमाम शक्तियां मिलकर केवल ये सोच रही थी कि हम कैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को खत्म करें। लेकिन जनता जानती है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने जनता के हक की लड़ाई लड़ी और इसीलिए उन्होंने उनका समर्थन दिया। साथ ही साथ ये चुनाव दो मॉडलों के बीच में भी था। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी का मॉडल था जहां पे दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा उनके ऊपर खर्च करो, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बिजली पानी पे, और दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का मॉडल था कि जनता से पैसा तो लो लेकिन अपने बड़े बड़े उद्योगपति के कर्ज माफ करो। तो ये जनता को पसंद नहीं आया। देखिए, मैं वापस यही कहूंगा कि 10 बजे के बाद जो ट्रेंड मिलेगा वही सटीक होगा। अभी ये सारे एग्जिट पोल की तरह है, मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये सारे ट्रेंड दिखेंगे। हमें पूरा कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आम आदमी पार्टी की प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनेगी। प्रचंड बहुमत से आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है।
I'm joined by Indian Express's senior journalist Deeptiman Tiwari and from Ground Zero at the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi by our correspondent Saman Hussain. Saman, can you hear me? Anyway, we'll get back to Saman later. Deeptiman, the numbers are still ongoing. The counting is still underway. The first round is over. We are halfway, I think, throughout the second round. For 70 seats, the BJP is now leading in 47 and the Aam Aadmi Party is at 22. Saman, you are at the Aam Aadmi Party office.
Hello.
Anyway, Deeptiman, Saman is there at the Aam Aadmi Party office, and Saman, what is the atmosphere there? How is it looking to you there?
Hello, check. Hello.
So as of now, all the Aam Aadmi Party's leaders have gone inside the office. In front of me, there's a huge screen on which the numbers are being projected. There are a lot of party supporters who are standing here outside the office in front of the pavilion where the screen is being shown. They're eagerly waiting and looking at the screen in anticipation of the results. There are people who have gathered here as early as 8 a.m. to look at what the outcome will be of this high stakes polls. So as you can see behind me, there's a screen on that part of that pavilion where in front of which there are supporters who have gathered.
Right.
So yes.
Saman, show us what's exactly happening. Deeptiman, there is a lot of hello mic checking happening because the media is also setting up there.
Right.
Saman, show us what exactly is happening.
It's awfully quiet also.
Yeah, it's awfully quiet. Obviously, they're trailing at 21. So it will be quiet. Saman,
Hello.
As of now, it's awfully quiet. Although, as you can see, there are people standing. A lot of supporters, the party supporters, are talking to the press on their opinions. Others are sitting across.
The media has already reached there.
Hello.
Do you want to speak to anyone there? If you can see an Aam Aadmi Party worker or anyone, and they can tell us what is the mood at the party office.
Hello. Hello, check.
Sure.
Hello.
We'll get connected with the party supporters.
Hello, check.
Yes, please.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
तो अभी जो है आप कब से यहाँ पे हैं?
मैं करीब 1 महीना हुआ पार्टी के लिए ग्राउंड लेवल पर काम करने के लिए आया था। जैसे कि पार्टी ने जो भी मुझे जिम्मेदारी दी वो मैंने 1 महीने तक पूरी निभाई और आज रिजल्ट का दिन है।
हेलो।
अर्ली टेट
हेलो, चेक। हेलो।
पीछे है।
हेलो, चेक। 1 2 3 हेलो।
मुझे 100% विश्वास है और आशा है कि हम आम आदमी पार्टी के आगे जाएंगे।
जी, ओके। तो अभी पिछले 1 महीने में आपने किस तरीके से पार्टी के लिए कैंपेन वगैरह किया है?
देखो, मेरे पास नई दिल्ली में कुछ बूथ दिए थे, वहाँ पे जाके कैंपेन किया, सभाएं थी, उसका कुछ मैनेजमेंट था वो किया, मीडिया में जाके कुछ बाइट्स देना था वो काम किया, नैरेटिव तैयार करना वो काम किया, नुक्कड़ नाटक की कुछ टीमें बनाई थी उसको भी लीड करने का और उस पर नज़र रखने का काम किया। लास्ट के दिन के लिए बूथ दिए थे, उस 4-5 बूथ पे जाके सब कुछ ठीक है ना, बढ़िया है ना, बराबर है ना, ये देखने का काम किया। जो भी पार्टी जिम्मेदारी देती है, मेरे जैसे हजारों कार्यकर्ता काम करते हैं।
Alright, so that was of an Aam Aadmi Party supporter. We'll be talking to more supporters of the party. Hello sir, आप आम आदमी पार्टी के सपोर्टर हैं?
मैं एक आम आदमी हूँ, दिल्ली में मजदूरी करता हूँ, नई दिल्ली रेलवे स्टेशन पर टैक्सी चलाता हूँ।
अच्छा।
और जिस दिन आम आदमी पार्टी बनी थी ना जंतर मंतर पे, उस दिन पार्टी बीजेपी पार्टी को मैं लात मार के गोल मार्केट से अरविंद जी के
Sent from the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi, Deeptiman. Even though the numbers are at 19 and 50 right now, Aam Aadmi Party is trailing at 19 and the BJP is at 50. The Aam Aadmi Party supporters are still confident that they could...
Well, these are early trends, so at least have an hour and a half to keep claiming that okay, don't believe these numbers, these are going to turn. Obviously after 10:30 they won't be able to say this,
right?
If these trends obviously continue, and it is going to take something really massive for these trends to actually reverse in any manner, as the Aam Aadmi Party is claiming that we are going to win with massive margin or whatever. So it looks difficult that in another hour this is going to reverse in some manner, that Aam Aadmi Party reaches to 45-50 and BJP gets restricted to 20-25. I think more or less this shows that BJP is, if not with 50 seats, then say 40 seats, 45 seats, it is winning the polls.
Absolutely. Saman, who else are we talking to next?
So, as of now, we can't talk to any of the leaders because the party head office's doors are closed. All the leaders are sitting inside. So, we just have a few party supporters. Hello, ma'am. बोलिए. तो आप जो है आम आदमी पार्टी की सपोर्टर हैं, अभी जैसे ट्रेंड्स में दिखाया जा रहा है कि बीजेपी जीत रही है, तो आपको क्या लगता है ये रिवर्स हो सके ट्रेंड्स?
मेरा बेटा लाल मेरे लोग का दिल्ली में वह पक्का जीतेगा, 100% बीजेपी हारेगा। हम लोग को जो गरीब का महिला सुविधा में 2100 में महिला लोग को बोला है, हर महीने में 2100 हम लोग लेकर, हम लोग को लाल मेरा बेटा वही बनेगा मुख्यमंत्री दिल्ली का। हम लोग उसी को चुने, उसी को बनाना है। बीजेपी कुछ नहीं किया है, बीजेपी ने बस यात्रा बंद करवा रहा है, महिला लोग को जबरदस्ती बोर्डिंग लिस्ट में उसमें खींचकर पैसा दे रहा बीजेपी वाले ने। महिला जो महिला 10 में फ्री है तो भी बंद करवा रहा बीजेपी वाले ने। हम लोग कहाँ जाएंगे, ये गरीब है, हम लोग कहाँ जाएंगे? हम लोग का लाल है, हम लोग का यही आएगा मुख्यमंत्री बनकर, यही सीएम बनेगा। हम लोग को बीजेपी नहीं चाहिए, हम लोग जंग का लड़ाई करेंगे। अब हम लोग का लाल चाहिए, हम लोग का लाल आना चाहिए। अतिशी पतिशी सब हम लोग को उसी को चाहिए, हम लोग का किसी को नहीं चाहिए।
So as you can see, party voters and supporters are still hopeful that the Aam Aadmi Party will, the Arvind Kejriwal will still become the Chief Minister of Delhi. We just talked to one supporter, we'll be talking to more. Hello sir. तो अभी जैसे ट्रेंड्स वगैरह चल रहे हैं, आपको क्या लग रहा है कि आम आदमी पार्टी इसको रिवर्स कर पाएगी?
बिल्कुल रिवर्स करेगी और अच्छी सीट बढ़ेगी हमारी, और सरकार आम आदमी पार्टी की बनने वाली है। केजरीवाल जी ने जो काम किया है, जो जनता ने उनको वोट दिए हैं, और बिल्कुल 100% हमारी सरकार बनने वाली है। जरूर बीजेपी अभी आगे बता रही है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे रुझान बढ़ते जाएंगे।
सर आपका क्या कहना है?
आम आदमी पार्टी आएगी हमारी। तो गरीबों के लिए बहुत कुछ किया उसने। लाइट 24 घंटे आती है, पानी भी आता है, ठीक है। और क्या चाहिए? महिला के लिए बस फ्री, और क्या चाहिए? और क्या चाहिए हमें? कुछ नहीं, अगर आनी चाहिए तो आम पार्टी आए। बीजेपी वाले वहाँ से हमारी 2 बोर्डिंग लिस्ट आती है, जैसे इसकी और हमारी 4 आई है इस बार।
4 आई है।
2 बीजेपी की आई थी और 2 आम पार्टी की हमारी आई है। हमने आम पार्टी में बटन दबाया है, मगर बीजेपी में नहीं है। हमें नहीं, पैसा नहीं किया, पैसे इतना तो कमाकर खा लीजिए।
So as we just saw, party supporters and voters are still hopeful that the party, the early polls might, reverse later during the day.
Absolutely, Saman. Saman, now you have been covering the Aam Aadmi Party campaign trails. Can you tell us what was the pulse of the people and what was the pulse of the political leaders at that point?
So I think covering the campaign trails of multiple parties, it all started, guided by the Aam Aadmi Party. It all started as a battle of freebie, where every party was trying to put in all that they have when it came to the whole freebie bandwagon, especially when it came to after the Aam Aadmi Party chief Arvind Kejriwal multiple times in his speeches said that the freebies will be discontinued if the BJP comes to power. So something that the BJP used to earlier label as rivalries was later also used as a campaign, the Railway Pe Charcha campaign is something that the Aam Aadmi Party led this election with, and eventually all the parties had to join that whole freebies bandwagon to attract voters towards them. But I think towards the later part of the election, it suddenly changed into what the middle class voter wants, and once again it was led by the AAP. But eventually, like all the parties, have been, trying to woo the middle class voter, especially by going in between the resident welfare associations, the RWAs of different societies, talking to them, asking them and urging them to gather more support for them within the societies. So that is something that the Aam Aadmi Party also did, although there are a lot of people who do feel that the union budget is something, because the Prime Minister said that the budget is the middle class budget. So I think at this point of time, it's all about two different voter bases. Both the parties have made the best that when it comes to strengthening their strongholds and their strong, sections that have been voting for them traditionally.
Absolutely. Diptiman, the Aam Aadmi Party's Durgesh Pathak is leading with 4,553 votes, and BJP's Kartar Singh Tanwar is leading with 3,463 votes from Chhatarpur. Diptiman, someone spoke about the budget and how the Aam Aadmi Party sort of banged on its freebies. Now, how do you see all the three parties using the three models of governance for campaigning?
Look, everybody was throwing money at the voter in these elections. If Aam Aadmi Party was giving 2,100 to women, then BJP promised 2,500. So did Congress. And BJP also said that we'll continue all the schemes that Aam Aadmi Party already has, even though BJP has attacked opposition parties earlier and mocked their freebies, calling them revdies. But I think what has happened in these elections is, in all the noise over, free electricity and free pani and bus rides in government schools and hospitals, which goes on to benefit the underclasses, right, the poor, and how the poor come out and vocally support the Aam Aadmi Party. What people forget is that a large section of the middle class has been supporting Aam Aadmi Party quietly.
Right.
Even though it has got very little from Aam Aadmi Party, but it has had a certain amount of faith in the party and in the leadership of Arvind Kejriwal. Let's remember that Arvind Kejriwal rose from the 2012-13 India Against Corruption campaign, right, the Anna Hazare campaign, which was largely very, very popular among the middle classes, because they were looking at, okay, there is a churn in Indian politics which is coming. There is somebody who is rising against corruption, against VIP politics, and somebody who is self-made, like most middle class people are. That, you know, this guy is an outsider. He's coming from, he's not cut from the same cloth as Congress and BJP, and you know, this guy is one of us. You know, he's an IIT and he's an IRS officer, comes from a middle class family, used to live in Kaushambi. Everything connected with the middle class, and even when he became the chief minister, he said that I will travel in my wagon-R, and you know, I will not take an official vehicle. And for the longest time, he kept staying in Kaushambi. So all of this connected to the middle class, and there was a quiet support, silent support that Arvind Kejriwal has always enjoyed among Delhi's middle class. I think that has shifted this time.
But why? I mean, because if it's a model of freebies, and for the common man it's always roti, kapda and makan, but why would it shift this time?
Look, the middle class, as I said, from these freebies, the middle class is not sending its children to the government school. So it doesn't matter to the middle class how great the government schools are. You know, the general middle class family has 2 ACs in the house. So those 200 free power units actually don't matter to them so much.
Yeah.
Okay, even though they also get rebate, but it does not matter to them. It does not matter to their monthly budget so much. What matters to them is the faith that they had in Arvind Kejriwal as an honest man, as a person who was from among them, a middle class guy who has challenged power, who has challenged traditional ways of politics, and has risen from, you know, the ground, and is talking the language. In fact, if you remember, he spoke the language of the middle class when he started out.
Correct.
You know, all the concerns that middle class has about the moribund politics of this country.
Correct.
He spoke that language, and that is why he became so popular. And there was a wave in 2 elections we saw a wave for Arvind Kejriwal. If you're winning more than 60 seats in an election, you're not just winning on the votes of the poor.
Yeah.
You know, you are definitely getting, Delhi is almost an entirely urban state. So you have a very, very huge middle class here. So obviously you're winning a sizable chunk of the middle class votes.
Right.
And these votes are coming for the faith that they have in your brand of politics and not necessarily what you're giving them. I think that faith with 2 things. The allegations of corruption against Aam Aadmi Party.
Right.
And there's a sense that eventually Arvind Kejriwal has come around and embraced the traditional politics, you know, that he once spoke against. And like one of the middle class voices that I was when I was on the ground, and said, yaar ye bhi auron ki tarah nikla.
Oh, the disappointment.
The disappointment. Ye bhi auron ki tarah nikla. So now there are allegations of corruption against him. There is something called a Sheesh Mahal that, you know, BJP has leveled charges against him. He has, nationally, if you see, and middle class is very aware and it watches news and reads. Nationally, when he's gone into elections, he's played all kinds of tricks that every other political party plays. So he has not, suddenly he has started appearing like every other politician in the country.
Correct.
So he sits with the Congress, with whom he has fought bitter battles in 2012, 2013. His entire campaign was against the Congress.
Right.
And so the middle class started feeling that, okay, this guy is not turning out to be as different as he said he was. And 2, then the middle class started, then you start thinking that, okay, fine, if this guy is not the great hope of Indian politics, changing the Indian politics, then what is he giving us? Then, if you see in the last 3 years, Aam Aadmi Party, so what does the middle class get? Actually, middle class gets nothing from any government. Let me tell you that. middle class is one class which nobody gives a damn about. Because the numbers are somewhere else, so all political parties focus majorly on, okay, these are the poverty line voters are the ones who are not only large in number but will also go to the polling booth. These guys will go for a vacation on the polling day.
Right.
So, when in the last 3 years, actually governance in Delhi has been really low.
Yeah.
The roads are broken, the sewer lines are overflowing, the colonies are in bad shape, and there is garbage everywhere. Now, these are things that actually matter to the middle class. They say, okay, fine, you're not giving us anything. You're not, my children are not going to your school. I am not taking my wife to your hospital. Okay, the one thing that you can give me is a good road. You know, power supply, hygiene. Sanitation, hygiene. And the problem with Aam Aadmi Party has been that now it is also in the NCT. So it cannot blame that, you know, the garbage is not being picked up by the BJP.
Yeah.
Okay, so now you have the municipality, you have the state government. So why isn't my street, my colony clean?
Correct.
That is a question that the middle class will ask. So it says that fine, you have ceased to become the great hope of Indian politics. Okay, you've become like others. And you have not given me the very basic that I demand, that a clean minimum. Street, my clean colony, garbage being picked up, repaired sewer lines and good roads.
Right.
I am not taking the facility of your school and healthcare anyway. So then it begins to think that...
Diptiman, we have Ramesh Bidhuri speaking right now. Let's hear what he has to say.
उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए, इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वो 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को, सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं। देखो, ये कालकाजी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूँ, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट दे के हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालकाजी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ कराया नहीं। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। न तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, न कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की, 2 बार सांसद रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मोदी साहब के 11 साल का टेन्योर और गुजरात का 12 साल का टेन्योर देख लिए। सेवा सेवा मोदी साहब ने सेवा की है। हम एक ऐसी विचारधारा के लोग हैं, सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री बनने के लिए राजनीति में नहीं है।
सर, बार बार आम आदमी पार्टी ये कहती है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का इस्तेमाल बीजेपी कर रही है, किस तरीके से आप?
देखो, ये तो केजरीवाल को पूछो आप। जब केजरीवाल 13-14 में बोला करते थे तो ईडी सीबीआई को तोता बताया करते थे। शीला जी भ्रष्ट जेल भेज दूंगा, कहाँ गए शीला जी के 300 पन्ने के? तो ये तो जब लोग खुद अपने आप को, जनता उनको नकारती है तो अपनी कमी को स्वीकार करते हुए स्वीकार करना चाहिए उनको कि जनता ने मैंडेट राहुल को नहीं दिया, जनता ने मैंडेट उसको नहीं दिया अखिलेश जी को यूपी के अंदर। 5 साल काम करो, मेहनत करो, तब आगे बढ़िए। ये जनता लोगों का रिपोर्ट तैयार करती है, ना इलेक्शन कमीशन करता है, ना पुलिस करती है। अगर ये स्थिति रहती तो इमरजेंसी लगाकर श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी ने 75 में लोकतंत्र की हत्या करने की कोशिश की, 77 में लोगों ने धूल चटा दी। तो ये तो लोकतंत्र का दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा राष्ट्रीय भारत है। यहाँ पर कोई अपनी कमियों को छुपाने के लिए एजेंसियों पर दोषारोपण करता रहे, वो अपनी गिरवान में झांके, तब उसको जानकारी रहनी चाहिए।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। एक सिंगल
That was Ramesh Bidhuri. He is actually denied the rumors that he's a CM face. I know it's too early to talk about all this right now, but
any leader worth his salt has to deny the rumors. If they start confirming rumors, they will definitely not become CM. So everybody always says that हम तो पार्टी के लिए काम करते हैं, जो है हम तो सिंपल कार्यकर्ता हैं, साधारण कार्यकर्ता हैं, जो पार्टी आदेश करेगी हम वो करेंगे। पहले के पॉलिटिशियन कहते थे कि अगर कांटों भरा ताज हमारे सर पे रखा जाएगा तो हम उस जिम्मेदारी को भी निभाएंगे। तो ये सब तो बिल्कुल
definitely. Diptiman, he also spoke about the Aam Aadmi Party taking a leaf out of Sheila Dikshit's book of governance, and that's how they sort of pulled through. But now Bidhuri says that Arvind Kejriwal has been exposed.
Well, as I said, what he means by exposed is that he has made promises and he has not fulfilled them, and so it has been exposed. But I think what has actually happened is he has been exposed to the middle class largely, and I think he still retains significant votes among the poor because they are direct beneficiaries, what we call the labharthis. And it's the middle class which has a sizable population in Delhi, which has shifted, and in their eyes, maybe Ramesh Bidhuri is right that he's been exposed. At least the results show that.
Absolutely. Right now, the counting is underway in all the 70 seats of 2025 Delhi Assembly polls, and the BJP is leading in 48 seats, with the Aam Aadmi trailing majorly in 21 seats. At the same time, Diptiman, because we are talking about the middle class, how much do you think that the budget had to play a role in this?
Oh, massively, massively. I mean, let's remember the budget announcement comes 4 days before the elections.
Yes.
Okay. And this is in the past 10 years of Narendra Modi government. Actually, middle class has got nothing. One could argue that Narendra Modi played the same politics nationally that Arvind Kejriwal was playing in Delhi. Narendra Modi massively spent on welfare, toilets for the poor, housing for the poor, money to the farmers, 6,000 rupees every year.
By the way, Kejriwal is leading now with 254 votes in New Delhi. Round 2 is underway.
Too small margin for
too slim.
For the leader of the party.
Yeah.
To question marks were raised when Narendra Modi won his constituency in the Lok Sabha polls by 1 lakh votes.
Exactly.
You are expecting Narendra Modi to win by
landslide
5 lakh
victory,
votes.
Yeah.
He is such a popular leader across the country. So if Arvind Kejriwal wins by 250 votes, it's not something he can be proud of.
Yeah, getting back to what you were saying about the budget, 4 days before.
So 4 days before budget. So let's remember, as I said, Narendra Modi for the past 10 years has played the same politics that Arvind Kejriwal played in Delhi. Narendra Modi's politics massively focused, yes, apart from all the nationalism and Hindutva and everything, when we come to the issue of governance, it massively focused on welfare of the poor, and he became Garibo Ka Masiha. Okay, what Arvind Kejriwal became in Delhi, became Garibo Ka Masiha. This is the first time when middle class has got something very, very substantial from the government. Let's remember that, for 12 lakh, till 12 lakh, anyone who is earning till 12 lakh, and if you include the standard deduction, it becomes 12.75 lakh, you don't have to pay any tax. I mean, it excludes a huge chunk of the middle class. and a significant number of them must be in Delhi. You know, people who are earning around 1 lakh, you know, and lower than that,
right.
There's a huge chunk of such voters. It's a huge and massive relief to them. It puts money in their hands, you know, at a time when rents in the city are increasing, the lifestyle expenses are increasing, school fees are high. I mean, you're paying in a private school, decent private school, you're paying 15,000 rupees a month. You know, so imagine if you have 2 children, you're paying 30,000. If you're earning 1 lakh, you're paying 30,000 in school fees. You know, and you know the standard deductions or you know the tax relief that you get are too little.
Right.
You know, so you don't end up saving, and your lifestyle gets constricted. You know, you start thinking about whether I should go for a movie or not, because the movie theater costs $400.
Yeah.
A movie, and then there is a popcorn which costs as much.
Yes.
So to the middle class, this money in the hands is a huge relief, and it sends a message to the middle class that okay, so there is this party, okay, which is powerful because it is in the center, and I already support them in the Lok Sabha polls. It has begun to think about me. Okay, there is this other person whose stock in my eyes is going down.
Right.
He has done nothing for me till now. Just before the elections, he suddenly remembered the middle class and he started talking about middle class because he felt that his middle class base was eroding.
Right.
And BJP is saying that, you know, we are with you, that we are thinking about you. So already there is some disenchantment with Arvind Kejriwal, and then there is a party which is saying that, you know, मोदी जी आपको ये दे रहे हैं, मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली का इलेक्शन लड़ा जा रहा है, so we'll take care of you.
Absolutely. Deeptiman, there are also various factors at play, especially in Delhi elections. You have the female voters, you have the Muslims, you have the Dalits, then there is the vote share dynamics overall. How do you think all of these are sort of affecting and, you know, could be X factors in deciding that BJP or Aam Aadmi Party takes it?
Well, I think we are going to find eventually by the end of the day that, you know, in Muslim constituencies, probably Aam Aadmi Party is likely to continue to do well or get a decent vote share even if they lose those seats because there is general mood against them. But I think Muslims have stuck to Aam Aadmi Party because there has been a riot 5 years ago in the city, and some sense of polarization is there, continues to be there, and Muslims might feel that okay, Arvind Kejriwal has a better chance of defeating the BJP.
Right.
So, you know, they may have gravitated towards. As far as women are concerned, again there will be a class divide. So, the free bus ride, okay, or the promise of 2100 is going to be very, very popular among the women from the poor classes. But it is of no consequence to the middle class women.
Absolutely.
In fact, the middle class women would want safety on the streets. Okay, and that unfortunately between in a state like Delhi, it's very difficult to pin the blame on because the Delhi police is with the center and the Delhi government is with the Aam Aadmi Party. So you're like, okay, who is responsible for? So women would like that they can go out alone at 9:30. A middle class woman who is working in an office, she would, you know, she would like to come back home safely. At 9:30, she would like to go out alone and feel safe.
Right.
You know, parents would want that, you know, if their daughter is going out at 9 in the night, they are not sweating at home.
Correct.
Out of fear. So that would be the primary concern of the middle class women, because this free bus ride, probably they are not taking the bus.
Absolutely. Deeptiman, in the bigger picture, in the bigger context of things, how much does Delhi matter?
See, Delhi is the national capital. So anything that happens here sends a message across the country. If people watch this, like if there is an election in Puducherry, I mean, you can look at the viewership, how many people are watching Puducherry.
Correct.
It's almost similar in size. Okay. But anything that happens in the national capital, the entire nation watches, and it sends a message across the country. Let's remember, it was because India Against Corruption had its campaign in Delhi that Arvind Kejriwal was banned.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, if he was holding this in Puducherry, he wouldn't have become a national figure. Two, coming to the parties, for the BJP, this is a prestige election. I mean, Arvind Kejriwal and Delhi has been in a thorn in Narendra Modi's flesh. You know that he wins election after election, 7 seats in this city, and he is unable to win the state.
Correct.
So it's like, it's a paradox that they have been struggling with, and it really has annoyed them that why aren't we able to do this? And when across the nation they do so stupendously well, at least in North India. So it's like, why are we not able to crack this code?
Correct.
For Aam Aadmi Party, this can have a cascading effect. And they will have to go back to the drawing board, because Delhi is what made them. It gave them another state in Punjab. Okay, it made them spread to states like Gujarat and elsewhere. Okay, because of the sheer limelight that Delhi throws on you. So suddenly Arvind Kejriwal became a national figure. Now when he loses the primary place that, you know, drives the party, so he will have to do a rethink on his national strategy and how he is going to actually save the party from a fast decline. And for the Congress, this is, no matter who wins, Congress is definitely not winning this election. But this is great news for Congress, because for Congress, the only way to rise in Delhi is for AAP to be wiped out. Because AAP and Congress have the same votes.
Yes. So they are
so
at
the
loggerheads.
only way Congress can rise in this city is by AAP being wiped out. So among the three parties, Congress right now must be as happy as the BJP.
Absolutely. Thank you, Deeptiman, for that, explaining the paradox to us, how BJP is seeing this as a paradox. And right now, BJP is leading in 45 seats, with the Aam Aadmi Party trailing in 24. Counting is underway in all the 70 seats. And meanwhile, erstwhile CM of Delhi, Atishi, has reacted. Let's hear what she says.
मैम आज रिजल्ट डे है, कितनी कॉन्फिडेंट है आप अपनी फाइट को लेके?
देखिए, ये जो चुनाव रहा है, एक साधारण चुनाव नहीं रहा। ये अच्छाई और बुराई की लड़ाई रही है, ये काम और गुंडागर्दी की लड़ाई रही है। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे, और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देखते हैं अगर आप
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा?
आपके लिए एक चक्रव्यूह रचा गया था, लेकिन मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी, अरविंद केजरीवाल तीनों की सीटों पे बीजेपी ने बहुत बड़ा दांव लगाया था ताकि आम आदमी पार्टी को रोका जा सके।
देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास पावर, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुँचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
आतिशी, एग्जिट पोल
दिल्ली की आपदा से लोग परेशान हैं और आपदा से परेशान होने के कारण दिल्ली में जो लोगों ने नर्क झेला है 10 साल, तो मुझे लगता है कि दिल्ली के सम्मानित नागरिक पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को देंगे और जो देश में विकास हुआ है उस विकास को देखते हुए दिल्ली में भी विकास होना चाहिए। इस मानसिकता को लेकर लोग त्रस्त हैं। पानी एक बूंद बढ़ाया नहीं गया, वही 950 MGD पानी 1300 MGD चाहिए दिल्ली में। तो दिल्ली के लोगों ने इस बारी बदलाव का मूड रखा है और जो राष्ट्र के अंदर मोदी साहब ने विकास किया पूरे देश में, दिल्ली भी उसी दिशा में चले कि दिल्ली का विकास हो। इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी दिल्ली में, भारतीय जनता पार्टी जीतेगी। कुछ शीला जी के द्वारा सीटों का जो डिलिमिटेशन किसी जमाने में कांग्रेस के द्वारा किया गया, जिससे खुद ही अपनी वो हिट विकेट शीला दीक्षित जी हुई थी, इस प्रकार की कॉन्स्पिरेसी करके कि वोटों को सीटों को इस तरह से बनाया गया। एक वर्ग है जो वर्ग भारतीय जनता पार्टी को वोट कास्ट करने में परहेज करता है, उनको धीरे धीरे जोड़ जाड़ के ऐसा करने का प्रयास शीला जी ने किया था। उस डेमोग्राफी के कारण केजरीवाल 2 बार चुनाव इसलिए जीत गए कि मुफ्त की रेवड़ी बांटनी और झूठे वायदे करने। अब 10 साल में केजरीवाल जी एक्सपोज हो गए कि वो केवल झूठे वायदे करते हैं, कर कुछ सकते नहीं है। देखो, ये कालकाजी की जनता का डेवलपमेंट को लेकर अगर उनको चाहिए डेवलपमेंट होगा तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी की वो विदाई करेंगे। वो मैं कोई किसी को लीड देने वाला नहीं हूं, ये कोई रेसलिंग नहीं है, ये कोई कंपटीशन टेस्ट देके हम आगे नहीं बढ़ रहे हैं, ये जनता के आशीर्वाद का है। कालकाजी की जनता आशीर्वाद अगर देगी तो स्वाभाविक है आतिशी को लौटना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि आतिशी ने पिछले 5 साल में क्षेत्र में केजरीवाल जी ने दिल्ली में कुछ कराया नहीं है। और अगर इन परिस्थितियों में भी केजरीवाल को लोग अगर वोट देते हैं तो वो वर्ग जो देश में विकास, देश की तरक्की चाहता है, तो वो लोग वास्तव में इस बात को लेकर व्यथित होगा। लेकिन मेरा 100% मानना है कि इस बारी आपदा जा रही है और भाजपा आ रही है दिल्ली के विकास को लेकर।
बीजेपी के मुख्यमंत्री के चेहरा आप होंगे?
ये बेकार की बातें करने का लाभ नहीं है। हम सेवा के काम करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। न तो केजरीवाल हमारे बारे में तय करेगा, न कोई और तय करेगा। हमारा पार्टी नेतृत्व है और हम किस व्यक्ति का कहाँ उपयोग होता है उस हिसाब से राष्ट्र के निर्माण में कौन कहाँ बढ़िया काम कर सकता है। हम जैसे पहले 3 बार विधायक रहे थे तब कौन से तब विकास सेवा की, 2 बार सांसद रहे हैं। हम राष्ट्र के विकास के लिए, क्षेत्र के विकास के लिए, लोगों की सेवा के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मोदी साहब के 11 साल का टेन्योर और गुजरात का 12 साल का टेन्योर देख लिए। सेवा सेवा मोदी साहब ने सेवा की है। हम एक ऐसी विचारधारा के लोग सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं, मुख्यमंत्री मंत्री बनने के लिए राजनीति में नहीं है।
सर, बार बार आम आदमी पार्टी ये कहती है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन का इस्तेमाल बीजेपी कर रही है, किस तरीके से आप?
देखो, ये तो केजरीवाल को पूछो आप, जब केजरीवाल 13-14 में बोला करते थे।
Welcome back, viewers. With me right now, Vikas Pathak, our senior journalist from the Indian Express. Vikas, 70 seats counting undergoing, and BJP is leading in 42 seats. Aam Aadmi Party is trailing in 27 seats. It's looking pretty good for BJP. The exit poll numbers have stuck, it seems.
Yeah, seems so. The vote percentage difference is not too huge. I think it is, as I can see on the ECI website, it's 4 percentage points. But BJP is getting around 47, more than 47% votes, which is a pretty good performance. So if it stays like this, they are likely to be above the halfway mark.
Absolutely. Now, previously we were speaking to Jatin Malika and Diptiman also. How do you think that the voter turnout has affected BJP this time? Do you think that it has had a considerable considerable role to play?
Look, not necessarily. The turnout has been decent by Delhi standards. But the thing is, it seems that the BJP has been able to breach the AAP's bastion among lower middle classes and even the poor to an extent.
Right.
Because while Delhi has a pretty big middle class, it has the biggest middle class in the country. But still, if one were to see, the poor would still outnumber the middle class. So this result shows that AAP's grip over the Jhuggi-Jhopdi clusters and the poor people, that is no longer the way it was.
Absolutely. What do you think has worked in BJP's favor this time in Delhi?
No, I would say perhaps 2 or 3 things have worked in its favor. One, the BJP has been able to consolidate almost the entire middle class and the business communities because of quite a few reasons. One, there were complaints against AAP among people that basic governance is not there. So people were saying that, there are garbage dumps all over. People were saying that, roads are broken. They are not being repaired. So one, Kejriwal lost out on a major way on the plank of delivery of basic services, right? Okay, cheaper power, cheaper water, or a few government schools doing better is important, but at the same time, that too for a national capital. If you, some days ago I went to South Delhi, Vasant Kunj and all, the roads are pretty broken. So that I think did not work well with the middle classes at all. And that apart, certain votes, for instance, if you see among the poor people, let's come to the salaried classes. I think the budget helped a lot because for the first time in 10 to 11 years, there is some saving that people are doing.
Right.
That apart, I don't know, Muslim votes were supposed to go entirely to Aam Aadmi Party to keep the BJP out. But I think the equations have not worked too well because there's a certain breach in the votes of the poor also. And we'll have to see in the sense that Kejriwal was known for, freebies, sops, and he was delivering them. So maybe people think that the BJP has also made promises and that is something that is going to continue, right? But certainly with Delhi going out, the challenge before Aam Aadmi Party is going to be huge. One, most of their leadership is facing cases, corruption charges, and that apart, if you lose Delhi, now let us also see what happens to Kejriwal's grip on the party.
Absolutely.
Because, Punjab, they still have a government, but the Chief Minister of Punjab is not Arvind Kejriwal. So, can Arvind Kejriwal continue to be the supreme leader of Aam Aadmi Party? We'll have to see that. And what happens to the cases after this? I suspect many of them are going to be involved in serious legal tangles for a long time to come. For the BJP, well, after 2024, it is a rise and rise and rise. So something changed in between because 2024, people are not expecting that they'll fall to 240 seats. But after that, Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi, it seems that they are just maxing it.
Absolutely. We have recent updates where Aam Aadmi Party's Jarnail Singh from Tilak Nagar is leading with 1,195 votes. Similarly, Aam Aadmi Party's Manoj Kumar Shaukin is leading from Nangloi Jat with 4,618 votes. I also want to know, Vikas, that in terms of BJP, we always say that, it's a war machine when it comes to campaigning. And Deeptiman was just talking about the paradox that, they swept the Lok Sabha seats, but Assembly has always eluded them. How important is Delhi when it comes to BJP's, let's say, shelf of trophies?
No, that is very important. Look, let's not forget that Delhi has always, while Delhi has only 7 Lok Sabha seats, and it is basically a city. It's it's a union territory with the legislative assembly, and practically it's a city for all purposes, just like Bombay or Bangalore. But Delhi has always had a symbolic heft and impact. So unless a movement comes to Delhi, the movement, why is it that Mamata Banerjee has not been able to move out of Bengal at all, despite winning so many times, or Naveen Patnaik could never think of moving out of Odisha, right? The thing is, Delhi does not have a regional image. That is one. So the fact that Kejriwal could jump from Delhi and go on to Punjab was because he was never seen as a regional leader. Because Delhi, somehow being the national capital, becomes a microcosm of the nation for people. So symbolic heft in Delhi is pretty huge. And Aam Aadmi Party had a real chance of expansion in the future because it was based out of Delhi as a party. Secondly, all the media glare of anything that happens in Delhi is many, many times higher than any other city in India. So say a protest movement happening around Delhi, on the borders of Delhi or inside Delhi, we know about the Nirbhaya thing, we know about the Anna Hazare fasts, we know about the farmers blocking the roads. Right. immediately becomes national news. The same does not happen in Mumbai or in Bangalore. So, well, very good news for the BJP, a danger sign for Aam Aadmi Party. And while, okay, as Deeptivan was saying, Congress may feel relieved that at least, AAP is coming down, but eventually I think Congress will have to get its act together, because somehow it is always in a position to just feel happy about someone else not doing something. So Congress itself, its vote percentage is 6 to 7%, which is very, very low.
Absolutely. But Vikas, isn't this for BJP, it's ek teer se do shikar? You sort of, are successful in wrenching power away from the Aam Aadmi Party. But at the same time, the BJP single-handedly is getting successful at, well, we can't say demolishing the India alliance, but there's a sheer crack in it.
Yeah, the cracks are very, very visible. They were visible throughout the campaign also. Because, Congress does not get support from India allies in the Delhi election. They could not go into an alliance with Aam Aadmi Party. So the thing is, the India allies are pretty clear that in any relationship, the benefits should go both ways. So they have two priorities: one, holding their own in their states, they are all regional parties, and secondly, hoping that the Congress will pull off something at the national level. Now, time and again, the Congress is failing to do that. So India alliance, according to me, is practically as good as over, because any alliance, UPA, NDA in the past, could work only when the main national party has the heft of carrying the alliance to power or having a realistic chance to do so. Does the Congress even have a realistic chance of forming a government at the center? Even 4 years from now, I don't see that happening as of now.
Right. Again, the numbers are at BJP leading in 41 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party trailing in 28 seats. BJP's Ashish Sood is leading in Janakpuri with 6,094 votes. Because at the same time, throughout the campaign, the Congress started off a little slow, and then obviously Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi sort of muscled their way into amp up the power in campaigning. But with the BJP campaigning, how much do you think the Modi magic worked?
Well, seems to have worked because, Narendra Modi, while he may not be able to always pull off victories in state elections, certainly even where the party does not have a leader, Modi being the national leader, happens to fill that void. That happens very clearly. And this apart, if you see, now look at the Indian National Congress, for instance. Many people in Delhi that you talk to, there's a common sense in Delhi that Sheila Dikshit was a good chief minister. In fact, you will find even BJP supporters saying that Sheila Dikshit ke time pe kaam to hua tha. But the bad condition of the party is such that even if people would agree that they had a good chief minister in Delhi, they are not willing to give a chance to the Congress at all. So, right now, if you ask me, Modi's graph is very high. Over the last, if you look at the 11 years of Narendra Modi, what all changes has he brought to the BJP? The first change is that a party that was considered a party of the upper castes generally has heavily become an OBC, SC, ST party. Apart from retaining its upper caste base, they have undertaken several welfare measures.
Because we are getting reactions from political leaders from the three parties. Let's hear what they have to say. But also, continuing in what you were saying before we listen to the reactions, is it possible, or is the narrative such that in the infighting of India alliance between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress, the BJP has sort of walked away with the cake?
Well, not necessarily, because the Congress has been completely irrelevant. The fact is, it's not even that the BJP smartly divided the votes of the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. In fact, the Congress has not done well at all. So it seems that the sheer weight of the BJP has increased. And as I said, the number of SOPs that Narendra Modi government went for, 80 crore people getting, free of cost 5 kgs of free of food grain and many other such policies. This time, The only possible void was the middle class, which they have addressed
We
this time.
can see that the celebrations have erupted in the party office of the BJP just a couple of hours ago or so, because the entire party office was wearing a deserted look. But it looks like all the band baja is out, and there's an atmosphere of happiness. People are jubilant that the BJP is currently leading in 43 seats, with the Aam Aadmi Party falling behind with 27 seats. And meanwhile, the one seat lead that the Congress has managed is now gone. Voting is still underway in 70 seats of the Delhi Assembly elections. Vikas, continuing with what you were saying, it's not too early to celebrate now. I mean, it's almost evident that the BJP will be coming back to par after 27 years in the national capital. So continuing with what you were saying about the BJP walking away with the cake.
Yeah, so basically it is addressing every constituency that it wants to address. The only thing that can now bring the BJP down is the whether it is sustainable in the long run to be addressing so many constituencies at the same time. But that apart, right now it is successfully addressing all the constituencies that it wants to address, and I think the BJP is stronger than it ever was. Despite the Lok Sabha, giving it a slight jolt, now every election seems to be turning its way.
Absolutely. Also at the same time, Vikas, the third round in Kondli is undergoing, where Akshay Kumar has 2035 seats, Kuldeep Kumar has 18,564, and Priyanka Gautam is at 13,610. How do you see the Aam Aadmi Party moving on from now?
Very difficult, because the point is they will have internal pressures because they won't be in power in Delhi. They will also, now there's a kind of a power mismatch with Punjab in the hands of the Aam Aadmi Party, and Kejriwal not being there in Punjab, and the city that Kejriwal is in, the party is not has not done well. Thirdly, of course, the kind of cases that they have been involved in, there'll be legal ramifications of this. So I don't know how the party is going to survive, because I think it had not yet developed a critical mass beyond Delhi and Punjab. So with Delhi going, now it's a very difficult task for Aam Aadmi Party.
So now the sort of Hindi heartland looks complete to the BJP?
Seems so. I don't see, we'll have to see Bihar, what happens in Bihar this time. But that apart, I think they have the entire Hindi heartland. Because Hindi heartland did give them a bit of a jolt in the Lok Sabha elections, but the Congress has not been able to capitalize on it at all.
Absolutely. And now the Aam Aadmi Party sort of had an eye on Congress itself, because their vote share or their vote bank is almost similar.
Yeah. So Aam Aadmi Party successfully replaced the Congress, and after its collapse, now who challenges the BJP in Delhi, we don't know. Right. So.
Right. As we can see, there is an atmosphere of celebration. It's full-fledged celebration now in the BJP party office in Delhi. People are literally jumping with joy that the party is coming back to power in 27 years. Earlier we were listening to Ramesh Bidhuri talk about how the party has been at it during the campaign trail in trying to woo the voter base in Delhi. A lot of band baja barat, as you can see, a lot of people have gathered. Earlier in the day, it was deserted. It felt almost as if, there was no one at the party office. And I'm sure we'll shortly start getting reactions from BJP leaders of Delhi and at the center as well, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Amit Shah all campaigned. What do you have to say for the high-stakes battle that just happened between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP?
Well, it's clearly an advantage BJP, and not just that. Look at the hunger to win elections in the BJP. The fact of the matter is that they have tried so hard, their entire leadership, in a city which has only 7 Lok Sabha seats. Delhi is not important for the BJP staying in power at the center, not at all. But the BJP is the kind of party, electorally speaking, that will leave no stone unturned. Even if a place has 7 seats, they will work as hard as if the city had 80 seats. So they have got this remarkable hunger to win every election.
Absolutely. Now, the narrative will shift a little bit to Bihar also?
Yeah, now Bihar is very crucial because in Bihar there was an outside chance of the opposition, being able to topple the BJP. But with Nitish and BJP together, it is a very uphill task for the RJD. The RJD in Bihar is in alliance with the left and the Congress. So we'll also have to see how the alliance talks of seat sharing go, because again the Congress brings nothing to the table at all in any state. If the Congress were to contest 0 seats, then also RJD has the same vote bank as it has.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Bihar will be very crucial, and I think the BJP will try its level best. And in Bihar, the pattern till now has been that wherever Nitish Kumar goes, victory comes that way, because he has that middle vote. Left to themselves, neither the BJP or RJD nor RJD has been able to win Bihar. But Nitish as of now seems to be very much with the NDA and seems intent on being with the NDA. So, let's also not forget that there will be a lot of demoralization in the opposition ranks, because one jolt after another, Haryana, Maharashtra, Delhi. So they will be battling not just the BJP, they will be battling their own fear of constantly losing.
Absolutely. But do you think this is the time when Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party can be written off, or does he still have some fight left in him?
The opportunities for a fight are very few, because now the only place where he can think of a fight is in Punjab. That apart, he has no presence anywhere. So he does not have much on his plate to look forward to. It's Delhi and Punjab. Lok Sabha, he's anyway not a force in the Lok Sabha at all. So let's see. It's like you have only 2 shirts to wear and 1 shirt gets burnt. so there's not much choice that you have. His wardrobe is very limited.
Absolutely. And how do you see now the BJP has swept all the 7 seats in Lok Sabha, and now the assembly is also with them. What is on the cards for the BJP for Delhi?
Well, now BJP is the prime party in Delhi. Delhi, for the last 10 years, the voters were making 2 kinds of choices. One was a local choice in Kejriwal, the other was a national choice in Modi. Now they think that whatever Kejriwal has delivered, Modi is also going to deliver. And they think what Modi can deliver, Kejriwal can't deliver. And I seriously believe that now they'll work on the roads and stuff like that to visibly improve the city, because this is a wonderful opportunity for the BJP to be doing that.
Absolutely. We were talking about the X factors that contributed into the entire Delhi elections this time, be it the voter share, be it the Dalits, be it the Muslim votes, be it women. And this time the BJP has actually gone all out and campaigned in the Muslim neighborhoods also. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it has. But again, BJP getting Muslim votes is not much of a possibility. It seems like in the earlier what was happening in Delhi was that in many parts of India, the Muslim vote has, in terms of its impact, has become almost irrelevant. Right. For instance, in UP, the Muslim vote does not really matter, because the BJP can win even despite the fact that Muslims are voting for Samajwadi Party. In Delhi, that was not so, because in Delhi, poor Hindus and Muslim votes would combine for different reasons. Muslims to keep the BJP out, and the poor Hindus for the soaps that were being delivered by the Aam Aadmi Party. This time, that kind of which it was not even a social alliance. It was like 2 different reasons, but 2 votes converging in one place. I think the votes of the Hindu poor have, decided to an extent, give the BJP a chance. And of course, the middle classes this time, I believe, have gone completely with the BJP. It's a complete sweep there. In fact, I noticed that when I was traveling in West Delhi, I noticed that among the Sikhs also, it seemed that the businessmen and middle classes among the Sikhs were not happy with the Aam Aadmi Party. So maybe it has got a section of the Sikh votes also. Poor Sikhs, of course, seem to be pro Aam Aadmi Party. But this time, except I think the Muslim vote, nothing much has worked for the Aam Aadmi Party. And there's a tremendous middle class consolidation. And Delhi's middle class is huge. It's not a small middle class.
Right. We'll come back to the female voters and the middle class. Right now, BJP's Manoj Kumar Shaukin is leading in Nangloe Jat with 8,896 votes. The Saffron Party's Ravindra Singh Negi from Patparganj constituency is leading with 7,229 votes. Aam Aadmi Party's Surinder Pal Singh Bittu is leading in Timarpur by 1,927 votes as of around 2. And similarly, Aam Aadmi Party's Kuldeep Kumar is leading by 4,954 votes in Kondli. Vikas, we are joined by our correspondent Saman Hussain. Saman, you are still at the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Now that the numbers are beginning to get a bit clearer that it is the BJP who will float the saffron surge in the national capital, how is the mood at the Aam Aadmi Party's office?
So currently at the Aam Aadmi Party office, the doors to the party office still remain closed, due to which only like select few of the party supporters are allowed to enter momentarily or occasionally. These are the gates to the party office that you can see in front of me. People are not being allowed to go inside. Outside there are few, party supporters who have gathered, and there was a momentary when, back when Arvind Kejriwal was beaten by 250 vote margin for a few minutes, there were a few chants of Arvind Kejriwal Zindabad. Is like the party supporters saw some hope that maybe the result might be reversed. But however, there's been a prolonged silence of sorts over here. There are few supporters that have arrived as compared to today morning. A few more supporters are starting to pour inside the outside the party office. So we'll talk to a few more supporters and ask them that what do they feel about the results and about the BJP taking the lead. So we have सर आप आम आदमी पार्टी के सपोर्टर हैं, अभी जो है जैसा रिजल्ट हमारे सामने दिख रहे हैं, तो उसके बारे में आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
रिजल्ट नहीं है पूरे जो अभी तक, ये सिर्फ एक रुझान ही है। उनको खुश होने का मौका दिया जा रहा बीजेपी को। आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार चौथी बार बहुमत से बनेगी, बिल्कुल बहुमत। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी मफलदारी फिर दोबारा चौथी बार आ रहे हैं।
आपने वैसे पार्टी के लिए किस किस एरिया में कैंपेन किया?
हमने अपने यहाँ उत्तर पूर्वी दिल्ली से आते हैं उधर से, तो हमने उधर से काम किया।
सब जगह से हम लोग
हमने वहाँ पे किया और वहाँ पे अच्छा रुझान है। सब जगह आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट मिलेगा। थोड़ा सा
Right, Saman. We'll get back to you on the reactions from the Aam Aadmi Party office shortly. Vikas, about half an hour ago, the people who are gathered at the Aam Aadmi Party office were very confident that Arvind Kejriwal would be returning and Aam Aadmi Party would be sort of keeping control of Delhi. But it hasn't happened yet so far. The numbers are at BJP leading in 42 of the seats and AAP trailing in 28 seats. So, like we were talking about the middle class and the female voters. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party has always sort of managed to appease female voters. What went wrong this time, do you think?
Well, I think the voters, AAP's voters were never ideological. They were transactional, first of all, because the AAP is not an ideological party, it's a transactional party. The voter, I think, has acted transactionally because the BJP has said that all that Kejriwal was giving you, we will continue to give.
Right.
So I think since there's no ideological pull of the AAP, it's all about delivery. People perceive that Kejriwal failed on public goods delivery. So things like roads, things like cleaning of drains. He failed there, and what he was giving was, his promises were cheap power, cheap water, women getting
We
to
are
commute.
getting reactions again. Let's take a look at what Manish
इससे भी
Sisodia has
बेहतर
to say.
तैली आके रुकेगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है। मगर अब आज तो बहुत ज्यादा बोलने की आवश्यकता नहीं है। ये जरूर दिख रहा है कि दिल्ली की जनता ने मोदी जी की गारंटी को स्वीकार किया है और यही फाइनल टैली होगी, ऐसा मेरा विश्वास है।
देखिए, इस बार मनीष जी ट्रेंड दिखने को मिल रहा है, जैसे पहले 2 बार में दिखा था कि पूरी तरह से एक तरफा दिखा था, लेकिन इस बार जो है बीजेपी की तरफ भी काफी ज्यादा बढ़त है। तो क्या वजह रही है? दिल्ली वालों की नाराजगी है क्या?
देखिए, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। दिल्ली का प्रत्येक तबका अब आम आदमी पार्टी से दूर हो गया है। रुझान में वो दिख रहा है, एग्जिट पोल में भी दिख रहा था, और मुझे लगता है कि आज रिजल्ट वैसा ही होगा कि आम आदमी पार्टी ने जिस प्रकार से अकर्मण्यता दिखाई, जैसे उन्होंने जनता को तकलीफ दिया, स्वयं भ्रष्टाचार किया, शीश महल की प्रवृत्ति रही, तो आज जनता उसका रिजल्ट दे रही है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास लगता है कि अंत तक ऐसे ही रिजल्ट आएगा।
एक और जो चीज देखने को मिल रही है कि अभी तक कांग्रेस का कहीं अकाउंट खुलता हुआ नहीं दिख रहा है इस बार।
नहीं, कांग्रेस अभी किसी तरह, मुझे लगता है कि जो मैं वोट शेयर देख रहा हूं, तो लगता है कांग्रेस अपने भविष्य को लेकर के चिंतित दिख रही है, लेकिन खाता खोलने का तो मुझे भी कहीं से अंदेशा नहीं दिख रहा।
So that was Manoj Tiwari. Because the numbers are again at 42, BJP leading and the Aam Aadmi Party at 28. Because also the fact that you were talking about the female voters not being very impressed with Arvind Kejriwal this time.
Look, they can commute free of cost in Delhi. It's something that Kejriwal ensured for all females, but the BJP is saying that we'll also continue that. So the thing is, the BJP is willing to continue, at least it has said, it is willing to continue all that Kejriwal gave. So perhaps people thought, okay, Kejriwal is anyway more of a transactional politician, not an ideological one. So since we have no ideological affinity with Kejriwal, if the BJP is willing to continue the same thing, why not? And perhaps they believe, and perhaps it might also be true that BJP will try to make some visible changes in Delhi, for example, repairing of roads, etc. So the problem, when you are transactional, you can get votes, but the problem with being transactional is that anyone is free to transact with voters in the same way.
Right. Also talking about the Dalits, how do you think that they have swayed this time?
Well, I suspect that the BJP would have done reasonably well among Dalits, right? Let's face it, BJP's votes among Dalits have seen a clear increase over the last 10 years, and now they have a distinctive Dalit vote bank also. So, and secondly, all the welfare measures. The thing is that, let's face it, in one sense, in terms of welfare measures, Modi has been ahead of many prime ministers in the past. Of course, we don't know how long that is sustainable, because the state also needs revenues from somewhere. You can't just be giving things what the prime minister himself called rivalry at one point of time. But then that makes them win the elections. So apart from Muslims, I think almost every group, at least in North India, Central India, Western India, now Eastern India, almost every group is open to doing business with the BJP. Of course, in Jharkhand, they did not do well among tribals. But that apart, in most places, I think caste is no longer a kind of an impediment to the rise of the BJP. It was an impediment maybe 15 years ago. Now it is not.
Right. Also, I know it might be a little early to ask this. Who do you think the BJP might put forward as its potential for the CM candidates?
Well, we'll have to see, because, BJP CMs are not predictable faces at all, as we know. We could not even predict who would be the chief minister of either Haryana or of Rajasthan or of Chhattisgarh or of Madhya Pradesh. Maharashtra alone was a predictable case in Devendra Fadnavis, but that was also partially because it's a three-way alliance in Maharashtra, and two of the allies are very seasoned political minds, Ajit Pawar and the other one. So the thing is, in Maharashtra, the BJP, in order to run that coalition government, needed to have a seasoned politician, which was Devendra Fadnavis. In Delhi now, I don't think they need much of it. So it could be Virendra Sachdeva, or it could be Manoj Tiwari, it could be, I don't know, it could be someone we have not expected at all. So we'll have to just see. Because anyway, the Delhi CM does not have too many powers. So, to be very frank, because it's the LG in many cases is more powerful than the Chief Minister in Delhi. So
that has always been the power conundrum in Delhi.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So we'll have to wait and watch as to who the BJP pitches forward as its CM case. If it gets through with all the numbers, it has already breached the magic mark.
Yeah, it is ahead.
36.
Even on the Election Commission website, it is showing something like 42 leads for the BJP, and the vote percentage difference is also increasing. So Aam Aadmi Party is now down below 43%, and the BJP is almost at 48%, which means it's like a 5 percentage point lead that the BJP has.
Absolutely. We are also joined by another of our senior journalists, our head of political bureau, Manoj. The numbers are still trickling in, but it looks like there is a clear sort of a lead for the BJP with 42 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party at 28. The numbers have been stuck so far at this for quite some time now. What are your thoughts this morning?
No, it's the BJP which suffered some sort of a setback in the Lok Sabha elections. Their numbers came down from 303 to 240. After that, it's kind of a comeback for the BJP. If you look at BJP's performance from a national point of view, they managed to win Haryana, then Maharashtra. Now, if they manage to win Delhi, where they were out of power for 27 years now, it will give them a major boost, especially since Bihar, a key Hindi heartland state, is going for elections later this year. And next year you have a string of elections in Kerala, West Bengal, Assam, Tamil Nadu. The BJP is not really a big player in Kerala and Tamil Nadu, but of course they will fancy their chances in Bengal, and they would like to retain power in Assam. So from a BJP point of view, it's a big boost after the 240 setback. The larger message being that the BJP is invincible electorally. A victory for the AAP would have helped the opposition, craft that narrative that the BJP is on a decline. Maharashtra was a blip. The Congress and other opposition parties have already, come out and alleged that there were electoral irregularities and all. Haryana, the Congress can of course say that its house was not in order. But if the numbers that we are seeing now, if those numbers hold and the BJP manages to make a big comeback in Delhi, it will be a big boost for the BJP.
At the same time, I want to ask you that it was a very much high stakes battle for the Aam Aadmi Party, but now it seems as if Arvind Kejriwal and the party itself, in the place that they had actually begun from ground zero, they are falling flat. What do you think is the road ahead for them now?
They're still in power in Punjab, so you cannot write off the AAP. But from a conventional political point of view, both the BJP and the Congress, we cannot say what the AAP will think, but from a Congress and BJP point of view, they would argue that AAP is largely, a volunteer-driven party. It's not a cadre, an organization-driven party. So the Congress, of course, would believe that once it is out of power in Delhi, it may not be able to sustain, out of power for 5 long years, especially given the corruption charges against almost all the top leaders of the Aam Aadmi Party. So we'll have to see how the AAP manages to sustain, as a force in Delhi, they still have a huge support base. As we can see the numbers, they have 42-43% votes they still have. So how they sustain as a force in Delhi? They are also in power in Punjab. So it's not that you can write the AAP off completely, but once it is out of power, the volunteers may vanish without an organization across the city. It may find it difficult to sustain in Delhi.
Right. In the bigger context of things, talking about the India alliance, now Akhilesh Yadav himself came to support Arvind Kejriwal. Mamata Banerjee sent Shatrughan Sinha to campaign for Kejriwal. Now, the fissure in the India bloc is very evident. We have been talking about this since the Lok Sabha polls. We talked through this during Haryana and Maharashtra as well. How do you think it pans ahead for them now? Because now I feel that somewhere the Congress is getting slightly isolated while the rest of them are sort of pulling themselves together. What is the road ahead for the India bloc now?
The fissures in the India bloc will of course deepen. Parties like the Trinamool Congress or the Samajwadi Party, many of them believe that the idea behind this bloc after the Lok Sabha elections was that in states where the party, whichever party it is, the party which is stronger, which can take on the BJP, which is in a position to defeat the BJP, that party should take the lead, and all the other parties should back that particular party. So in the context of Delhi, both the Samajwadi Party and the Trinamool Congress and some other, even the Shiv Sena UBT, some of those parties believe that Aam Aadmi Party was the principal opposition force, opposition in the sense, the principal force which can counter the BJP, which can defeat the BJP. The Congress should have aligned with the AAP in defeating the BJP and sending that message that the BJP can after all be defeated. But from a Congress point of view, they argue that Kejriwal himself had made it pretty clear that he wanted to go solo. He doesn't want an alliance with the Congress. He was first of the block, if you remember, announcing all the 70 candidates. So he didn't leave much room, door open for an alliance with the Congress. But once the results are out, once the picture becomes clear, I believe there will be, rumblings in the India bloc with parties which are not on good terms with the Congress. They will of course blame the Congress for the Kejriwal, for the Aam Aadmi Party's defeat. They would of course say the Congress should have ensured pooling of maximum anti-BJP votes together. But from a Congress point of view, it's difficult for the Congress to believe that argument. The Congress was in power in Delhi from 98 to 2013. So they believe they were the principal force in Delhi till the AAP came in. So from their point of view, a defeat for the AAP, in a sense, is a silver lining for the Congress. Because if you remember, the Congress had around 40%, more than 40% of the votes in 2008 when it won the consecutive third term when Sheila Dikshit became the Chief Minister for the third time. From there, its vote share has constantly dipped to a meager 4.6% in 2020. On the other hand, conversely, the AAP vote share has constantly increased up to 52-53%. So the Congress believes the AAP had taken away almost lock, stock and barrel, en masse the Congress vote bank. So once AAP is knocked out of the equation, it's only then the Congress can stage a comeback in Delhi. They believe the BJP vote share hovered around 32 to 38% during these years, and their vote bank is intact. They haven't taken much of the Congress vote bank. In that sense, their vote banks, not necessarily overlap. So from a Congress point of view, they would like to ensure, if not they can do it directly, they would like to see the defeat of the AAP in Delhi. As I said earlier, it's a volunteer-driven party. It's a party born out of a movement. So from a Congress point of view, they would believe the AAP would crumble, collapse, and wither away in the next 5 years, and they can stage a comeback. It can be again a bipolar sort of contest between Congress and the BJP. The India allies won't agree with that proposition. They of course argue that defeating the BJP in every election is important and key for the alliance.
Manoj, shifting the spotlight to Congress especially, Rahul Gandhi went on a no-holds-barred kind of a campaign against Arvind Kejriwal. What was that all about?
There is no, there is no love loss between Rahul Gandhi and Kejriwal in that sense. If you go back to the 2 days of UPA 2 2011-12, Kejriwal came to the political scene as part of the Anna movement first, and then as a political party, his entire focus was on the Congress. If you remember, he had put out a list of Congress leaders who he said was corrupt. So that movement entirely was against the Congress. BJP, with its organizational machinery and its footprint in most of the Hindi heartland, they were the beneficiary of that Anna movement, which was primarily against the Congress. The Congress collapsed in 2014, and even after 3 Lok Sabha elections, they're unable to find their feet. Because the movement, the anti-corruption mood which the Anna movement set across the country, Kejriwal was a key part of it. So from a Congress point of view, from Rahul Gandhi's point of view, it's payback time. And secondly, in the middle of the campaign, in the middle of this Delhi election campaign, the Aam Aadmi Party again put out a poster which had listed Rahul Gandhi as among the dishonest politicians. So they believe it was a no holds barred attack from Kejriwal, and the Congress will have to pay back in kind. So if you see Rahul's campaign, the first rally which he addressed in Delhi, it was not he spoke against, of course, Aam Aadmi Party and its governance model. He spoke about the Sheela model, but he did not attack Mr. Kejriwal personally. It is in the second phase of his campaign which he addressed rallies at several places along with his sister and AICC General Secretary Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, where he spoke about Sheesh Mahal. He spoke about how Kejriwal arrived in the political scene as a humble outsider who wanted to clean the political system. He came in a car. Now he lives in a Sheesh Mahal. That personal attack came in the second phase of his campaign.
Right. Also, how much was the Congress banking on the so-called Sheela Dikshit model of governance to woo the Delhi electorate?
It was a part of the Congress campaign. It is not that the Congress was banking entirely, because it happened between 1998 and 2013. There's an entire new generation here. Many of the people don't have that recall value of whatever the Congress claims were the achievements of the Sheela Dikshit government. But the argument was that Sheela Dikshit, as a chief minister, ran an efficient government in Delhi, right from transforming the Delhi's infrastructure, the seamless transition from petrol and diesel to CNG, the public transport system I'm talking about, the reforms in the electricity, the power generation and power distribution sectors, the Sonia Viha water plant and all. So she had some, even the Delhi Metro, for pushing the expansion of Delhi Metro in Delhi. So it is not that she had not done much. The Congress always lacks, a credible governance model to highlight. Even before Narendra Modi became the Prime Minister, there was this buzz across the country about a Gujarat model, and Kejriwal has successfully highlighted a Delhi model. The Congress, despite being in power in many states over the years, they never managed to showcase a model. It's because of how the party is structured. They cannot, because of the internal rift and internal fights, they cannot give credit to one leader and highlight her model. So they could not never highlight a governance model, a Congress model. So this Sheela Dikshit and her governance model was one part of the campaign where the idea was to bank on the nostalgia factor, but it's a completely new generation who is voting in Delhi, who have seen Kejriwal for 2 consecutive terms. If you add on from 2013, it's like 12 years of Kejriwal government, and since 2014 there is 11 years of Modi government. So it's difficult for Congress to hark back on a governance model which was there a decade ago. But of course, it was part of the larger campaign that the party deployed in Delhi.
Right. Adding on to that, Vikas, do you think that the Sheila Dikshit model of government was being banged upon by the Congress to sort of impress the electorate that, this could come back because she was the iconic, exemplified chief minister for Delhi?
Not much. There's a structural problem with the Congress, I think, which is that the Congress as a party looks towards a high command, that is the Nehru-Gandhi family. So, till the party is in power at the center, they can always say that, they could say that Sonia Gandhi was instrumental in the passage of this and that bill, food security, all that, because that time they were in power. Now, once they are not in power at the center, the Congress is not structured in such a way that some leader might be highlighted saying, oh, such a great leader who is outside the family, right? So Sheila Dikshit is outside the family, Amrinder Singh was outside the family. So unless the Congress is in power at the center, they will not be able to highlight any regional model.
Correct.
That is their problem. The BJP also has a similar problem now. Everything is attributed to Mr. Narendra Modi these days, but then Mr. Narendra Modi is the Prime Minister, right? Yeah. So you don't need to highlight any Chief Minister. You can talk about Modi ji throughout. In the case of the Congress, again, unless the Congress comes to power, because Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, Priyanka Gandhi are the national leaders of a party which is not in power at the national level. So the very logic of the Congress will not allow any chief minister to be highlighted beyond a point, which is why Sheila Dikshit is seldom talked about, frankly speaking. So Sheila Dikshit came, stayed for 15 years, went. That's it.
So, of all the constituencies that the BJP was fighting in for Delhi elections, which 3 were you looking forward to the most? You can't choose Kalkaji, New Delhi and Jangpura.
Well, I would choose them only because because the point is Delhi without like Arvind Kejriwal, how he is doing, because that apart, let's face it, the BJP does not have a Delhi leadership. They will now acquire a leadership because the man who becomes chief minister or the woman who becomes chief minister of Delhi, whoever that person is, will then start becoming a leader. So far as Delhi is concerned, after Madan Lal Khurana and Sahib Singh Verma, the BJP has not had a leader, not even one. And last 10 years, Kejriwal was running away with everything in Delhi. So, well, I would say this election was about what happens to Kejriwal and the BJP, but the BJP, a faceless BJP. Now the BJP will begin to acquire its faces in Delhi.
It's funny enough because, they started the campaign, like you mentioned, with no face. And then they still managed to pull through because Aam Aadmi Party, I agree that they don't have a second chain of command, but
they had faces.
They had major faces. And as you can see, that Aam Aadmi Party office party workers are celebrating in the office, even though the party is trailing at 29 and the BJP is leading in 41 seats. But coming back to that for a party like BJP to not have a face and still gain majority in a state like Delhi, what does that say about the entire campaigning machinery and the election strategy of the party?
They have got a solid campaign machinery, there's no doubt about it. Secondly, they were relying on the name of Narendra Modi here, which they have done in many elections, sometimes successfully, sometimes unsuccessfully. There's an additional advantage, let's not forget that the Prime Minister also stays in Delhi. He's also residing in Delhi, and
he's also a Delhi resident.
Yeah, precisely. And at the same time, the LG has disproportionate powers in Delhi. So Delhi is not even a full state. So the face of Narendra Modi could work in a small place like Delhi. That's no problem at all. And now they will have to think. They'll have to think of several equations. Would they want a Purvanchali as chief minister? Would they want a Punjabi as chief minister? Would they want a Jat as chief minister? Or maybe someone who's OBC, SC or ST? So now it'll the game begins for the BJP in Delhi now, because after, as I said, Madan Lal Khurana and Sahib Singh Burma, even Dr. Harshvardhan was not a big leader, so he was associated with Delhi, but the typical Delhi leaders were Madan Lal Khurana and Sahib Singh Burma.
Absolutely. Also the fact that, Aam Aadmi Party workers are celebrating, but it's been a major defeat from them, given that this was where they came from. This was their ground zero.
Yeah, it is a major defeat. It is a major defeat. And they had already lost the middle classes in the last few years. This time, it seems that their vote bank among the poor is also stretched. So, losing Delhi is a big jolt for Aam Aadmi Party. It does not have too much on its plate in terms of spread as of now. So, they'll have to, Kejriwal himself will have to think of his position in the party now.
Correct. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party's Anjana Parsha is leading by 11,181 votes in the fifth round, and Arvind Kejriwal is leading, but only by 386 votes. Very, very slim margin, but...
This was a man who had defeated Sheila Dikshit by, if I remember correctly, 25,000 votes in the first election. So it's a big fall from there.
And how the mighty have fallen, be it Sheila Dikshit or now Arvind Kejriwal, the numbers are still trickling in, and he's leading by a slim margin, and it remains to be seen if he can, clinch New Delhi, or that goes away from his grasp. Apart from these numbers, we have BJP's Tarvinder Singh Marwa leading with 1,314 votes from Jangpura. That's another constituency that you were looking forward to. Imran Hussain of Aam Aadmi Party is leading by 1,647 votes in Balimaran, where round 4 of counting is currently underway. We can see the party office of the BJP. There's a lot of hustle and bustle. People were celebrating outside. I'm sure all the political leaders will start streaming in after a short span of time. You can see that there are a lot of people who have gathered, and I'm sure there will be sweets and jalebis and laddus like they had during Haryana and Maharashtra. I'm sure they'll start trickling in soon. Similarly, Babarpur, the status is at around 6. In Krishnanagar, BJP's Anil Goel is leading by 5,786 votes. Overall, Vikas, how do you see that these elections, be it election after election, now we had, sort of for a Lok Sabha, when the exit poll numbers had come out, we had trashed them saying that, they don't stick. But this time you think that the exit poll numbers have stuck?
Seems
the pollsters and the political strategists seem to have called it right. Now, by how much remains to be seen, but it seems to stick this time, do you think?
Yeah, because I think BJP is well above the 50% mark, and it is likely to remain so, because at 36 it forms the government, it's around 41. So unless there's a big shift in 4 to 5 seats, the BJP is clearly above the halfway mark.
Right. In terms of the class divide that Delhi has, we have been talking over and over about the middle class, and then there is the unprivileged section of the society as well. Now, the Aam Aadmi Party was targeting both of them, to sort of come across as this party that cares for these people and as a party for these people itself. But do you think that it has sort of not played in its favor anymore?
Yeah, I think there's also a wariness with the Aam Aadmi Party, right? And
there is a voter fatigue.
Voter fatigue is clearly there, and the complaints were ubiquitous that Delhi infrastructure is crumbling. That was a complaint. the middle class now dislikes Kejriwal. It is perhaps also because Kejriwal contested against Modi, right? So in that sense, between Modi and Kejriwal, somehow the middle class has been firmly with Modi, and for the first time now, middle class for the first time has a reason to be pro-Modi, because this time there's an income tax relief that has come after 10 to 11 years. So yeah, and of course, Kejriwal started as a middle class leader only. The corruption plank that he started with, I think, there also his reputation has been badly sullied. Because so many cases against so many leaders of the party. So well, purely transactional politics, I think, has a limited shelf life. That is what the Delhi election results are showing, because he was just trying to rely entirely on transactional politics, which does not seem to have worked in his favor. And if the BJP simply continues the sops that he was offering, then the BJP is well in the game.
Right. Also at the same time, Vikas, we spoke about the Dalits, we spoke about the Muslims, we also spoke about the female voters. How do you think that the vote share has sort of helped BJP?
As in which section are you saying, which among which? Look,
overall.
Yeah, I think it has
in terms of turnout also, and in terms of men-women share also.
I think it is, apart from Muslim votes, I think they have done pretty well. Middle class, I'm sure they have maxed fully, and the business community. And in others, it is competing with Aam Aadmi Party in the other sections, because 47-48% vote share is pretty decent. Almost half of Delhi has voted for the BJP. So it seems to have gone cross-class also to an extent, with complete support among the middle classes.
Right. In Krishnanagar, BJP's Anil Goyal is leading by 5,786 votes. And at the same time, Aam Aadmi Party's Kulbir Kumar Monu is leading by 15,605 votes in Kondli in round 6. Now we can see visuals of both the BJP office and the Aam Aadmi Party office. Celebrations in both the places. It's a little confusing, even though the numbers are currently in BJP's favor, with BJP leading in 41 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party trailing in 29 seats. The Congress doesn't seem to have leads in any of the 70 seats of the Delhi Assembly elections 2025. At the same time, Deeptiman, other regional parties in fray, for example, the AIMIM, how do you think that, have they played a role, have they not played a role, however insignificant or significant?
AIMIM, I think they've done very badly, because I was seeing their vote percentage. The vote percentage is very small, 0.31%. It has not been able to dent it very clearly. So I think Muslims by and large have voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. But then it's around a 13% population. So unless, as I said, Hindus from Jhuggi Jhoppadis or poor Hindus combine in large numbers, the Muslim vote cannot ensure a victory for any party in Delhi.
Right. Also, I want to talk a little bit more about the India Alliance. The same thing that I asked Manoj, that Congress is now sort of getting slowly isolated from this bloc that had this immense potential when they came up against the BJP. Imagine the regional parties and the bigger names of politics in India sort of rallying around to give the BJP a tough fight, and it kind of looked that the prospects were a little hopeful during the Lok Sabha. But at the same time, like I mentioned, you had Akhilesh Yadav campaign for Arvind Kejriwal, and you had Mamata Banerjee and Shatrughan Sinha for campaigning for Arvind Kejriwal. What happens now? Does Congress separate itself out, or because we have seen in Jammu and Kashmir as well, the Congress did not pull its own weight in Jammu as it was supposed to. So how do you see this panning out? Because even if Arvind Kejriwal, this is a scenario, even if Arvind Kejriwal loses, how does that matter to the India Alliance, and what happens to the Congress now in the bigger picture of things?
Well, the Congress, there was much talk about the India Alliance, but it was anyway too much enthusiasm in the first place, because the reason is most of the regional parties that contest elections against the BJP, there is a kind of a unanimous impression that while they can still take the fight to the BJP in their states, or hold their own, or at least survive.
Yeah.
Basically, Indian elections to the Lok Sabha, they are structured in such a way that in some states the BJP is taking on regional parties, like in Odisha, like in Bengal, and in there are states which are one-to-one Congress versus BJP fight, like Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh. So many opposition party leaders have complained that while they are still able to match up to the BJP in regional contests, it is the one-on-one fights between BJP and Congress where the Congress gets completely decimated. So unless Congress shows that it has the power to take on the BJP in one-on-one direct contests, the India alliance will face challenges forever. In fact, Rahul Gandhi opposition leaders had begun to call Rahul Gandhi their leader. If you remember, after the Lok Sabha, when Rahul Gandhi, when Mahua Moitra was speaking, and Rahul Gandhi just walked out. So someone said that, he has walked out. So she said that he's my leader, he can walk out if he wants. So that was happening because of those 99 seats, and more importantly because of the Congress doing relatively well in, say, Rajasthan or Haryana in direct fights. But if we are back to square one, back to pre-2024 days, the India alliance is not going to stay, because everyone gets into an alliance to have a realistic chance of coming to power. If you don't see that your major partner in that alliance will be able to pull off any victory on its own, then the alliance will not work.
Correct. Right now, Parvesh Verma is leading by 225 votes in New Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal's slim lead that we were talking about just 10 minutes ago
so
is
Parvesh
lost
Verma,
now.
it will be a big, boost for Parvesh Verma if he is able to defeat Kejriwal.
Tell us a little bit about Parvesh Verma.
Yeah, look, he is Sahib Singh Verma's son. So his father was a big politician. He was always seen in BJP as a Yuva Neta, Delhi ka Yuva Neta. Could not really come out in a major way as a politician. He has not been able to do it till now. He has been just one of the Delhi leaders. But trust me, if he defeats Arvind Kejriwal, this is the moment of Parvesh Verma.
Parvesh Verma, absolutely. And at the same time...
and he's also a Jat leader. Let's not forget it.
Right. In the 6th round of counting in Trilokpuri, Aam Aadmi Party's Archana Parsha is leading by 13,530 votes. Now, Atishi was trailing, and Manish Sisodia was also trailing, and now Arvind Kejriwal is trailing. So the three battleground states that we were looking at. Now, Aam Aadmi Party losing out in the number of seats is one thing, but when you are losing out 3-on-3 on the key battleground,
it's the bigger leaders who are trailing. Let's not forget it. All those 29 seats that we are seeing, most of them are coming from the smaller faces.
Yeah.
So if the prime leadership is trailing, that means there's a pattern to it that the credibility of the AAP leadership is low.
Right. Absolutely. But how do they rally now? How do they assemble now? Because going back to the drawing board is one thing, but how do they, where do they go from here? Punjab is there still, but Aam Aadmi Party was banking completely on Delhi and Punjab only, and now the home seat is gone.
They will have to learn the trick of Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, who was, apart from 6 years in his career, he was almost always an opposition politician.
Yeah.
But he made a mark as an opposition politician. So being a powerful leader of opposition is also a quality. Sushma Swaraj had it, Vajpayee had it. So Kejriwal will have to pick up from here. If he loses his own seat, then that's a big disappointment. But if he wins it by a very slender margin, he'll have to look at his performance in the assembly. Because now there's no other option but to wait for 5 years in Delhi.
Right. So if you had to narrate 3 strategies that sort of worked out in BJP's favor and 3 strategies that did not work on Aam Aadmi Party's favor, no matter what they did?
Well, I would say BJP's strategies, I would say one, relentless attack on Arvind Kejriwal and his credibility, which they have been doing for the last 1-2 years. Relentless attack that this man is very corrupt. This man
I want to ask you that didn't stick, as in when Arvind Kejriwal started leveling these allegations against Narendra Modi, those allegations did not stick, but the ones that BJP sort of projected on Kejriwal, those stuck.
Yeah, those stuck because these guys did not get bail for long, and one after the other, the entire party leadership was accused of corruption. So one was a relentless attack on the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal. What helped the BJP is that Mr. Kejriwal has also been inconsistent in many ways, because those old videos are very easy to circulate. I don't need a big house to live. I don't this. Initially when he was rising as a politician, he had also gone to take oath in the metro, right? So all that, this Kejriwal as some kind of a smaller version of Mahatma Gandhi, that has been badly shattered. The BJP made it a point to relentlessly attack him on that. That is one. Second, while attacking him, they continued saying that whatever sops you are getting, freebies you are getting, they will continue. So they ensured that welfare measures do not become the plus point of Kejriwal. And third, the most important, which was not part of the campaign per se, was the middle class bonanza in the budget, because while the middle class is pan-Indian, but Delhi has a disproportionately high percentage of middle class people by Indian standards, and the middle class was voting for Mr. Modi even without getting anything from him. So if you are so much in love with a political leader that you don't require anything, you will continue to vote for him. After that, he has also given you something, more savings on your income tax. So these three strategies have worked pretty well. So they have consolidated the middle class entirely. They have hurt the credibility of Arvind Kejriwal, and they have said that we will continue the welfare measures of Arvind Kejriwal. And as for Kejriwal, of course, what did not work well, I think nothing worked for him, because half the time he has been in jail, let's face it. So even the time that he has been able to spend outside jail in the last 1 or 2 years is very limited. So that is one. Second, losing chief ministership again was a dent. He had to make Atishi the chief minister. And third, I think one narrative that became ubiquitous on the ground was that basic governance in public governance is extremely weak. So that was a common complaint. नालियाँ साफ नहीं हो रही हैं, कूड़े के ढेर लगे हुए हैं, सड़कें खराब हैं. So I think that did not go down well with people.
Absolutely. Vikas, thank you for talking to us. And so far, the numbers stand thus. Counting is still underway in 70 seats of the Delhi Assembly polls. BJP is leading in 41 seats. The Aam Aadmi Party is trailing in 29 seats. And the Congress Party is yet to open its account. Let's take a look at all the jubilation that is happening in the BJP party office, and incredibly so in the Aam Aadmi Party's office. Let's take a look.
The counting of votes for the high-stakes Delhi Assembly election 2025 is underway, with postal ballots being counted first. The battle for 70 assembly seats has kicked off with intense competition between the BJP and AAP. After 27 years out of power, the BJP is making a strong push for a comeback in the national capital, leading in 24 seats so far. The Aam Aadmi Party, led by Arvind Kejriwal, is putting up a tough fight, securing leads in 21 constituencies. As the numbers fluctuate, BJP supporters have already begun celebrating at the party headquarters, sensing a potential victory. But with several rounds of counting left, the final result remains uncertain. Here is what the BJP leaders had to say.
कि परिणाम भी उसी तरह से आएंगे.
उनके सारे बड़े नेता पीछे चल रहे हैं.
अब आप जनता के साथ विश्वासघात करेंगे, धोखा देंगे, तो जनता परिणाम भी वैसा ही देगी.
बीजेपी की सरकार बनती हुई दिख रही है.
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में दिल्ली में डबल इंजन की सरकार बनेगी.
सीएम कौन है?
सीएम आप हैं, ये है. दिल्ली का हर नागरिक सीएम बनेगा.
आज दिल्ली इलेक्शन के रिजल्ट आ रहे हैं, तो 49 सीटों पर बीजेपी आगे है.
मैंने तो कल रात को दिल्ली में ही कहा था आने के पहले कि 12 घंटे का इंतजार है. दिल्ली में स्पष्ट रूप से प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने जा रही है.
लेकिन बड़े जो चेहरे वो आ गए, जो आम आदमी पार्टी के बड़े चेहरे थे जिनके उस पर चुनाव लड़ा गया, वो सारे पीछे.
अभी पूरे नतीजे आने दीजिए तब.
बिल्कुल हकीकत में बदलेंगे. भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से दिल्ली में सरकार बनाने जा रही है.
वजह क्या रही है सर इस बार, जिस तरीके से लोगों ने
भारतीय जनता पार्टी की क्रेडिबिलिटी, हमारे शीर्ष नेतृत्व की क्रेडिबिलिटी, आदरणीय मोदी जी की सरकार ने जो पूरे 10 साल देश के 140 करोड़ जन के लिए काम किया है, बिना किसी जाति, धर्म, समुदाय के भेदभाव के। और अरविंद केजरीवाल का बैड गवर्नेंस और करप्शन दिल्ली की जनता ने इसके कारण से उन्हें दिल्ली की सत्ता से बाहर करने का मन बनाया। इस बार का वोट सत्ता परिवर्तन का वोट है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी पूर्ण बहुमत से सरकार में आई।
खुद अरविंद केजरीवाल पीछे चल रहे हैं।
इनके बड़े नेता सभी जो करप्ट नेता हैं, तो दिल्ली की जनता उनको बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
पहली प्रतिक्रिया क्या है?
रुझान का हम स्वागत करते हैं, लेकिन परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा भी करेंगे। हमारा मत पहले दिन से है कि दिल्ली में लोगों ने भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ वोट दिया है। ये चुनाव गुड गवर्नेंस वर्सेस बैड गवर्नेंस था। दिल्ली में जिस तरह के हालात थे, गंदा पानी, टूटी हुई सड़कें, साफ सफाई की बुरी व्यवस्था, यमुना का प्रदूषण, करप्शन, जल बोर्ड का, शराब घोटाले का, शीश महल का, तो ये अरविंद केजरीवाल का वो गवर्नेंस मॉडल था जिसे दिल्ली की जनता ने नकारा है। और एक मॉडल माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का है जो गुड गवर्नेंस का मॉडल है, जिसमें दिल्ली में जो हमने काम किया, पूरे देश में जो काम किए, उसको पूरे देश की जनता सलाम करती है। तो मुझे लगता है दिल्ली ने गुड गवर्नेंस को चुनने का मन बनाया है और मुझे लगता है परिणाम भी इसी दिशा में जाएंगे।
फिलहाल जिस तरीके की परिस्थितियां देख रही हैं, बड़े चेहरे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के,
ये सब बड़े चेहरे चुनाव हारेंगे क्योंकि इन्होंने जनता को धोखा दिया है, विश्वासघात किया और जनता भी इनको वैसे ही परिणाम देगी। आगे पीछे का खेल चलेगा जब तक काउंटिंग चल रही है, लेकिन हमारा मानना यह है कि ये जितने भी अरविंद केजरीवाल, मनीष सिसोदिया, आतिशी मार लेने, ये सब करप्शन के चेहरे हैं, भ्रष्टाचार इनके कारण हुआ है। तो मुझे लगता है इन कारणों को जनता माफ नहीं करेगी।
बहुत ज्यादा मेहनत करी आप लोगों ने और प्रदेश अध्यक्ष आपका जो एक भूमिका रही पूरे सबको साथ में लेकर चलने
नहीं, एक कार्यकर्ता के नाते मुझे काम करना था। मेरा राष्ट्रीय नेतृत्व हमारा मार्गदर्शन करता है। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय गृह मंत्री जी समय समय पर हमें हमारी गलतियां भी बताते रहे और हमने सीखने का काम किया। सभी कार्यकर्ताओं का कलेक्टिव एफर्ट्स है जिसका आज परिणाम दिख रहा है।
हालांकि अभी बहुत कुछ कहना बना रहे हैं, बहुमत क्या था, महसूस फीलिंग क्या है इस समय?
एक बच्चा जो एग्जाम देता है वो अच्छे परिणाम की प्रतीक्षा करता है, मैं उसी प्रतीक्षा में हूँ।
थैंक यू।
AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal is trailing behind BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh in the first round. Postal ballots are being counted at the moment and the AAP continues to be behind the BJP. While the BJP leads in 32 seats, AAP is at 25 and Congress lagging behind at 1. BJP sitting MLA OP Sharma is currently leading in East Delhi's Vishwas Nagar constituency. The BJP continues to extend its lead. Meanwhile, these are just postal ballots that are being counted at the moment and should not be considered as final numbers. Here is what AAP leaders said on the results.
लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि हम प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनाने वाले हैं। हम पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं और ये कोई आम चुनाव नहीं था। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी थी और हमारी लड़ाई एक पूरे सिस्टम के साथ थी, केवल एक पार्टी के साथ नहीं थी। इसमें भाजपा, कांग्रेस, ईडी, सीबीआई, दिल्ली पुलिस, चुनाव आयोग, तमाम शक्तियां मिलकर केवल ये सोच रही थी कि हम कैसे अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को खत्म करें। लेकिन जनता जानती है कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी ने जनता के हक की लड़ाई लड़ी और इसीलिए उन्होंने उनका समर्थन दिया। साथ ही साथ ये चुनाव दो मॉडलों के बीच में भी था। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी का मॉडल था जहां पे दिल्ली के लोगों का पैसा उनके ऊपर खर्च करो, शिक्षा पे, स्वास्थ्य पे, बिजली पानी पे। और दूसरी तरफ भाजपा का मॉडल था कि जनता से पैसा तो लो लेकिन अपने बड़े बड़े उद्योगपति के कर्ज माफ करो, तो ये जनता को पसंद नहीं आया। देखिए, मैं वापस यही कहूंगा कि 10 बजे के बाद जो ट्रेंड मिलेगा वही सटीक होगा।
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal is trailing behind BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh in the first round. Postal ballots are being counted at the moment and the AAP continues to be behind the BJP. While the BJP leads in 32 seats, AAP is at 25 and Congress lagging behind at 1. BJP sitting MLA OP Sharma is currently leading in East Delhi's Vishwas Nagar constituency. The BJP continues to extend its lead. Meanwhile, these are just postal ballots that are being counted at the moment and should not be considered as final numbers. Here is what AAP leaders said on the results.
लेकिन मैं ये कहूंगा कि हम प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बनाने वाले हैं। हम पूरी तरह से कॉन्फिडेंट हैं और ये कोई आम चुनाव नहीं था। एक तरफ आम आदमी पार्टी थी और हमारी लड़ाई एक पूरे सिस्टम के साथ थी, केवल एक पार्टी के साथ नहीं थी। इसमें भाजपा, कांग्रेस, ईडी, सीबीआई।
Hello, welcome back everybody. Now we have Deeptiman Tiwari here with us again and we will be talking about the Purvanchali voters. A lot of talks were there about how they will sway the votes. Have they managed to do that yet?
Well, the trends right now show that Aam Aadmi Party may be doing well in the Purvanchali constituencies where Purvanchalis dominate. Let's see that Aam Aadmi Party seats are largely in the New Delhi, East Delhi area. Right now, the trends, these trends may change, but it appears to be doing well in these seats. Let's also remember that Aam Aadmi Party gave more seats to Purvanchali candidates compared to other parties, both the BJP and the Congress. The BJP, which has been wooing the Purvanchali votes for a long time and does well in the Purvanchal belt of the country,
Delhi Assembly
gave only 4 to 5 seats to Purvanchali candidates. So these are still initial trends, and probably we will see how things move. You never know, BJP might end up doing better here as well. But at the moment, it appears is going, somewhat. Aam Aadmi Party is doing better in the Purvanchali seats compared to the BJP. It may also be because a lot of the Purvanchali vote comes from the underclasses, people who are the working class population, and Aam Aadmi Party's schemes work very well in that class of the society. Free electricity, free water, free bus rides and several other schemes which are working. So probably those things have been working for Aam Aadmi Party. But again, the counting is slow. These are still very, very initial trends. We have 3-4 rounds of polling which has happened in 17 to 20 more polling counting to go, rounds of counting to go. So these are initial trends, but this is what it appears at the moment.
So it is said that in any election, women voters play a very major role. Now here, Aam Aadmi Party had special focus on women, including pink tickets and depositing money in their accounts and all of that. Now BJP also came up with an alternative. Now that has worked. Do you think that the women voters have swayed towards BJP now?
If we look at the BJP pamphlets for these elections, the most bold announcement, the biggest font size in those pamphlets was of 2,500, which is a promise of giving women rupees 2,500 every month. So obviously BJP had put a lot of focus on wooing the women voters. Obviously AAP was first of the blocks by during its tenure making bus rides free for women. Then ahead of elections, starting a registration campaign for women to be given rupees 2,100 every month. And so all parties, even Congress promised 2,500. So everybody was wooing women voters. But I think that even among women voters there is a class divide. So while this 2,500 and the free bus ride will attract the poor women, the working class women who live in these unauthorized or jhuggi jhopri colonies and have to travel to work long distances, and so it means a lot of savings in terms of bus fare, or those 2,500 or 2,100 as promised by AAP in these times of inflation and rising lifestyle costs will be a great help to the women, to the household, to meet the household expenses. But again, to the middle class woman, these may not be of great importance, because a large section of them may be taking the metro or taking driving their own vehicle, their scooties, their cars. These working women, so the free bus ride may not mean so much to them. Also, they may be earning a certain amount of money where 2,100 or 2,500 will not make a huge difference. So all these schemes, whether the BJP or the Congress or Aam Aadmi Party, were actually targeting working class women, the poor women who live in unauthorized colonies and jhuggi jhopris. But there, as far as our ground report, our reporters who went there, it appeared that AAP continued to have traction among women, the working class women. However, in the middle class, this vote has sort of shifted, because the middle class women feel that their priority perhaps is a more safer environment for work, a more safer environment to move around in the city, no sexual harassment at workplace or otherwise, on the streets, you don't want to be ogled at, and better, governance in the sense of better roads, better sewer lines, cleaner colonies. So I think there is a class divide as far as voting of the woman voter is concerned, and that should be reflected when we eventually get the final results, and the analysis should show that there is a class divide. Yes.
But when it comes to crime in Delhi, everybody knows that the law and order is in the hands of the central government. Now, do you think that the voters were able to differentiate that while voting and understand that it was basically not under AAP to prevent crime and to maintain law and order, and it was more of a BJP's role or central government's role?
Look, it's a very difficult, but Delhi is a very peculiar state. Where the police is with the center, and rest of the administration or part of the administration is with the state government. So the state government is building roads and laying sewer lines and water pipelines, but is not taking care of the law and order is being taken care of by the center. So it's a difficult choice for the voters as to so who to blame, and typically it so happens that this matter falls between two stools. the center can keep blaming that Arvind Kejriwal is not doing anything for Delhi. Arvind Kejriwal can keep blaming the center that, it's their responsibility. They are not doing anything.
Yeah, we will come back to this, but we have Anna Hazare's bite right now. He's speaking. So, can we please play the bite?
सच हमेशा सच होता है, झूठा हमेशा झूठ होता है, तो सच के मार्ग से जाना चाहिए।
कई बार ऐसा आरोप भी लगा है क्या अन्ना हजारे के वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल जो है तो दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर अन्ना हजारे के ही वजह से अरविंद केजरीवाल दिल्ली पे सत्ता पर बैठे, उन्हीं के साथ वो अनशन करते थे, बार बार आप पे उंगलियां उठाई गई और अभी भी उठाई जाती है, कैसे देखते हैं अन्ना इसे?
ये बराबर नहीं है। दिल्ली में पहली बार एक मीटिंग हुई थी और उस मीटिंग में इन्होंने पक्ष और पार्टी निकालने के लिए सोच किया था। मीटिंग इसके लिए थी और जिनको पक्ष और पार्टी में जाना है वो मीटिंग के लिए आ जाओ। मैंने देखा, मैंने तय किया पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, किसी पक्ष और पार्टी में मैं नहीं जाऊंगा। और वो मीटिंग हो गई, मैं पक्ष और पार्टी से दूर रह गया, तब से आज तक दूर रहा। फिर वो पक्ष निकाले, पार्टी निकाला और पार्टी में चले। ये नया नया पार्टी था, लोगों ने विश्वास किया। आगे चलकर शराब की बात, शराब के दुकान निकालना, शराब के बिक्री के दुकान बढ़ाना, पैसा सामने आ गया और उसमें से वो उसका इमेज खत्म हो गया।
तो कहीं ना कहीं अरविंद केजरीवाल ने स्वार्थी पना किया, जो राजनीति की वो स्वार्थी की, इसीलिए उनको फटका बैठा है। अरविंद केजरीवाल ने जो भ्रष्टाचार के उन पे आरोप लगे, जो उन्होंने स्वार्थ की राजनीति की, इसकी वजह से उनको भटका बैठा है।
बिल्कुल निष्काम भाव से जो कर्म होता है, निष्काम फल की अपेक्षा ना करते हुए जो आदमी अपना कर्म करता है, ये भगवान की पूजा होती है। निष्काम कर्म यही भगवान की पूजा होती है। पूजा सिर्फ मंदिर में नहीं, तो जनता की सेवा ये भगवान की पूजा है। उनके समझ में नहीं आया और इसके कारण वो गलत रास्ते में गया और डाउन हो गया।
ओके।
Hazare is actually saying that अरविंद केजरीवाल को बिना फल के काम करना चाहिए, फल की चिंता किए बिना काम करना चाहिए था। And you know that he introducing Arvind Kejriwal, Anna Hazare had a key role in introducing Kejriwal. Now, what do you think where this is coming from? Kejriwal, did he actually, Anna Hazare going against Kejriwal right now is a big statement coming from him. So do you think that Kejriwal's reputation has actually gone negative, has become negative now?
Well, what Anna Hazare sees at this moment is not of great consequence, because Anna Hazare and Arvind Kejriwal, fell apart in 2014 itself.
Yeah.
So a lot of water has gone under the bridge, and Anna Hazare went into oblivion while Arvind Kejriwal built a political career which has flourished for 10 long years. He now has another state under his belt in Punjab. So obviously there is some bad blood between the two. Anna Hazare was not very happy about Arvind Kejriwal joining politics, and Anna Hazare is a simple man, and he used to sit on anti-corruption dharnas even in Maharashtra before the India Against Corruption movement started in Delhi. He has always been an anti-corruption crusader. Everybody knows about him in Maharashtra. If you go, everybody knows Anna Hazare. What Arvind Kejriwal did was picked up Anna Hazare from Maharashtra and made him a national figure for about a couple of years. between 2012 to 2014, and he used his reputation of personal integrity and principles and tried to transport him into the realm of this Gandhian philosophy, and then built a public opinion against the Congress around it, which eventually the BJP leveraged to kick Congress out of power in the center, and Arvind Kejriwal became the Chief Minister of Delhi. So in all of this, after that everybody forgot Anna Hazare, Arvind Kejriwal forgot Anna Hazare, BJP forgot Anna Hazare, and more or less the nation forgot Anna Hazare. So I can understand that he does not feel good about it, that that on his image Arvind Kejriwal built his politics.
Right. So Bidhuri's bite is incoming. So let's hear what he has to say.
बढ़त है, मैं उससे वैसे सेटिस्फाई नहीं हूँ। जिस प्रकार का बुरा हाल कालकाजी का था, सड़कों का बुरा हाल, पानी पीने का था नहीं, गंदे पानी की निकासी की व्यवस्था नहीं, 5 साल में कुछ काम आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया नहीं, उसके बावजूद भी 3000 की जो बढ़त है, तो मैं उसको ये मानता नहीं कि अभी भी पूरी तरह से नकारा है। आने वाले जो और पोलिंग बूथ खुलेंगे उसमें लोगों का क्या रुझान रहता है, लेकिन दिल्ली के अंदर जो अव्यवस्था 10 साल में देखी है लोगों ने, पॉल्यूशन को लेकर, पीने के पानी की समस्या को लेकर, इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए तो सफाया आम आदमी पार्टी का होना चाहिए था। मैं नहीं मानता कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको लाइक किया है, लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद डायरेक्ट कॉन्टेस्ट में कांग्रेस मुझे लगता है बिल्कुल 1000 पे सिमट कर रह रही है। कांग्रेस आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है, कांग्रेस को बुरी तरह से नकार दिया, नफरत है कांग्रेस से लोगों को, तो कांग्रेस की नफरत के कारण केजरीवाल को कहीं ना कहीं कुछ लाभ मिल रहा है।
सर, जो गोविंदपुरी इलाका है, कालकाजी मेन इलाका है, क्या लग रहा है सर, अभी काउंटिंग हो रही है?
काउंटिंग हो रही है, गोविंदपुरी में भी मिला जुला से ही असर रहने वाला होगा, लेकिन गोविंदपुरी के लोग खून के आंसू रोए हैं पिछले 3.5-4 साल, तो मुझे लगता है गोविंदपुरी के लोग पूर्ण रूप से नकारेंगे आतिशी जी को, और इसलिए और ये लीड और आगे बढ़ेगी।
बीजेपी के पक्ष में जिस तरह से नतीजे जा रहे हैं उससे संतुष्ट हैं आप, या अभी लगता है अभी सीटें भी और बढ़ेंगी बीजेपी की भी?
बीजेपी की सीट मेरे हिसाब से 50 तक पहुंचनी चाहिए थी। जो मेरा जनरल दिल्ली की सीटों को लेकर, दिल्ली की भौगोलिक स्थिति को लेकर, लोगों को लेकर, दिल्ली में 35 साल मुझे काम करते होंगे, मैं मान के चल रहा था कि 40 से 50 की सीट बीजेपी की आनी चाहिए। जो हालात दिल्ली के डेमोग्राफी से, दिल्ली के उससे लग रहा था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट पड़ी है। वो इसीलिए मैं समझूंगा कि कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस के लोगों ने अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं मोदी के प्रति नफरत है उन लोगों में, और मोदी जी के प्रति, कि कांग्रेस के लोगों ने उसको नकारना चाहिए था, तो केजरीवाल को नकारा नहीं कांग्रेस के लोगों ने, मुझे लगता है।
जीत तो आपकी नजर आ रही है बिधूड़ी साहब सामने वाली मार्जिन से, आप संतुष्ट नहीं? क्या हम
जीत
दिल्ली के अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
जीत हम लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए काम करते हैं। अभी भी वोट मांगा था, 3 बार मैं एमएलए रहा हूँ, 2 बार मुझे सांसद मेरी पार्टी ने बनाया है, तो मुझे कोई मिनिस्टर और मुख्यमंत्री की भूख नहीं। हम सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मेरे घर के पीछे आर्य समाज मंदिर है, जाकर देखिए, स्कूल है, हॉस्पिटल है, ये सब मेरे परिवार की दान दी हुई जमीन में बने हुए हैं 40-50। हम सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि से, जीवन से निकल कर आए हैं, सेवा भाव से काम करना चाहते हैं, स्वाभिमान की जिंदगी जीने वाले लोग हैं। तो इसीलिए जीत होना है, दिल्ली के लिए होना जरूरी है। जीत
पार्टी जो तय करेगी उसको मानेंगे।
दिल्ली की जीत होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली के लोगों को आपदा से मुक्ति मिलनी चाहिए। पॉल्यूशन को लेकर दिल्ली बदनाम, दुनिया में भारत का नाम स्वर्ण अक्षरों में लिया जाता है अब, और दिल्ली वहां देश की राजधानी, उसकी वजह से शर्मिंदगी भारत को उठानी पड़े, तो मोदी जी बड़े व्यथित रहते हैं इस बात को लेकर कि दिल्ली भी विकास की राह पर चला। आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए का अगर गरीबों को कार्ड मिल जाए बीमारी के कारण, वो दिल्ली के लोगों को नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो ऐसी बहुत गरीब लोगों को राशन कार्ड नहीं मिल पा रहे हैं, वृद्धावस्था पेंशन नहीं मिल पा रही है, ये बहुत समस्याएं हैं। तो दिल्ली के लोगों को चाहिए था गरीब की सेवा करने के लिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी को पूरी तरह से नकारना चाहिए।
दिल्ली के विकास में तेजी आएगी, ऐसा आपको?
बिल्कुल 100% आएगी।
So, quite interesting things that he has said right now. First, I want to ask you, Deeptiman, Atishi trailing is a big shock for AAP, I guess. What do you think would have Delhi pollution, all these issues, all of them combined together played a role in this, or what exactly happened with Atishi in Kalkaji?
It's difficult to say unless the final results are out, because as I said, a lot of rounds of counting are still to be done, and the margins are not very high that they cannot be. Having said that, I think Atishi may be trailing not because of some personal failure or personal failure in a constituency, but because the general AAP stock is down, and Arvind Kejriwal is not leading by many votes.
Yeah.
In fact, he's sometimes trailing, sometimes leading. So when the face of the party is trailing from his own constituency, so why are we expecting Atishi to do some kind of wonder in Kalkaji?
Yeah.
And let's remember, Ramesh Bidhuri is a seasoned politician of Delhi. As he himself said, he's a 3-time MLA and 2-time MP. He knows how to do grassroots politics. Is quite popular in Tughlakabad, Badarpur, these areas. And is somebody who works with the people, comes from a caste which has a sizable population in Delhi, and has sort of social influence. So he is one of BJP's strong candidates, and that is why BJP has fielded him against Atishi, the chief minister. He's also sort of a polarizing sort of figure because of the kind of things he said earlier in Parliament to an honorable MP. So I think it's a lot of factors coming together where the AAP stock is down. There is a strong BJP candidate who works at the grassroots level, is a seasoned politician and knows how to fight elections, knows how to win elections. So all of these things sort of are coming together to push AAP on the back foot. Whether eventually by the end of the day Ramesh Bidhuri wins or not, Atishi loses or not, but yes, Aam Aadmi Party is facing a severe dent in its popularity. That is very evident.
Okay, we have our reporter Asad joining us. Asad, hello. Hi. My first question to you right now is how have the Delhi election results, how Muslim voters have impacted this?
So if you look at Delhi, out of the 70 seats, there are 7 seats where Muslims are a decisive factor in deciding who wins the elections. And so far, as per the latest trends, on 6 of those seats, the Aam Aadmi Party is ahead. And on 1 seat, the BJP is winning, and that is Mustafabad, where the AIMIM was also in the fray, and Tahir Hussain, who's a Delhi riots accused, was a candidate there. So out of the overall 7 seats, 6 seats are being led by the Aam Aadmi Party. And during our reporting also, we had spoken to a lot of people, traveled to these 7 constituencies, and the overall sentiment among the Muslim community was that we have to vote for AAP because even though they have not stood with the community, we still have to vote for them because they are the only party which can take on the BJP and be a formidable challenge to the BJP. So that was the sentiment on the ground when we traveled to these 7 constituencies. These 7 constituencies, some of them are Okhla, where Amanatullah Khan is leading, who's a 2-time MLA. And then there's Matia Mahal, Balli Maran, and Chandni Chowk. And on all these seats, the Aam Aadmi Party is leading not by very big margins, but by thin margins, but they're still leading on these 6 out of 7 seats.
Let's talk a little bit about Congress now. What do you think on ground? What was the sentiment of people for Congress? Because right now they are leading nowhere. It's 0 for them.
So the Congress has had a big challenge in these elections. And if you look at 5 or 6 seats out of apart from their big leaders like Sandeep Dixit, uh, their Devender Yadav, who's their state president. I think even the party knew that it was not going to do very well out of apart from 4 or 5 seats, and that shows in the results. Their vote share is around 6%, and their campaign was also not very spirited. Rahul Gandhi did hold some rallies, but not on all the seats. He only covered 3 or 4 of the constituencies during the campaign. And the Congress has actually, in Delhi, the vote that used to go to the Congress has now gone to the Aam Aadmi Party. And despite the party contesting all 70 seats in these elections, there was a section of leaders which felt that, if the Aam Aadmi Party had been more accommodating, an alliance would with the Aam Aadmi Party would have been better to defeat the BJP rather than the Aam Aadmi Party and Congress contesting all 70 seats separately. So overall, if you look at the picture, then the Congress's situation obviously is very bad. As per the latest trends, I think I saw that there were 2 seats where their candidates were in second place. Other than those 2 seats, I think they're third in almost all the seats, third or fourth on all the seats. So I think it's a demoralizing sort of result for the party. But I think the party sort of knew that this was going to be the case, and their 6% vote share it might prove to be very important once the final outcome of the results come. Because I think if the two parties had come together, the picture could have been different, and they are allies at the central level. So they are part of the India bloc, and over the last couple of weeks, we saw Rahul Gandhi also being very vocal in criticizing Aam Aadmi Party convener Arvind Kejriwal. So there is some bitterness between the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress. But overall, I think the Congress has failed to make any dent electorally, which would be significant. And there are some leaders who have started, putting out posts on social media targeting the Aam Aadmi Party for not forming an alliance in Delhi, and they're saying off the record, they're saying that that's the reason that the Aam Aadmi Party could not win these elections.
Now, I also want to ask, and I also want to ask this to you, Deeptiman, that AAP and Congress had a big fallout in Delhi, as we all know. Do you think that if they would have come together, the results would have been a little different than what they are right now, or Congress has they dug their grave enough that they couldn't be revived, even if they would have been fought together with AAP? Asad, what do you think?
I mean, if you just look at the numbers, if you look at the vote share, the 6% vote share, if you add it to the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share, it does go ahead of the BJP. And if these two parties had managed to forge an alliance and reach an understanding with regard to seats in Delhi, then I think the outcome of the results could have been different. But with the two parties contesting separately, we'll have to do an analysis of each seat separately to see how many seats the Congress candidates were in a position, got the number of votes which was close to the margin. So that would give us an idea whether Congress and AAP coming together would have made a difference to these election results. But overall, even if you just look at the vote share, the 6% vote share on the side of the Congress, if it had come together with the AAP's vote share, the picture of these elections could have been different.
Okay, and what about you, Deeptiba? What do you think about it?
I think this is the best result for Congress.
Okay.
If Congress wants to revive itself, the only way it can revive itself is if the AAP is finished in Delhi.
Yeah.
And to be frank, I don't think Congress did itself any good, by playing second fiddle all these years to Aam Aadmi Party, because that gave the signal to the electorate that it is not in contest, that it is not contesting, it is not a serious player. So when you are not a serious player, why will people vote for you? So if you overall you may win 0 seats right now, but once you come into the contest, then see, a political party as old as Congress has to not only see it's 50 years behind, but also it's 50 years ahead. So if you have a vision for the party, you have to be ready to lose miserably so that you can win handsomely later. If you keep playing second fiddle like a regional political party, which curries favors with a big political party to get 2-3 seats here and there, and so that it can survive in the political landscape, I think no large party or big party, yes, you can do this in a region where you have no presence. Right. But this is a city you have ruled for 2 decades. Yeah. Almost. And you've done well in this city. Sheila Dikshit was a very, very popular leader. There was a wave of anti-corruption movement that came, and there was an atmosphere of anti-Congress sentiment in the country, which Sheila Dikshit had to pay for. Right. And then you became second fiddle to Aam Aadmi Party. You should have stood in the field. You should have been defeated miserably in a couple of elections, but then you would have been taken seriously. Better late than never. I think this is good for the Congress. Okay. And it's not just about, for Congress, it shouldn't be just about keeping the BJP out of power in one state or there. Right. It should also be building the party. Look at the BJP. BJP has been losing ever since it has been formed. Right. So, but eventually, because it has stood its ground, it has stuck to its ideology. Right. And, it has made some, it's not that it has not made some, political transactions, but it has stood its ground and it has fought. And the results are to be seen.
Yeah. Do you think during the campaigns, as compared to the last time when the Congress was campaigning, Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi were way more active and held more sabhas and were interacting with people in smaller clusters as well, as compared to this time when the sabhas and the meeting with people and the campaign was not that intense, do you think?
Yes, that has been one of the arguments. One of the arguments has been that the Congress, the big guns of the Congress came to the ground much late. And in an election where, you have to work harder than other parties because they already have a base and your base has actually shifted. Yeah. So you have to show more intent, you have to show more hard work, you have to put in more hard work. That was missing from the Congress, but that is not surprising for the Congress. Congress does a Bharat Jodo Yatra, and it was massively successful in Jammu and Kashmir. It drew huge crowds, so much so that the police threw their hands up saying that, we are unable to manage the crowd so much. Rahul Gandhi was so popular throughout Jammu and Kashmir, but when Jammu and Kashmir elections came, Rahul Gandhi was nowhere to be seen in the initial phase of, campaigning. Right. And it was only in the last leg of elections. In fact, as we know from our sources, that Abdullah kept telling the Gandhis that you have to put in more effort, please come, you're popular, put some campaigning time, do something, be more visible, go around, you already have a base, build on it. But they didn't. See, it's quintessential Congressism which keeps waiting for things to happen for them.
Right. Talking about Congress, youth also comes in my mind because Rahul Gandhi is a little popular amongst the youths. Now, how has BJP managed to cater the youth of Delhi? Because as we can see, BJP currently is leading in 45 seats. So, what is the contribution of the youth of Delhi in this lead?
Look, I think more than the youth, again I would say there is a class divide. So there is a working population. If you belong to the middle class, then the tax rebate that the Modi government has just announced, I think it must have massively pleased the middle class, which has actually got nothing from any government. So every government, be it, in fact, until now, even the Modi government was only catering to the poor. He has been known as गरीबों का मसीहा. वो तो फकीर हैं. गरीब के लिए कोई काम करता है तो वो तो मोदी जी ही काम करते हैं. Same thing. He became Arvind Kejriwal. You would hear on the ground among the poor, भाई गरीब के लिए कोई काम करता है तो you know the middle class starts thinking, भाई हमारे लिए कौन काम कर रहा है?
Correct. Yeah.
ठीक है, तो मिडिल क्लास को क्या चाहिए? मिडिल क्लास को रोड चाहिए, मिडिल क्लास को क्लीनलीनेस चाहिए, गार्बेज पिकअप हो, देयर इज अ सेंस ऑफ गवर्नेंस, जनरल गवर्नेंस. बाकी तो वो कर ही लेता है, अपने बच्चे को पढ़ा ही लेता है, अपना इलाज करा ही लेता है. तो वो उसको एक जनरल लेवल ऑफ गवर्नेंस चाहिए, सेफ्टी, सिक्योरिटी, रोड्स, बिजली, पानी, ये सब सुविधाएं चाहिए उसको. तो वो कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी के लास्ट टेन्योर में कहीं ना कहीं मिसिंग था, और जिसका शायद उनको खामियाजा भुगतना पड़ रहा है. सो अक्रॉस बी द यूथ, और सी यूथ इज ऑल्सो वन ऑफ द demography which can quickly change its opinion. So it's not ideologically hardened so much that when you become 60, then whatever opinion you've held your life, it has hardened. In your youth, you will be able to change your preferences, and your preferences will remain dynamic depending on, because you have something to look up in life. And you are a stakeholder in governance, you are a stakeholder in development. So your preferences will change. So I think that is what has happened
with the youth of the Delhi. Now BJP is leading in 45 seats, up at 25, Congress 0 currently. And Deeptiman, my next question to you is that on the tax rebate, now that has impacted a lot. Now, do you think that this rebate that the government gave just 4 days ago before the polling, that impacted so much that Arvind Kejriwal's or AAP's entire manifesto that was based on education and all the work that he has done for education and the freebies, that was just completely ignored by everybody, and the tax rebate became the best big deal for the voters, and last moment everything happened?
It's not everybody. We are talking about a disenchantment among the middle class. So when we say that, I think among the underclasses, among the poor, Aam Aadmi Party continues to enjoy support. I mean, they have not been routed. They still have 25 seats. So somebody is voting for them.
Yeah.
Okay. So I think it's among the middle class where it has lost considerable support. Let us remember that when it started its campaign, it was in 2012, the India Against Corruption campaign, and then 2013, 2014, all the symbolism, political symbolism that Arvind Kejriwal used, that I am not a VIP, I will travel in a wagon-R, I will stay in this middle class home. So all of that, I will not take security.
Right.
So all of that are very pleasing to the middle class voter, because the middle class voter, which is aspirational, which is looking to make its life better, is sick of VIP culture.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was very pleasing. It was a language that pleased the middle class voter.
Yeah.
However, in the past 10 years, now Arvind Kejriwal is carrying, and Arvind Kejriwal's image was also associated with personal incorruptibility.
Correct. Yeah.
हाँ, कि भाई ये पैसा नहीं खाएगा. भाई वो तो सबको बोलते थे, ये सब मिले हुए हैं जी, सब चोर हैं.
Correct.
और मैं ही ईमानदार हूँ. तो उसके बाद ये पिछले 10 साल में आपके ऊपर लिकर स्कैम का चार्ज भी लग गया. फिर आपने एक बंगला बनवा लिया जिसमें कि जकूजी लगी हुई है और पता नहीं कितने करोड़ के पर्दे लगे हुए हैं. So while among the lower classes it may not have such an impact because they're beneficiaries, middle class who is actually not getting. So whatever manifesto that Aam Aadmi Party may have, it does not have anything for the middle class. So, all those free bus rides, free electricity, free water, everything matters more to the underclasses. So they say कि we had faith in you because of your personal incorruptibility. your image as a common man. You spoke our language. You promised to usher in different kind of politics, which spoke about aspirational India. But now we see that not only this personal incorruptibility halo is dimming, you've also become a VIP. And in rest of India, you are doing the kind of politics that is associated with every other political party.
Right.
So they begin to feel that, okay, everything is not right. And then the challenger comes and says that I am giving you this money.
Yeah.
Now this is your freebie.
Yes, yes.
So then they say, okay, now there is a party which is giving us a freebie. So then these two things come together and sort of start changing the mind of the voter. Okay, fine, let's give it a chance. Okay, fine, it does not have a CM face, but okay, Narendra Modi is leading. Also, let's remember that AAP voters are also BJP voters. So there is no ideological difference between BJP and Aam Aadmi Party. The same voters who vote for Kejriwal vote for Modi, giving all the 7 seats to BJP in Lok Sabha elections and successive Lok Sabha elections. So the same voters do not see BJP and AAP as ideologically different. If I am voting for this party, then I cannot vote for this party. So in that sense, Aam Aadmi Party does not have captive voters.
Right.
Because you get captive voters through ideology. And Aam Aadmi Party is not an ideological party, as Vikas said in earlier, that it's a transactional party. So the problem with transaction is somebody else can eventually give a better transaction.
Right. Also, I want to ask, Delhi has a history of if a party comes to the power, they stay long. And for others to break in, it takes a long time. For BJP, as we know that it took them 27 years to now if they come back. So now Congress and AAP, what this result is going to do with AAP and Congress?
Too early to say. I don't think we should stick to past patterns to describe what is going to happen in future. Politics is a very dynamic space. Anything can happen. Everything will depend upon how the BJP ushers in governance in the city, and how Aam Aadmi Party picks up its scattered pieces and builds its party again. It will have to rethink its strategy. It will have to rethink its politics beyond transactions. Okay, because now every party is giving freebies. So now you have to give something more. Now other parties have ideology. You don't have. So probably Aam Aadmi Party will have to reimagine an ideology for its party. So all of that will decide as to how things pan out after a regime change, if it takes place by the end of the day.
Yeah.
How long any party will serve in Delhi, and everything will depend upon how BJP governs at the end of the day.
And what about Congress? Now, what do they need to do?
I mean, this is their best chance, because Aam Aadmi Party and Congress have the same voters.
Right.
Congress has to now go to the grassroots and tell the voters that, look, nationally we are the challengers to the BJP. We will be challengers to the BJP even in Delhi. So they have to now capture the anti-BJP vote in Delhi. And they have to convince the electorate that we are your first option and not Aam Aadmi Party.
Right. BJP also did campaigns in the Muslim constituencies, Muslim-dominated constituencies this time. So, do you think that BJP on its end is also taking a step forward towards that community? And do you think that Muslim votes and also Dalit votes that have impacted the results that we are seeing right now?
Okay, I don't know what the trends are showing now, but the last time I saw the trends in Dalit constituencies, it was neck and neck. There were some 50% of seats BJP was leading, 50% Aam Aadmi Party was leading. So we'll have to check the trends, and by the end of the day, we will probably realize that how many seats BJP has won. But these are two communities, Dalits and Muslims, which have been sort of suspicious of the BJP and have not put their entire faith in the party, although BJP has tried very hard to woo Dalits across the country. Okay, but in Delhi, and they have some bit of support in the Valmiki community in Delhi, but again Jatavs seem to be, who are more numerous in numbers in Delhi, are sort of suspicious about the BJP. And let's remember, it has been just a few months for the constitution controversy to have erupted in the country, and Jatavs are very attached to the idea of the constitution, because Ambedkar came from, a caste which was similar to Jatavs. So that community appears still slightly not very well warmed up to the BJP. As far as Muslims are concerned, I don't think BJP has tried to woo Muslims at all.
Okay.
The fundamentally BJP it's not BJP's politics.
Okay.
So I don't think they are looking to put in a lot of efforts to woo Muslim votes. Okay, let's remember the last Delhi elections was highly polarized, and we had slogans like "Desh ke gaddaro ko goli maro," dash dash, whatever, we cannot say it on live. So all of that has happened, and that memory may not be very far away from the minds of the Muslims. So I don't think either the BJP has made great efforts, nor Muslims are thinking about BJP as an option.
Prime Minister Modi might, address everybody after around 7 p.m. Tonight. What do you think this means for BJP, and what will it be more about?
I mean, it's huge for the BJP. I mean, you have been out of power in this city for almost 3 decades, and your party unit was said to be almost moribund in this city. You had no leaders. You still don't have a face.
Right.
Most of the people don't know who are Delhi's big leaders.
Yeah.
And yet you are able to wrest the city from a very, very popular figure in Arvind Kejriwal. Yeah. It's a huge achievement for the organization. It's a huge achievement for the party's top leadership, because let's remember, there was no face in Delhi. And so the face was Narendra Modi. So again, it will be like, this is Narendra Modi's victory, so it adds to his larger than life persona. And this is I mean, and also this is sort of a personal victory for Narendra Modi and Amit Shah, because Arvind Kejriwal has been one of the most vociferous critics of the Modi government. Of course, Congress, he has been. He started his career,
blaming Congress. Yes.
Blaming Congress for everything. But Arvind Kejriwal is seen by the BJP as a real challenger at the national level. Okay, and he has these great ambitions of expanding his party across the country. I mean, in 2022, he entered Gujarat.
Right.
So, all of that, I mean, they see him as, and he's also a person, you cannot, he does not fit into the polarization, framework of the BJP. So you can't accuse him of Muslim appeasement. And he is somebody who is not from a dynastic politics. So all the weapons that BJP uses to attack the Congress, they cannot be used against Arvind Kejriwal. So they see him as a real challenger at the national level, and he has been a thorn in the flesh, because they are winning everything in North India. They are winning 7 seats in Delhi, but they are not able to win this small state, which is the national capital of the country, which is being presided over a prime minister like Narendra Modi, who is so popular, and yet this tiddly-piddly state is eluding the BJP. So it has been a thorn in the flesh. which they'll be very happy to take out.
Yeah. So current trends show BJP is leading in 45 seats, AAP in 25, and Congress in 0. Now Bidhuri has given a statement on his lead, and let's hear his bite now.
सर सबसे पहले 3000 वोट से बढ़त बनाए हुए हैं, क्या कहेंगे सर?
3000 की वोट की बढ़त है, मैं उससे वैसे सेटिस्फाई नहीं हूँ। जिस प्रकार का बुरा हाल कालकाजी का था, सड़कों का बुरा हाल, पानी पीने का था नहीं, गंदे पानी की निकासी की व्यवस्था नहीं, 5 साल में कुछ काम आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया नहीं, उसके बावजूद भी 3000 की जो बढ़त है, तो मैं उसको ये मानता नहीं कि अभी भी पूरी तरह से नकारा है। आने वाले जो और पोलिंग बूथ खुलेंगे उसमें लोगों का क्या रुझान रहता है, लेकिन दिल्ली के अंदर जो अव्यवस्था 10 साल में देखी है लोगों ने, पॉल्यूशन को लेकर, पीने के पानी की समस्या को लेकर, इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए तो सफाया आम आदमी पार्टी का होना चाहिए था। मैं नहीं मानता कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको लाइक किया है, लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद डायरेक्ट कॉन्टेस्ट में कांग्रेस मुझे लगता है बिल्कुल 1000 पे सिमट कर रह रही है। कांग्रेस आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है, कांग्रेस को बुरी तरह से नकार दिया। नफरत है कांग्रेस से लोगों को, तो कांग्रेस की नफरत के कारण केजरीवाल को कहीं ना कहीं कुछ लाभ मिल रहा है।
सर जो गोविंदपुरी इलाका है, कालकाजी मेन इलाका है, क्या लग रहा है सर? अभी काउंटिंग हो रही है,
काउंटिंग हो रही है, गोविंदपुरी में भी मिला जुला से ही असर रहने वाला होगा, लेकिन गोविंदपुरी के लोग खून के आंसू रोए हैं पिछले 3.5-4 साल। तो मुझे लगता है गोविंदपुरी के लोग पूर्ण रूप से नकारेंगे आतिशी जी को और इसलिए और ये लीड और आगे बढ़ेगी।
बीजेपी के पक्ष में जिस तरह से नतीजे जा रहे हैं उससे संतुष्ट हैं आप, या अभी लगता है अभी सीटें भी और बढ़ेंगी बीजेपी की भी?
बीजेपी की सीट मेरे हिसाब से 50 तक पहुंचनी चाहिए थी। जो मेरा जनरल दिल्ली की सीटों को लेकर, दिल्ली की भौगोलिक स्थिति को लेकर, लोगों को लेकर, दिल्ली में 35 साल में काम करते होगी, मैं ये मान के चल रहा था कि 40 से 50 की सीट बीजेपी की आनी चाहिए। जो हालात दिल्ली के डेमोग्राफी से, दिल्ली के उससे लग रहा था, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी आम आदमी पार्टी को वोट पड़ी है। वो इसीलिए मैं समझूंगा कि कहीं ना कहीं कांग्रेस के लोगों ने अभी भी कहीं ना कहीं मोदी के प्रति नफरत है उन लोगों में, और मोदी जी के प्रति, कि कांग्रेस के लोगों ने उसको नकारना चाहिए था, तो केजरीवाल को नकारा नहीं कांग्रेस के लोगों ने, मुझे लगता है।
जीत तो आपकी नजर आ रही है बिधूड़ी साहब सामने वाली मार्जिन से, आप संतुष्ट नहीं? क्या हम जीत दिल्ली के अगले मुख्यमंत्री से बात कर रहे हैं?
जीत हम लोगों की सेवा करने के लिए काम करते हैं। अभी भी वोट मांगा था, 3 बार मैं एमएलए रहा हूं, 2 बार मुझे सांसद मेरी पार्टी ने बनाया, तो मुझे कोई मिनिस्टर और मुख्यमंत्री की भूख नहीं। हम सेवा करने के लिए राजनीति में हैं। मेरे घर के पीछे आर्य समाज मंदिर है, जाकर देखिए, स्कूल है, हॉस्पिटल है, ये सब मेरे परिवार की दान दी हुई जमीन में बने हुए हैं 40-50। हम सामाजिक पृष्ठभूमि से, जीवन से निकल कर आए हैं, सेवा भाव से काम करना चाहते हैं, स्वाभिमान की जिंदगी जीने वाले लोग हैं। तो इसीलिए जीत होना है, दिल्ली के लिए होना जरूरी है। जीत
पार्टी जो तय करेगी उसको मानेंगे।
दिल्ली की जीत होनी चाहिए। दिल्ली के लोगों को आपदा से मुक्ति मिलनी चाहिए। पॉल्यूशन को लेकर दिल्ली बदनाम, दुनिया में भारत का नाम स्वर्ण अक्षरों में लिया जाता है अब, और दिल्ली वहां देश की राजधानी, उसकी वजह से शर्मिंदगी भारत को उठानी पड़े, तो मोदी जी बड़े व्यथित रहते हैं इस बात को लेकर कि दिल्ली भी विकास की राह पर चला। आयुष्मान भारत कार्ड, गरीबों को 5 लाख रुपए का अगर गरीबों को कार्ड मिल जाए बीमारी के कारण, वो दिल्ली के लोगों को नहीं मिल पा रहा है। तो ऐसी बहुत गरीब लोगों को राशन कार्ड नहीं मिल पा रहा है, वृद्धावस्था पेंशन नहीं मिल पा रही है, ये बहुत समस्याएं हैं। तो दिल्ली के लोगों को चाहिए था गरीब की सेवा करने के लिए कि आम आदमी पार्टी को पूरी तरह से नकारना चाहिए।
दिल्ली के विकास में तेजी आएगी, ऐसा आपको?
बिल्कुल 100% आएगी।
तो बढ़त बनाए हुए हैं, क्या कहेंगे सर?
3000 की वोट की बढ़त है, मैं उससे वैसे सेटिस्फाई नहीं हूँ। जिस प्रकार का बुरा हाल कालकाजी का था, सड़कों का बुरा हाल, पानी पीने का था नहीं, गंदे पानी की निकासी की व्यवस्था नहीं, 5 साल में कुछ काम आम आदमी पार्टी ने किया नहीं, उसके बावजूद भी 3000 की जो बढ़त है, तो मैं उसको ये मानता नहीं कि अभी भी पूरी तरह से नकारा है। आने वाले जो और पोलिंग बूथ खुलेंगे उसमें लोगों का क्या रुझान रहता है। लेकिन दिल्ली के अंदर जो अव्यवस्था 10 साल में देखी है लोगों ने, पॉल्यूशन को लेकर, पीने के पानी की समस्या को लेकर, इन सब चीजों को देखते हुए तो सफाया आम आदमी पार्टी का होना चाहिए था। मैं नहीं मानता कि दिल्ली के लोगों ने उनको लाइक किया है, लेकिन फिर भी उसके बावजूद डायरेक्ट कॉन्टेस्ट में कांग्रेस मुझे लगता है बिल्कुल 1000 पे सिमट कर रह रही है। कांग्रेस आगे बढ़ नहीं रही है, कांग्रेस को बुरी तरह से नकार दिया। नफरत है कांग्रेस से लोगों को, तो कांग्रेस की नफरत के कारण केजरीवाल को कहीं ना कहीं कुछ लाभ मिल रहा है।
सर, जो गोविंदपुरी इलाका है, कालकाजी मेन इलाका है, क्या लग रहा है सर अभी काउंटिंग हो रही है?
काउंटिंग हो रही है, गोविंदपुरी में भी मिला जुला से ही असर रहने वाला होगा, लेकिन गोविंदपुरी के लोग खून के आंसू रोए हैं पिछले 3.5-4 साल। तो मुझे लगता है गोविंदपुरी के लोग पूर्ण रूप से नकारेंगे आतिशी जी को और इसलिए और ये लीड और आगे बढ़ेगी।
बीजेपी के पक्ष में जिस तरह से नतीजे जा रहे हैं उससे संतुष्ट हैं आप, या अभी लगता है अभी सीटें भी और
ये खुशी के आंसू हैं, राम भक्तों की सरकार बनने जानी है।
As BJP races ahead in the capital, we are here at the BJP Delhi state office where BJP supporters are rushing in and they burst into celebrations because of the lead. So let's go talk to them, see how they feel about the lead.
ये खुशी के आंसू हैं, राम भक्तों की सरकार बनने जानी है, देश भक्तों की सरकार बनने जा रही है। इस केजरीवाल, भ्रष्ट केजरीवाल ने हर वो काम किया जिसमें हिंदुओं का अपमान हो, सनातन का अपमान हो। आज राम जी की कृपा हुई है और राम भक्तों की सरकार बनने जा रही है। ये आंसू इस बात के हैं कि इसने दिल्ली की जनता को रुलाया, 10 साल रुलाया, सनातनियों को रुलाया। आज सनातनियों की सरकार बनने जा रही है, तो हम लोग यही कामना करते हैं राम जी सब पे कृपा करे, राम राज्य आ गया। राम राज्य में किसी का मारने का नहीं लिखा, सनातन धर्म कहता है।
नाम बता दीजिए।
मेरा नाम संतोष ओझा है, मैं पूर्वांचल मोर्चा का प्रदेश अध्यक्ष हूँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी का।
सर, अभी कैसी फीलिंग्स है अभी बीजेपी ऑफिस में?
आप जिस तरीके से माहौल देख रहे हैं, खुशी का माहौल है और दिल्ली के पूरे लोग खुशियां मना रहे हैं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के खुशियां लोग कार्यकर्ता खुशियां मना रहे हैं और ये जो रुझान आ रहे हैं ये बहुत ही सुखद है, दिल्ली के उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए है। और जिस तरीके से दिल्ली की जनता ने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जो गारंटी है, जिन्होंने व्यक्तिगत रूप से गारंटी ली है और हमारे प्रदेश के अध्यक्ष आदरणीय श्री वीरेंद्र सचदेवा जी के नेतृत्व में लाखों भारतीय जनता पार्टी के कार्यकर्ताओं ने जो मेहनत किया है, दिन रात मेहनत किया है और जिस तरीके से पूर्वांचल समाज के साथ, दिल्ली के गरीबों के साथ, महिलाओं के साथ और जो झुग्गी झोपड़ी में रहने वाले लोग हैं उनके साथ अरविंद केजरीवाल ने धोखा दिया है, आज उसका परिणाम सामने आपको दिख रहा है।
सर, कितनी सीट्स एक्सपेक्ट कर रहे हैं आप फाइनल रिजल्ट?
देखिए, मेरा मानना है कि अभी तो रुझान चल रहे हैं, लेकिन जब तस्वीर साफ होगी तो कम से कम भारतीय जनता पार्टी को 50 से ज्यादा सीटें आएंगी।
और इतने सालों बाद सरकार बन रही है तो उस पर कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है और मैं मानता हूं कि अब डबल इंजन की सरकार माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी के जो नेतृत्व में केंद्र में सरकार है और जो दिल्ली में सरकार भारतीय जनता पार्टी के नेतृत्व में बन रही है, ये डबल इंजन की सरकार दिल्ली के विकास के लिए, दिल्ली के लोगों के आकांक्षाओं को पूरा करने का काम करेगी। युवाओं का, महिलाओं का, झुग्गी झोपड़ी के लोगों का, जो अन्य क्षेत्रों में जो लोग रहते हैं उनके उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए सरकार काम करेगी, उनके आकांक्षाओं पर सही उतरेगी।
चीफ मिनिस्टर कौन बन सकता है आपको?
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं की पार्टी है, इसमें से कोई भी कार्यकर्ता बनेगा भारतीय जनता पार्टी का, वो बहुत ही अच्छे तरीके से दिल्ली को चलाएगा, दिल्ली के लोगों के लिए।
मोदी 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 मोदी।
ये खुशी के
That was the Indian Express at the BJP headquarters in New Delhi. I'm Flora Swai and with me Liz Matthews. She's a senior journalist with the Indian Express, and Liz, we'll talk to you about how BJP scripted this victory in New Delhi. That was the Indian Express at the BJP headquarters. People are literally weeping in joy. But before we move to BJP, it's been a hectic day for the Aam Aadmi Party, and let's take a look at the entire journey of Arvind Kejriwal's party, the rise and fall of AAP.
पूरी दिल्ली में अब यह बात तो फैल रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है, नहीं बन रही?
From a revolutionary movement to ruling Delhi for a decade, AAP's journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. But is this where it all comes crashing down? With BJP surging ahead, is this the end of Kejriwal's dominance? Arvind Kejriwal was an unknown bureaucrat until 2011, when the Anna Hazare-led anti-corruption movement changed Indian politics forever. Riding on public anger against corruption, Kejriwal and his team broke away to form the Aadmi Party in 2012. Their promise? A cleaner, corruption-free government. In the 2013 Delhi elections, AAP shook the system, winning 28 out of 70 seats. Congress collapsed to just 8, while BJP stood at 32. Kejriwal even defeated Sheila Dikshit in the New Delhi seat. He became CM with Congress support but resigned in just 49 days, citing a lack of backing for his anti-corruption bill. That gamble paid off in 2015. AAP returned with a historic landslide, 67 out of 70 seats, reducing BJP to 3 and wiping Congress out. Kejriwal's governance model, focused on free electricity, water, and better schools, helped him retain power in 2020 with 62 seats. For a decade, AAP ruled Delhi unchallenged. But in 2025, the tide seems to be turning. The 2025 Delhi elections are proving to be AAP's toughest battle. Early trends show major setbacks for the party. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing against BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh. Even CM Atishi is behind in Kalkaji.
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं? अगर आप जीते तो
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
While some leaders like Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Gopal Rai are leading, AAP is struggling overall. Meanwhile, BJP, driven by PM Modi's aggressive campaign, is making big gains. Exit polls predict BJP winning 40 to 45 seats, enough to reclaim power after 27 years. AAP is struggling to cross the majority mark of 36. Congress remains a non-factor. If these trends hold, AAP could be staring at its biggest political defeat yet. From disrupting Delhi politics to dominating it for a decade, AAP's journey has been historic. But is this the end of the road? If BJP wins, Kejriwal's future as Delhi's political powerhouse will be uncertain. Is AAP's era coming to a close, or can Kejriwal make a comeback?
So that was the entire journey of the Aam Aadmi Party. Liz, coming back to you, the numbers right now stand at BJP leading at 46 and the Aam Aadmi Party at 24. Counting is still underway, but I think the picture is somewhat clear. How did BJP pull this off? How did they script this victory?
See, that is like, BJP this time, I think, despite all its drawbacks, like the Delhi BJP unit has never been seen as a very strong, state unit in comparison with the other state units of the BJP, and also it didn't have any leader. Like if you look at the other elections in the recent past, right from Madhya Pradesh to Rajasthan to Haryana, Maharashtra, there were leaders. Like although there was no particular face, to lead with. In Maharashtra it was more or less clear it was Fadnavis leading. In Haryana it was Saini leading. In Rajasthan there were leaders, also like although the new chief minister was a surprise choice, like in Madhya Pradesh there were leaders like Vasundhara Raje in Rajasthan, and also Madhya Pradesh Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Chhattisgarh, other leaders were there. In Delhi, there was no, particular leader face for the BJP. Instead, they, projected Prime Minister Modi.
Right.
And Prime Minister Modi, you should say that, in Haryana, it was not a Modi-led campaign.
Correct.
In Haryana. And, even in Maharashtra, Modi's role was, in comparison with the other state elections, Modi's role was kind of limited. Even if you look back the other assembly elections. But this time, this in Delhi, it was Modi was there. And, BJP took a risk, like if another defeat in Delhi under Modi's leadership, if BJP is, fighting, if a defeat would have been really bad for Modi. But see, obviously BJP had its strategy in full force. BJP had a 360-degree approach to the campaign. And, and unlike in the past, they focused on the small meetings, the small, for example, even their regional language, that camp, they actually, they had 5,000 meetings, It is ranging from a drawing room meetings to small gatherings. So the BJP's focus was on the small meetings. That is one at the ground they did, and from the top, their campaign was three things. One is, it was the AAP's main focus was on the welfare thing, and AAP's major strength was leader and the focus, and the welfare measures. So the BJP went all out to say that, one, we are not going to remove anything what the AAP has done, what you have been enjoying. That was the biggest fear for the lower strata, like the voters for the key vote base for the Aam Aadmi Party, that whether if the BJP comes in, we might lose all those things. The BJP insisted that they wouldn't, and they moved, they wanted to, the middle class has always been the BJP support base. They did stay, they announced the 8-pay commission, and they did the income tax exemption for the middle class. It benefited. So kind of consolidated or regained that middle class support, while gaining the lower middle class and the lower strata of the society votes from the Aam Aadmi Party. So this is what the BJP is one me. And at another level, the perception level, what BJP did was the campaign. The BJP. See, like if you look back at the last. Forget about the 10 years, look back at the last 5 years, we never heard BJP big as an opposition. BJP was not as strong as the other opposition. Exactly. BJP in the other state, but then, towards the end of what they started with this, strip Arvind Kejriwal and the Aam Aadmi Party of the image that they are, and the crusaders against corruption. So they brought out all these scams like excise scam, and again the liquor scam, and also the main attack on this Kejriwal's face was that the Shish Mahal thing. Actually, it all captured the imagination of the people, because he was someone who really got into people's mind and hearts, saying that I will be a different leader. I will be a leader with a difference. I will not be using official bungalows and all, but
like a common man.
Because Aam Aadmi, that thing actually strike chord with people, which the BJP, the first thing BJP did was to take that off, that sheen off the
they shattered the
complete perception about Kejriwal. And also, here, when you look at, for BJP, it is the people who have discussed things earlier mentioned, Delhi was always an eyesore for. For the last 27 years, the BJP has been winning election after election. Haryana, whether it is Haryana, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan. But, Delhi was kind of elusive to them. this really was a kind of, it was a prestige issue for BJP and it was a prestige issue for Narendra Modi because Kejriwal took on him directly. Kejriwal was seen as the person or the leader who's going to take on Modi.
Very much head on.
Yes.
It was like
face off, So this is like for BJP, if this is the final result, it's like very clear victory. It's not like a scrape through or something. That will be such a what do you call it? It's like I can't just say that it is a moral boost or something. It is much more than that for the BJP.
Correct. Absolutely. But like you mentioned, Liz, that it has been an eyesore for such a long period of time, 27 years to be precise. And also at the same time, BJP has been winning election after election. And at the same time, how do you see Delhi on BJP's bucket list of the win? Like, what is the bigger picture? How does this affect BJP? Obviously, it's a major morale booster. But apart from that, in the grand scheme of things, how does Delhi fit in BJP's longer run plan?
Flora, that's it. Geographically, it's not a big state. It doesn't, it's not politically, like Uttar Pradesh or something, it's not politically crucial state. In terms of numbers in the Lok Sabha, it's only 7 seats which BJP has been winning in the last two, elections. But, it is that optics. One is that this is a kind of reiteration of Prime Minister Modi as a good governance person, the leader of stand for good governance,
right.
And a person of development, because the development and corruption was the main key theme of BJP's campaign this time. So Modi's image as an invincible leader, that is kind of, at least for the time being, he's the only undefeatable guy, either leader in the country, because everyone else across the country, the state, they are facing defeats after. This is like, so it's like Lok Sabha, of course, the BJP had an embarrassment, or we say that there was a dent in his image, which has been now gone. Now they have regained that sheen and regained that, with the Maharashtra election itself, we say that the mojo is back for Modi. But now it is like, that invincibility of Prime Minister Modi, because it was the face of BJP in the campaign. There was no other leader around him to kind of, to anchor the party's campaign in the state. Still, the BJP won, and Modi's welfare, then Modi guarantees came, because we know that this is welfare politics is the newest politics, because every party, whether it is national or the regional, they are all like, in a race, who is the better, welfare, who's giving a better welfare agenda. So in that backdrop, if you see, again, after Maharashtra also we have seen the women and the welfare schemes that won the election. Haryana also we sent. The third thing is that for the BJP, that, of course, I am almost sure that BJP will find that it is the women vote. The women.
Liz, I'll have to interrupt you here a little bit. This is a huge news that has just come in, that Arvind Kejriwal has officially lost New Delhi.
See.
The numbers are out. Kejriwal has lost New Delhi. It was not looking good for him, though he had gained a little bit of a lead by around 325 votes around a couple of hours ago, but he couldn't sustain it, and now Arvind Kejriwal has lost New Delhi. Coming back to you, Liz, what you were talking about, now how does it look for the Aam Aadmi Party, because it's the national convener, the founder of the party, biting the dust.
The face of the party. He is the face of the party. Unlike BJP, which has this very old, tried and tested, organization, the AAP doesn't have that. So it was more or less depending on Kejriwal's image and volunteers for that. You know, I mean, it is very difficult to say that they would sustain this kind of a setback, because when you know, the Congress, despite all the setbacks in the past 10 years, the Congress somehow managed, because it had, like, you know, like I said, a tried and tested organization. It has district units across the country. You know, Aam Aadmi Party doesn't have that. Also, we have seen it did not, you know, the initial that the surge it made in other states, you know, in the next election they kind of failed it. So no other state, now the Punjab is in power, the party is in power, we don't know whether their party will be able to sustain even that, you know, like whether the same kind of acceptance, because Punjab was, both parties, BJP was not a big force there, the Shiromani Akali Dal and the Congress was, people have really sick and tired of type, you know, that was the voters reaction. So there the AAP came up like as a fresh, you know, the breath of fresh energy. Like that thing, the AAP has more or less lost, I think. And also with the Kejriwal's, the corruption charges and the missteps he has taken. So this one, and also, you know, the AAP's failure, I mean, personally, if I look at it, I feel that, you know, AAP has not been able to build up a very good organization, you know, right from the booth level to the mandal level or whatever, you know, the district level to the more or less, like I said, it was an volunteer based party, and it is, you know, like we heard Atishi saying that we didn't have the organization, we didn't have ideology. That is another issue. You know, the BJP has, whatever said and done, there is an ideology. Whether you may have difference with that ideology, but BJP has an ideology.
We'll come back to that, Liz, BJP's ideology. We'll talk more on that definitely, because that seems to work in their favor every time. The other breaking news right now is Manish Sisodia conceding defeat in the Jangpura Assembly constituency.
The tallest leaders are...
The tallest leaders are all biting dust for the Aam Aadmi Party. We are joined by Saman Hussain again, live from the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Saman, what is happening at the Aam Aadmi Party office now that Manish Sisodia and, of course, Arvind Kejriwal both have lost their respective seats? Saman, what are the reactions at the Aam Aadmi Party office now that the both tall leaders, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal, most importantly, have both lost their seats? We'll go back to Saman once again for reactions, because just half an hour ago people at the Aam Aadmi Party office were celebrating. But the BJP ideology you were talking about, and now, like you said, two tall leaders losing their seats. Is it game over for AAP now?
No, we cannot say, because, you know, even if it is like 2022, like 25, 22, 25, AAP will be, they're fighters. They have proved that they're fighters. So they will be a very strong, they can be very strong opposition in the state. You know, it's not going to be so easy for BJP to, like, you know, to push their agenda. Of course, they have the number, they will have the legislative agenda will be pushing, but the assembly will be, like, you know, we'll be seeing, it is always, it can be chaotic, you know. So that is one thing. Second, you know,
that's like a wait and watch for the
yes.
Aam Aadmi Party.
And second thing is, you know, again the question, like now that Parvesh Verma has become the giant killer, although, you know, it was a risk BJP has taken, a leader like Parvesh Verma, who
That's
was an MP,
gamble.
yeah, which big gamble, you know, they had taken. So they put him against Kejriwal, who's, like, you know, we never thought that could lose the election. So then, and there were criticism that Parvesh had done lot of, you know, wrong things, you know, the wrong steps during the campaign. So it also shows that, you know, the kind of popular, you know, what do you call it, that kind of a anger against, or a disenchantment. I wouldn't say anger. There is no anger type, like, you know, maybe, you know, that I cannot say that people were really angry with Kejriwal, but there was a disenchantment. Also, like, you know, like, I mean, continuing with what I had said earlier, like, you know, the BJP picked up the right issues, you know. like the Yamuna water.
We'll come
Everyone.
back to the right issues again, because they seem to have gotten it bang on completely. We are joined again by Saman Hussain at the Aam Aadmi Party office. Saman is our correspondent who's been covering Aam Aadmi Party and the other parties as well. Saman, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal have conceded defeat. They have lost the major constituencies, the key battlegrounds that we were all looking forward to. What is the reaction at the Aam Aadmi Party office now? Because half an hour ago they were all celebrating. So what's happening there?
So in the morning people were pretty quiet, but then we did hear the music and the campaign slogans of "Fir layenge Kejriwal" momentarily. Although Kejriwal was only it was a neck-to-neck fight that's been going on in New Delhi all this while, and still party workers were hopeful that something could come out of it, and there was a glimmer of hope in some. However, now party workers have once again resorted to not playing music or celebrating, and a while back the party's member of the Punjab leadership had arrived. They denied to give any statements on the election verdict that's been there so far, and they straight away entered the premises of the party without commenting on anything at all. So I'll connect you with a few supporters. The supporters gathered here are although few and far, but I'll connect you with a few of them who would like to speak on the election verdict. सर आपने देखा है कि अभी जैसे मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल की सीट्स पे है वो काफी पीछे चल रहे हैं, ऑलमोस्ट पक्का हो गया है कि वो हार गए हैं, तो इसके बारे में मतलब आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे?
सीधा दिख रहा है भाजपा की जीतने की गुंडागर्दी की। जंगपुरा में जो है ना भाजपा वालों ने गुंडागर्दी की थी, उससे हमारे वोट प्रभावित हुए हैं और कुछ वोट कम पड़े हैं। जितने वोटों से हमारे मनीष सिसोदिया आ रहे हैं उतने ही वोट हमारे प्रभावित गुंडागर्दी से हुए हैं, बढ़ नहीं पाए, इसलिए हमारे मनीष सिसोदिया।
क्या आपको ये भी लगता है कि दोनों जो लीडर्स हैं मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी दोनों जेल में गए हैं तो शायद काम नहीं कर पाए होंगे अपनी कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में उस दौरान?
काम अगर नहीं कर पाया तो उसको तो जनता समझ सकती है, लेकिन जनता में जो डर बैठाया गया है गुंडागर्दी करके और चुनाव आयोग को कब्जे में करके, दिल्ली पुलिस का डर बिठा करके, नोट बांट करके और 144 की धारा में बंद करके मनोबल तोड़ा गया है कार्यकर्ता वोटर्स का, इसलिए वोट कम पड़ पाए और हमारी मनीष सिसोदिया की कमी नहीं।
सर आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगे कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी हार गए हैं अपनी अपनी सीट से?
देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ, दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूँ जिन्होंने हमें मैंडेट इतना दिया है, और दिल्ली के अंदर केजरीवाल जी ने बहुत सराहनीय कार्य किए, लेकिन क्या कहते हैं जादू छड़ी तो नहीं है केजरीवाल जी के पास, अब ये तुरंत दिन के दिन कर देंगे, लेकिन जो भी मैंडेट दिया दिल्ली की जनता ने बहुत अच्छा मैंडेट दिया। हम दिल्ली की जनता का दिल से शुक्रिया करते हैं, क्योंकि केजरीवाल जी ने बिजली फ्री करके दिखाई, पानी फ्री करके दिखाया, शिक्षा पे स्वास्थ्य पे हर क्षेत्र में बात करी, उन्होंने काम किया है, लेकिन बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करते हैं दिल्ली की जनता, बस यही कहना चाहते हैं।
सर आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे कि मनीष सिसोदिया जी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी अपनी सीट से हार गए, इसके पीछे क्या रीजंस हो सकते हैं?
रीजंस जो भी हैं वो पार्टी प्लेटफॉर्म पर डिस्कस किए जाएंगे। फिलहाल मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा, आपके मन से पार्टी कार्यकर्ताओं की पहचान करें, नए संगठन को अच्छे से बनाएं। अब क्या होगा, कैसे नई शुरुआत की जाएगी, गिरे हैं बिल्कुल, हार मानते हैं, हार हुई है, और अब देखिए आगे होता क्या है ना।
क्या आपको लगता है पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता अभी भी जुड़े रहेंगे पार्टी के साथ?
पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता तो जुड़े रहे। मैं अपनी बात कर रहा हूँ, मैं अन्ना मूवमेंट से, अन्ना जी के उस आंदोलन से लेकर के अब तक मैं पार्टी के साथ रहा हूँ और अभी भी मौजूद हूँ, और जो भी पार्टी ने समय से पर हुक्म दिया ये हमें बड़ा
Thank you, Saman, for giving us the updates from the Aam Aadmi Party office in Delhi. Manish Sisodia has conceded defeat, and Liz, like we were talking about the key issues that the BJP focused on and how that aided its smooth sailing.
See, like BJP, when other states, they had this Hindutva hue to their campaign. In Delhi, they didn't have that because Delhi population is a cosmopolitan, very different population, and also voters. The vote issue mainly was on the SOPs, you know, the welfare scheme. The BJP very strategically kept that Hindutva side inside, and also, like, you know, focused mainly on the corruption of the Aam Aadmi and Aam Aadmi Party government and Kejriwal. And while saying that, you know, they have failed that in the corruption thing, and we are also in welfare schemes, you know, BJP didn't have much to say against Kejriwal, so they said, okay, we will continue and we'll give you more. Right. So and you know, this is another stamp on Prime Minister Modi's image as a welfare scheme, and you must see that this is a leader who questioned the welfare scheme and called it as rivalry, and even you know, publicly opposed it in a way. But you know, look at the way he has immediately as a Modi's guarantee thing. It, of course, you know, it's again been, you know, all these factors are there. Also, Flora, another thing we have to focus on is that you know, the way the central government, the way the entire bureaucracy, police, even social media, communication network, everybody was coming down heavily on Kejriwal, and you know, and that is, you cannot just you know, just close your eyes to that. You know, the BJP, because like we said, it was an eyesore. The Delhi government was always an eyesore for BJP, and so BJP used everything in its arsenal to kind of defeat Kejriwal. We know that he was in jail, and you know, there were issues, and there were criticism against the way LG was performing. There are a lot of things, you know. The BJP had an edge compared to the Aam Aadmi Party of the machinery. So, like, you know, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders have already said that very publicly. But, you know, I also feel that it had another angle to it, in the sense, some people at least, you know, they felt that, okay, the Kejriwal and the army, like, you know, his people kept on saying that, okay, we don't have any powers, you know, basically the center is coming. So people might have thought, okay, you have been in power for 10 years, more than 10 years, and if you don't have any power, if you don't have any authority, we might as well give it to a party which can do something for us. The roads, you know, the pathetic condition of roads, the water, the drinking water quality, the quality of life in Delhi has really gone down. You know, that, you know, the BJP has succeeded in, you know, projecting that as a failure of the Aam Aadmi Party, whereas, you know, it really, like I said, it was a double-edged thing. It has, the same time they have taken away what Kejriwal had, that the image as a very, you know, corruption-free, honest, you know, Aam Aadmi leader. So like I said, the BJP's approach was you know, kind of double-edged, and it worked.
Right. I also want to talk to you about the Muslim voters, because the BJP this time actually campaigned in the Muslim localities. You think that sort of gave it the brownie points also?
See, since the BJP had not you know, had not taken out or anything on the Hindutva side, and also focused on development, you know, the BJP leaders say, I don't know, we have to see whether how the you know, the Muslim dominated areas voted, and the BJP you know, say that the development message, the Modi's guarantee, and also the proof that, you know, nothing has changed even after Modi got 240. This is what they are saying, I'm not saying. That has helped BJP to win some portion of the Muslim support in this election. That's what BJP is claiming. Like I said, we have to see. But again, you know, I mean, BJP is not a party that will look into the Muslim vote in a big way, because more or less, when you talk to their leaders, they'll say that, you know, the Muslims are not going to vote for us. So they focus on the consolidation of their already, gained support base. We should see how the Dalit, the dominated area, because in 2024 Lok Sabha election, the biggest loss BJP faced was because of the, this reservation, anti-reservation, so-called anti-reservation stand it has, or the allegations of the opposition that it failed, it would change the constitution. So that also, if BJP has managed to regain its, backward class or, OBC and the Dalit, it will be a big victory for BJP. Like I said in the initial, the beginning of this conversation, that, what BJP lost in 2024 or what BJP had, the insult or injury it had inflicted, the election result had inflicted on it, has been completely recovered now. Because it is Haryana, okay, in between Jharkhand, a regional party won, but that didn't affect BJP, and also it didn't create that kind of a perception that that BJP is lost, But with Maharashtra, they kind of won it back. So now again Delhi has cemented that, underscored the fact that Modi is the only undefeatable leader in the national politics now, because we have seen emergence of some leaders. We have seen Congress after their 44 and 52, from being a party of not winning the adequate number of seats or required number of seats to be the leader of opposition. This time they gained, but the party also has not been able to sustain it. Rahul Gandhi has not been able to sustain that image. Even in this election, Haryana, there was despite everything that worked in their favor, they couldn't win that. And in Jharkhand, they couldn't claim any credit for the Jharkhand victory. In Maharashtra, again, there were a lot of factors which played in their favor, which were there in its favor, but still the Congress and its allies have not been able to win that. Again, now Delhi, of course, the India Alliance was in different camps this time. This time again it is going to affect the India Alliance also, but in a way, even in the laws, it is a gain for Congress, because it will remain as the only party which can actually keep the alliance together, because Aam Aadmi Party, because Kejriwal was the biggest threat to Gandhi's or even the Congress leadership when it was trying to gain this, take this leadership of, the India Alliance or the anti-BJP forces at the national level. Kejriwal, if Kejriwal had won this election, India Alliance would have been in even deeper trouble. Correct. Because then again this question of who will lead the tussle would have continued. Yeah, tussle would have continued. Tussle would have intensified. Now already we know that there is an issue between the Congress and the TMC, and now Bengal election is coming next year. Kerala election is coming next year. Again, the India Alliance parties will have to fight with each other. Assam is coming. Tamil Nadu is coming, so there at least the India Alliance is likely to be together. So everywhere else, it is going to be even tougher for India Alliance in future. But at the same time, the Congress would have one advantage, because the Kejriwal would be kind of reduced to a one state party. Like now it's only in Punjab. It doesn't mean that Kejriwal is completely the party will go to wilderness in Delhi. As I said, knowing Aam Aadmi Party, we know that they are fighters. We will see I think we will see a very aggressive face of Aam Aadmi Party. But the fact that again Kejriwal will not be in the house. Atishi, the Deputy CM Manish Sisodia will not be in the house. Again, it will see who will lead in Aam Aadmi Party, which gives Aam Aadmi Party a lot more time, the leaders a lot more time in the other states ahead of the other, the key elections. So, it is going to be a very fluid situation in terms of when it comes to the opposition. But again BJP is like will be sitting very pretty, like with Narendra Modi. A lot of people saw that it will, because after the 240, like the Lok Sabha election, thought that this is going to be the the last term of Prime Minister Modi. Now Prime Minister Modi is very key agenda are like the one nation one election Waqf thing is coming. So with this, it's like BJP surge is continuing, or whatever ground it has lost, it is gaining, and the others are continue to be in trouble.
Absolutely. Speaking of former Deputy CM Manish Sisodia, he has lost the Jangpura Assembly constituency, and this is his first reaction after conceding defeat.
परवीन, इससे बात हुई गाड़ी के लिए आपकी करेंगे? अभी मैं रिएक्शन दूंगा.
Actually, no. Please, I know, but actually, half of it only took it. That's why I'm asking.
Give me a space to say no. Give me a space to
Okay, fine.
If you don't give me that space, then you'll feel
Okay,
offended.
sure.
Then don't feel offended if someone says something.
Sure.
अरे कैमरा क्लियर है यार, एलसीडी टूट जाएगी भाई. जंगपुरा विधानसभा का चुनाव हम सब कार्यकर्ताओं ने मिलकर बहुत मेहनत से लड़ा. जंगपुरा विधानसभा के लोगों ने भी बहुत प्यार मोहब्बत सम्मान दिया, लेकिन 600 वोट से लगभग 600 वोट से उसमें हम पीछे रह गए. तो मैं जो कैंडिडेट जीते हैं उनको बधाई देता हूं और उम्मीद करता हूं कि जंगपुरा की समस्याओं को वो हल करेंगे. जंगपुरा के लोगों की जितनी भी चीजें हैं उनको हल करेंगे. बाकी तो अब बाकी देखते हैं.
सर काफी टफ फाइट रही है, कैसे देखते हैं, कहाँ चूक हो गई? नहीं.
That was Manish Sisodia conceding defeat. Like he mentioned that the party workers had actually worked hard on this election, and if you saw when someone was there in the Aam Aadmi Party office, Liz, there is a sense of dejection, but I can see that a lot of party workers are still very resilient. They say that they are not going to abandon the party, or they are still going to work hard. It's not like there's a remorse everywhere that they have lost. Of course, there's a sense of dejection. Definitely, right now, Parvesh Verma is leading by over 3,000 votes as of now, and the final round of counting is about to be done. And Liz, before we let you go, how do you think from now on the BJP will set the board, and how do you think the AAP will go about?
AAP will see, of course, like I said, the Congress would be very happy because Aam Aadmi Party has not won the election. That will be like in the opposition space, there is that one big leader that thing will be missing. So that is there. At the same, and Congress will have some hope that okay, we can emerge as the party. But again, Flora, that Aam Aadmi Party, I feel, because we have been seeing Congress and the BJP for a long time. There is an element of fatigue for many. I'm not saying, and here this time BJP doesn't have that fatigue factor in Delhi, and it won. Okay, but again, the BJP, because of BJP being the tallest and the most dominant party at the national level, there will be a fatigue element. And again, for the Congress also, because they were there in power for a long time. But Aam Aadmi Party can, I think that they can retain that element of freshness to some voters to an extent, which Congress and BJP wouldn't be able to. Okay, so Aam Aadmi Party, when people, especially Delhi voters, like earlier in the past, Delhi was like, if somebody comes to power, they will remain for 2-3 terms. But we don't know the politics, the nature of politics, the nature of voting is changing, and especially Delhi is something which is a place where people voted very differently than the Lok Sabha election or the national flavor. So we should see, and it all depends on how Kejriwal is taking it up, how Kejriwal is trying to manage the situation, salvage the party. And BJP also, we have to see whether BJP will continue, if Kejriwal's, he's on bail, how things are, how his cases, both Manish Sisodia and BJP's cases are, turning out. So there are so many factors involved, but I always feel that, Aam Aadmi Party is, like I said it twice, there is a fighting element in that party, and all those leaders have, whether they have withered or whether they have changed from the track, they had a cause, they had a reason to fight for. So I think they will be the party will be bounced back if the leaders are taking the right steps.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining us, Liz. The verdict is almost out, and meanwhile the Aam Aadmi Party, which was once an unstoppable force in Delhi politics, is facing the toughest challenge yet. It's a major crisis, and early trends had predicted that the Aam Aadmi Party was trailing, and now the picture is certainly becoming more clearer. Exit polls predicted a saffron victory in the heart of the national capital. And now this is raising questions about the Aam Aadmi Party and of course Arvind Kejriwal's future as well. Is this the end of the road for the Aam Aadmi Party? Is this the end of the road for Kejriwal? Let's take a look.
पूरी दिल्ली में अब ये बात तो फैल रही है, आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है नहीं बन रही?
From a revolutionary movement to ruling Delhi for a decade, AAP's journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. But is this where it all comes crashing down? With BJP surging ahead, is this the end of Kejriwal's dominance? Arvind Kejriwal was an unknown bureaucrat until 2011, when the Anna Hazare-led anti-corruption movement changed Indian politics forever. Riding on public anger against corruption, Kejriwal and his team broke away to form the Aam Aadmi Party in 2012. Their promise: a cleaner, corruption-free government. In the 2013 Delhi elections, AAP shook the system, winning 28 out of 70 seats. Congress collapsed to just 8, while BJP stood at 32. Kejriwal even defeated Sheila Dikshit in the New Delhi seat. He became CM with Congress support but resigned in just 49 days, citing a lack of backing for his anti-corruption bill. That gamble paid off in 2015. AAP returned with a historic landslide, 67 out of 70 seats, reducing BJP to 3 and wiping Congress out. Kejriwal's governance model, focused on free electricity, water and better schools, helped him retain power in 2020 with 62 seats. For a decade, AAP ruled Delhi unchallenged. But in 2025, the tide seems to be turning. The 2025 Delhi elections are proving to be AAP's toughest battle. Early trends show major setbacks for the party. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing against BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh. Even CM Atishi is behind in Kalkaji.
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं? अगर आप जीते तो
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
While some leaders like Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Gopal Rai are leading, AAP is struggling overall. Meanwhile, BJP, driven by PM Modi's aggressive campaign, is making big gains. Exit polls predict BJP winning 40 to 45 seats, enough to reclaim power after 27 years. AAP is struggling to cross the majority mark of 36. Congress remains a non-factor. If these trends hold, AAP could be staring at its biggest political defeat yet. From disrupting Delhi politics to dominating it for a decade, AAP's journey has been historic. But is this the end of the road? If BJP wins, Kejriwal's future as Delhi's political powerhouse will be uncertain. Is AAP's era coming to a close, or can Kejriwal make a comeback?
So that was a reaction from the Aam Aadmi Party leaders. With me joining us, Vandita Mishra, the national opinion editor of the Indian Express. Vandita, welcome. How do you see the BJP managing to pull this off, and is this the end of the road for the Aam Aadmi Party now? Because you have reported about it and you have written about it. Did you have an inkling that the exit poll numbers would actually stick this time?
Yeah, so I wasn't looking at the exit polls, but I did travel through Delhi for about 3 days, and it was visible that it was only the voters at the very lowest end of the economic ladder who were talking about the Aam Aadmi Party. Everywhere else, there was splintering of the Aam Aadmi Party vote and a move towards the BJP.
Right. What do you think did not work in the Aam Aadmi Party's favor this time? Because they got it right the last 3 times. What happened this time?
I think many things worked against them. One is simply the fact of an 11-year incumbency. So the kind of anti-incumbency that had worked for them in 2015 and 2000, when they first came, what had brought them to power, that was now working against them. Anti-incumbency had built up against them. It was also that I think they took the voters of Delhi for granted. The Aam Aadmi Party machine halted at the basics that they managed in the first term, the innovations that they did, the renovation of the government school, the setting up of the Mohalla clinic, and then after that the subsidized water, electricity. Those were part of a model, but they became the entire model. The problem was that the Aam Aadmi Party did not expand its model beyond these. So there was a stalling of the Aam Aadmi Party's governance and politics. There is also the fact that the BJP, for the BJP, what was working was there was a greater Hindu consolidation on the ground. There was also the fact that the BJP, through its nominee, the LG, had made it very, very difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party to function as a government, and this was especially visible in the second term. So there was also a stalling of the Aam Aadmi Party because of that. Things that they could do in the first term, they could not in the second term. So it is a mix of factors. It would not be okay, all right to blame it all on the BJP, the BJP making it difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi, because I think somewhere there was also a shrinking of the Aam Aadmi Party's own imagination and canvas. So I think the Aam Aadmi Party had this great opportunity. It was a startup, one of the most successful political startups in recent times. It was,
that's beautifully coined. It was one of the
it was
political startup.
Yeah, we haven't seen that kind of a success, that kind of a meteoric rise out of nowhere. It was an outsider when it came for its first election in 2013, and from there to capture Delhi in the way that they did, 67 seats, 62 seats out of 70. I mean, that was an amazing graph which has not been seen in recent Indian politics. So they had this great opportunity. They had the platform of Delhi, which is always in the arc lights,
Right.
So it is a very high visibility platform. And yet, I think they have vacated the space that they occupied through a mixture of their own being caught up in their own problems and not keeping their sights set on the Delhi voter and on Delhi infrastructure, services. That's one. And it was also that the BJP made it difficult for them to do so.
Absolutely. The BJP made it really difficult for the Aam Aadmi Party to keep its grasp on Delhi. We'll talk about the BJP, but I also want to take a detour and talk a little bit about Congress. They are still, I think, at zero. They are not even leading anymore. They were leading in one seat in the morning. But how, because Sheila Dikshit is a gold standard when it came to CMs in Delhi. And now the Congress has no account opened at all. But at the same time, it's becoming easier for Congress in Delhi in terms of the fact that, you know, it's just BJP versus Aam Aadmi Party, and of course the larger India alliance picture. How do you see the Congress amongst all of these elements?
With the Congress, you mentioned Sheila Dikshit. That's their tragedy. They stopped at Sheila Dikshit. You know, to all the voters that I spoke, and I would, if I asked the Congress question, that was the answer, that it is a party that is not seen to have renewed itself, either in terms of its leadership or in terms of its support base, from the time of Sheila Dikshit. So, you know, there are no leaders on the ground. There is no signs of an organizational revival on the ground. There is a complete ceding of the space that they had, you know. They were, I think in 2009, 40 or 50% of the vote, and now they are down to 4%. So and most of the vote that went away from the Congress actually has gone to the Aam Aadmi Party, and from what we can see, it has seen no reason to go back to the Congress. In this election, we are seeing that some of that vote has gone to the BJP. But the vote that came originally to the Aam Aadmi Party from the Congress did not go back to the Congress because it did not find any compelling reason to do so, because the party has lost all the, you know, in terms of whether it is, it's lost the plot in terms of putting leaders forward, it's lost the plot in terms of putting issues forward. And so it has completely vacated the space it once occupied.
Absolutely. We'll turn to BJP again. What is it that they keep doing each time in each state? I mean, I won't say that Delhi was the last piece of the struggle, last piece of the puzzle. I'm not going to say that. But, you know, it was that one trophy that was missing from their entire collection for the last 27 years. So what do you think made the BJP tick in Delhi as well? Apart, of course, from the Narendra Modi factor, he's always there. But apart from him, what else do you think clicked?
See, the BJP has never been missing from Delhi. It has held on to a vote share of something like 30% in the last two elections, even though Aam Aadmi Party swept in terms of seats.
Yeah.
So the BJP's vote share has remained a sort of a constant 30%, which is a very healthy vote share to build upon. In Delhi, it has been a split ticket. There were many people, voters, who say that they are voting for Kejriwal in Delhi, have said Modi at the centre. So Modi at the centre has always been part of that ticket on which the Aam Aadmi Party was so far in the last two elections. What has changed is that many of those, a large number of those it seems, who said that Kejriwal in Delhi and BJP at centre are saying BJP in Delhi as well. You know, and that is the shift. It's not that they didn't have an imagination of the BJP and Modi. They did, but they have now also translated it to Delhi, to the Delhi poll arena, not just the centre. That move has happened. But having spoken to different kinds of voters over 3 days in Delhi, I would still say that despite what it looks like from the numbers, the BJP's is a very big victory and the Aam Aadmi Party has shrunk a lot. This was an election that Kejriwal has lost. I don't see it as an election that Modi has won. I see it as an election that Kejriwal has lost.
On that point, an election that Kejriwal has lost, let's listen to Parvesh Verma. His reaction, his first reaction is out. Let's hear.
मुख्यमंत्री आपको इस बात का भरोसा था मैं दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत बहुत एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूं और ये जीत, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये सभी दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
मुख्यमंत्री का चेहरा कौन होगा? साइड में चोट लग जाएगी, किसी को चोट लग जाएगी। चोट लग जाएगी। चोट लग जाएगी किसी को, वही ना।
So that was Parvesh Verma. Vandita, you said that it's an election that Kejriwal has lost. What is the road ahead for him and the party now?
I think this is a moment of pause. Kejriwal has to ask himself and his party some tough questions. You know, they can go on complaining about how the BJP or the centre made it difficult for them to govern. But at the end of the day, as many voters said to me that, you know, we are not going to look at the reasons why they couldn't function. We will simply look at the fact that the infrastructure and the services in India's capital city are groaning under the weight of, under the pressure of constant, the people from all over the country come here, and the infrastructure and services have just not been able to keep up with that pressure. And you can see it in the potholed roads, you can see it in the dumps of garbage that has not been cleared, you can see it in open drains, you can see it most of all actually in Delhi, in the fact that even in the poorest of Jhuggi Jhopdi clusters, people living there have to buy bottled water to drink, because the water that comes in the tap, the public supply, is not fit to drink. So what could be a greater indictment? Kejriwal has to ask himself why his government was not able, I mean, though it renovated the government school, it set up mohalla clinics, yet why could it not give clean drinking water to all of Delhi? And why are the roads such a mess? Why is sanitation such a mess? And it is not okay to point the finger constantly outside. He has to look within at where he and his party lost the plot, what they could have done differently. Now, for the future, Aam Aadmi Party is going to face a problem because Delhi was their propellant. Delhi gave them the fuel to branch out to other places. They have won the election in Punjab. They've also tried and fought elections in Goa, in Gujarat. But Delhi was the what gave them energy. Now Delhi is no longer going to do that, and they have to just factor that in.
Absolutely. Vandita, we are also joined by Lalmani Verma. Lalmani, if you can hear us, the numbers are saying now, according to what the exit polls had predicted, that the BJP will win in Delhi. So right now, even though the last phases of counting are still undergoing, the BJP is leading in 47 seats and the Aam Aadmi Party in 23 seats. Lalmani, of all the things that we have discussed, basically threadbare, there is one important aspect of the Purvanchalis. How do you think that the Purvanchalis have contributed to this entire narrative of the Delhi Assembly elections?
देखिए, पूर्वांचली वोटर्स यूजुअली वो होते हैं हमारे ईस्टर्न यूपी के और बिहार के, और वो उस क्लास के आते हैं जो जनरली वहाँ से माइग्रेट करके आए, यहाँ पे उन्होंने अपना बिजनेस सेटअप किया. उसमें बहुत थोड़े से होंगे जो गवर्नमेंट जॉब में आए या प्राइवेट जॉब में है, तो वो सेल्फ सफिशिएंट होते हैं, अपना घर बनाया, अपना जॉब कर रहे, अर्निंग हो रही है. तो जैसा अभी वनिता जी ने भी कहा और लिज ने भी बोला कि उनको बेसिक एमिनिटीज चाहिए थी अपने तरफ, तो उन्हें ये लगा कि जैसे उन्होंने यूपी और बिहार में देखा है कि वहाँ पे बीजेपी और एनडीए की गवर्नमेंट है, लाइक जो बीजेपी कहती है डबल इंजन सरकार, तो वहाँ पे जो चीज़ें गाँव में उनके आसपास हो रहा है वो चीज़ें यहाँ पे भी हो सकता है अगर सेम पार्टी की गवर्नमेंट होगी। बार बार ये कहना कि एलजी हमें ये नहीं करने दे रहे हैं या डीएमसी का झगड़ा या एनडीएमसी का झगड़ा इस वजह से हमारे आसपास ये नहीं हो पा रहा है, वो कब तक वेट करेगा एक वोटर तो एक सेल्फिश होता है जिसको ये लगता है कि हम वोट कर रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट को तो हमें एमिनिटीज देगा, ये नहीं कि हम वेट करते रहेंगे कि कब उनकी फेवर की गवर्नमेंट दिल्ली में आएगी, कब एलजी चेंज होगा तो हमें ये मिलेगा। तो उन्होंने उसके अकॉर्डिंग ये देख के कि यूपी और बिहार में क्या हो रहा है, वो जनरली जो मेरा इंटरेक्शन हुआ वो वहाँ का एग्जाम्पल दे रहे थे कि नीतीश कुमार ये कर रहा है, योगी आदित्यनाथ ये कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे देखिए हमारे बॉर्डर के इलाके में अभी जैसे आप यूपी क्रॉस बिहार दिल्ली क्रॉस करिए, गाजियाबाद में ऐसा है, नोएडा में ऐसा है, बट यहाँ वो चीज़ें नहीं हो पा रही हैं। तो वो एक था जो बीजेपी के फेवर में गया इस बार।
लालमणि, ये जो नतीजा निकला है दिल्ली चुनाव का, आपको क्या लगता है कि इसका क्या प्रभाव बिहार पे पड़ने वाला है? क्योंकि बिहार भी अक्टूबर या नवंबर में भी चुनाव में जाने वाली है, तो आपको क्या लग रहा है कि इसका क्या प्रभाव बिहार पे पड़ेगा?
मुझे जो लगता है कि इसका जो प्रभाव पड़ेगा ज़्यादा वो इंडिया ब्लॉक पे पड़ने वाला है, क्योंकि अगर अभी जैसे मैंने वोट शेयर देखा तो जो आम आदमी पार्टी का वोट शेयर है वो बीजेपी के वोट शेयर से सिर्फ 3% कम है फिलहाल। और अगर हम 43 और 46 और कांग्रेस का वोट शेयर अगर हम इसमें जोड़ देते हैं आम आदमी पार्टी के वोट शेयर में तो वो बीजेपी के वोट शेयर को क्रॉस कर रहा है। तो अगर जो अरविंद केजरीवाल ने कहा था कि हमारा कोई अलायंस नहीं होगा, तो उन्होंने सीधे से रूल आउट कर दिया था, अगर वो अलायंस होता तो शायद बेटर होता सिचुएशन। तो अभी जो आम आदमी पार्टी ने यहाँ पे कांग्रेस के साथ किया है उनको सीट शेयर ना करके, तो ये झगड़ा जैसे भी आरजेडी ने भी यही शुरुआत कर दी है कि इंडिया ब्लॉक की लीडरशिप चेंज होनी चाहिए, तो तरह तरह के झगड़े हैं। जो उमर अब्दुल्ला ने जो सुबह ट्वीट किया वो उसका इम्पैक्ट हमें बिहार में नजर आएगा।
लालमणि, मुझे ये भी जानना है कि जैसे आपने अखिलेश यादव के बारे में बात करी, अखिलेश यादव ने अपना पूरा जोर लगाया था अरविंद केजरीवाल को सपोर्ट करने में, अब इंडिया ब्लॉक, इंडिया अलायंस क्या करने वाली है?
अब देखना पड़ेगा कि इंडिया ब्लॉक, अखिलेश यादव ने पूरा जोर लगाया मुस्लिम वोट्स के लिए। ये इकरा हसन को हरियाणा से इन्होंने कैंपेन कराया और कौशाम्बी से वो लेके आए, उन्होंने कराया। हालांकि बीजेपी ने भी किया, बीजेपी ने तो इवन ब्रजभूषण शरण सिंह को लगाया जिसपे इसके अगेंस्ट इतने सीरियस एलिगेशन थे, पूर्वांचली वोट्स के लिए उन्होंने उसको भी बुलाया। तो बड़ा चैलेंज तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी कोई बिहार का इलेक्शन आ रहा है और बाद में 2027 में यूपी का इलेक्शन भी है, तो ये चीज़ें देखनी पड़ेंगी अखिलेश यादव को और कांग्रेस को कि उन्हें कैसे आगे इस चीज़ को आगे ले जाना है। तो ये चैलेंज ज़्यादा मुझे लग रहा है ओनर्स इज ऑफ कांग्रेस।
Absolutely. Thank you, Lalmani, for that. Vandita, coming back to you, now that it's out and about that it is the BJP that will be seizing control of Delhi now, how do you see the Delhi's landscape change per se politically, given that, all the promises were made were mostly similar, but now that BJP has the edge, what kind of changes are you expecting?
BJP will not have any excuses basically because they've got now their double engine sarkar. They have the center, they have a government in Delhi, so they do not have any excuses not to deliver. Aam Aadmi Party could have and very legitimately pointed to the hurdles posed in their way, in the way of their government's programs by the bureaucracy that was controlled by the centre or by the LG who constantly sparred with their government. But BJP will not have any of those excuses, so it just has to deliver. And Delhi is in that sense one of the most high visibility platforms for work done as well as not done.
Absolutely. So like you said, BJP will not have any more excuses at all. Thank you, Vandita, for joining us. That was Vandita Mishra, the National Opinion Editor of the Indian Express. And thank you, Lalmani, for joining us as well and for the inputs on Purvanchal and what we can expect the impact of these elections will be on Bihar. We'll be joined right back again with Jatin Anand, Liz Matthew and Manoj CG on the big discussion as to what all these numbers mean. Before that, let's take a look at reactions on what has happened now to be quite an eventful day.
पूरी दिल्ली में अब ये बात तो फैल रही है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है नहीं बन रही।
From a revolutionary movement to ruling Delhi for a decade, AAP's journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. But is this where it all comes crashing down? With BJP surging ahead, is this the end of Kejriwal's dominance? Arvind Kejriwal was an unknown bureaucrat until 2011, when the Anna Hazare-led anti-corruption movement changed Indian politics forever. Riding on public anger against corruption, Kejriwal and his team broke away to form the Aadmi Party in 2012. Their promise: a cleaner, corruption-free government. In the 2013 Delhi elections, AAP shook the system, winning 28 out of 70 seats. Congress collapsed to just 8, while BJP stood at 32. Kejriwal even defeated Sheila Dikshit in the New Delhi seat. He became CM with Congress support but resigned in just 49 days, citing a lack of backing for his anti-corruption bill. That gamble paid off in 2015. AAP returned with a historic landslide, 67 out of 70 seats, reducing BJP to 3 and wiping Congress out. Kejriwal's governance model, focused on free electricity, water, and better schools, helped him retain power in 2020 with 62 seats. For a decade, AAP ruled Delhi unchallenged. But in 2025, the tide seems to be turning. The 2025 Delhi elections are proving to be AAP's toughest battle. Early trends show major setbacks for the party. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing against BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh. Even CM Atishi is behind in Kalkaji.
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे, और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं अगर आप जीते तो?
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
While some leaders like Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj, and Gopal Rai are leading, AAP is struggling overall. Meanwhile, BJP, driven by PM Modi's aggressive campaign, is making big gains. Exit polls predict BJP winning 40 to 45 seats, enough to reclaim power after 27 years. AAP is struggling to cross the majority mark of 36. Congress remains a non-factor. If these trends hold, AAP could be staring at its biggest political defeat yet. From disrupting Delhi politics to dominating it for a decade, AAP's journey has been historic. But is this the end of the road? If BJP wins, Kejriwal's future as Delhi's political powerhouse will be uncertain. Is AAP's era coming to a close, or can Kejriwal make a comeback?
पूरी दिल्ली में अब ये बात तो फैल रही है आम आदमी पार्टी की सरकार बन रही है नहीं बन रही।
From a revolutionary movement to ruling Delhi for a decade, AAP's journey has been nothing short of extraordinary. But is this where it all comes crashing down? With BJP surging ahead, is this the end of Kejriwal's dominance? Arvind Kejriwal was an unknown bureaucrat until 2011, when the Anna Hazare-led anti-corruption movement changed Indian politics forever. Riding on public anger against corruption, Kejriwal and his team broke away to form the Aadmi Party in 2012. Their promise: a cleaner, corruption-free government. In the 2013 Delhi elections, AAP shook the system, winning 28 out of 70 seats. Congress collapsed to just 8, while BJP stood at 32. Kejriwal even defeated Sheila Dikshit in the New Delhi seat. He became CM with Congress support but resigned in just 49 days, citing a lack of backing for his anti-corruption bill. That gamble paid off in 2015. AAP returned with a historic landslide, 67 out of 70 seats, reducing BJP to 3 and wiping Congress out. Kejriwal's governance model, focused on free electricity, water, and better schools, helped him retain power in 2020 with 62 seats. For a decade, AAP ruled Delhi unchallenged. But in 2025, the tide seems to be turning. The 2025 Delhi elections are proving to be AAP's toughest battle. Early trends show major setbacks for the party. Arvind Kejriwal is trailing against BJP's Parvesh Sahib Singh. Even CM Atishi is behind in Kalkaji.
मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि कालकाजी के लोग और पूरी दिल्ली के लोग अच्छाई के साथ खड़े होंगे, काम के साथ खड़े होंगे, आम आदमी पार्टी और अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के साथ खड़े होंगे।
दिल्ली के लिए कोई नंबर आप प्रेडिक्ट करना चाहेंगे आज?
देखिए, हम तो पहले ही कई दिनों से कह रहे हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी चौथी बार मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे, भारी बहुमत से बनेंगे और आज शाम तक आंकड़ा आपके सामने होगा।
आपका मार्जिन कितना रहेगा? आप कितना मार्जिन देख रही हैं? अगर आप
कुछ घंटे में पता चलेगा। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी का अगर आप इतिहास देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी में हमने जब शुरुआत करी, हमारे पास कुछ भी नहीं था। कोई सोच नहीं सकता था कि आम आदमी पार्टी राजनीति में सफल हो सकती है। ना हमारे पास पैसे की ताकत थी, ना हमारे पास बाहुबल था, ना हम धर्म की राजनीति करते हैं, ना हम वोट बैंक की राजनीति करते हैं। लेकिन दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार था, भगवान का आशीर्वाद था कि आज हम यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं। और मुझे पूरा भरोसा है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का प्यार और ऊपर वाले का आशीर्वाद हम पे बना रहे।
While some leaders like Manish Sisodia, Saurabh Bharadwaj and Gopal Rai are leading, AAP is struggling overall. Meanwhile, BJP, driven by PM Modi's aggressive campaign, is making big gains. Exit polls predict BJP winning 40 to 45 seats, enough to reclaim power after 27 years. AAP is struggling to cross the majority mark of 36. Congress remains a non-factor. If these trends hold, AAP could be staring at its biggest political defeat yet. From disrupting Delhi politics to dominating it for a decade, AAP's journey has been historic. But is this the end of the road? If BJP wins, Kejriwal's future as Delhi's political powerhouse will be uncertain. Is AAP's era coming to a close, or can Kejriwal make a comeback?
Good afternoon. We are now back with a more decisive and more clear picture of what has happened. In fact, it's as clear as it could have been. And I'm joined by my senior colleagues Liz Matthew and Manoj CG, who will be taking us through the entirety of what has happened. And this is a historical mandate that the BJP has got. So Liz, how do you view this, and how do you think it happened, and where do you think Delhi goes from here?
For BJP, like you said, it is historic, not in terms of Delhi is not a big state. In terms of Lok Sabha seats, it provides only 7. But the symbolically, and in terms of what happened in the Lok Sabha election 2024, the so-called 240 was hanging over BJP's head for some time now. And the one after another, like BJP has post Lok Sabha, BJP has had the nation had seen 4 elections and BJP had won 3 key, and this is the 3rd one. And of course, it is projecting, and also here, unlike the other 2 states where they had a leader to project in the state, like whether it was be it Maharashtra, Fadnavis in Maharashtra and the Saini in Haryana, the BJP didn't have a face here. So it was Modi who was leading. It was a huge risk for the BJP to project Modi as the leader and going for election where they know that this is going to be a very tough fight. And it was like usually what BJP does is they create this feeling that, and there is this perception, whatever, that they are going to win. This time BJP was very careful even in that. They went systematically, and their focus was more on the smaller gatherings and smaller, the ground level work. And the biggest message or the loudest rally, they were all given to only Prime Minister Modi. No one else was, they were, of course, Rajnath Singh was campaigning in places, Nadda was campaigning, Amit Shah was campaigning, but it was only what BJP's projection was only Modi. And like I said, after 240, and Modi's image had issues, like, whether it was, although the centre was not directly involved in the Kumbh Mela stampede, and also what happened in the US, also there is no direct involvement. There were criticism and the opposition attack against the BJP and Modi, and they took a huge risk at that time. In the backdrop of that, they projected Modi and they won. This is a very clear message in as far as Modi's image is concerned. Like at the national level, Modi has proved his invincibility is it's there. It is there. He has retained that. The same time, he has again this was an election fought on welfare scheme agenda. So again he has earned that, or regained that, or reiterated. Right, that would be the right word. Reiterated that he is the person for good governance and the people trust him. Modi's guarantee means credibility. So more than a party which is Aam Aadmi Party, which has worked and grew and performed on the welfare measures, he has managed to take that away from Aam Aadmi Party. So that is his undefeatable as of now, because whatever loss he had faced in the Lok Sabha election, he has managed, salvaged it.
All good points. We'll come back to the national stage and Modi as the face, and how much of a contribution his policies and his face had, and that national imprint. So speaking of national imprints, what do you feel about the role played by the national leadership of the Congress, because they were also, both Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra and Mallikarjun Kharge also for that matter, were on the streets. How do you view their contribution, and how do you view, despite the fact that the Congress's seeming battle has not been won in terms of seats, but I believe their vote share is either intact.
Yes.
So how do you view that?
No, frankly, the Congress was never in the game in Delhi. Even their top leadership, they never fancied their chances as far as putting up a good show. At best, I should emphasize that their hope was that the party may double their vote share, which was around 4% last time. More than double, in the sense they thought the party would get a double-digit vote share this time, 10 or 11 or something like that. When you go back, the state leadership of the Congress in Delhi, the Delhi unit, they were dead against any understanding or any alliance with the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. Some of the national leaders, they were keen, because there is this larger messaging that the Congress has to do. There is pressure from allies that all the India bloc parties need to come together to take on the BJP, possibly defeat the BJP. So these two, schools of thought existed in the Congress. You cannot call it a divergence or a division or something, but the national leadership was, thinking on those lines, and state leadership was very clear that AAP had to be defeated. They are thinking about a long-term revival of the party. So against that backdrop, the first phase of the Congress campaign was kind of lackluster. Rahul addressed one rally and then he suddenly reported sick. There was speculation that he was not able to attract huge crowds and all. Whatever it may be, there was a second phase where Rahul, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, they all addressed rallies for various candidates, and it was a spirited campaign. He did attack Arvind Kejriwal personally, spoke about the Sheesh Mahal controversy, about how he came into politics as as an agent of projecting him as an agent of change, how he is now just like any other politician, he has become corrupt. He came in a small car, now he lives in a palace, all sort of things. So it was a very aggressive campaign by the Congress. Given all that, what I get, the sense that I get from the Congress is that 6% was much below their expectations, but at least a large section of the Congress leaders are looking at a long-term revival. The background is that the Congress, when it last won in Delhi in 2008, Sheila Dikshit's third term, it had 40+ percentage vote share. From there, they came down to 4% in 2020. Conversely, the Aam Aadmi Party's vote share went up to 52. So the Congress believes that the AAP's rise was at the cost of the Congress. They have taken lock, stock and barrel en masse all the Congress votes. So it is the AAP which has to be defeated, at least knocked out of the equation in Delhi for the Congress to stage a comeback. Wishful thinking, you can argue, long-term strategy, whichever way you look at it, because in this election itself, the Muslim vote, out of the 7 Muslim concentrated constituencies, as we say, 6 the AAP is leading. 1 the BJP has taken. The Congress is not in the picture. At least in 2 constituencies, in Okhla and Mustafabad, where AAMIM, Asaduddin Owaisi's party, had put up candidates, they were ahead of Congress. Congress is finishing 4th in both these seats. In 1 seat, AAMIM is in the 2nd spot, I believe, in Mustafabad. In Okhla, it's a 3rd spot, or vice versa. So they are ahead. That means the Muslim vote is going to AIMIM after Aam Aadmi Party. Their preferred choice seems to be AAP, and if not AAP, and after AAP, they're going to Owaisi's party. So it's a long road for the Congress in that sense. If they think that AAP, once it's defeated, it's not a conventional political party in that sense. Out of power, it may crumble, it may wither away. There are corruption allegations, cases against most of its leadership. And in that sense, after 5 years, or maybe 10 years down the line, if the Congress can make a comeback, the Muslim vote, the Dalit vote, all those votes which AAP took away from the Congress can come back, it's as I said, it's either wishful thinking or it's a long-term strategy. It's however you look at it, whichever way you look at it.
But can I ask you something, Manoj? Because it's also in the Lok Sabha, what the major advantage for Congress was the consolidated Muslim vote. Right?
Yeah, because in Lok Sabha there was an alliance.
Yes, So which means the minority community is not so committed to Congress. Wherever they have a chance, they have a possibility.
So who's in a position to defeat the BJP,
they would go. So which is also very bad message for Congress in larger.
That's what I said. Even in such a situation, Owaisi's 2 candidates are polling more votes than the Congress.
So that's exactly. I'm glad that our discussion has come to this juncture. I wanted to ask you both about the impact or the possible impact of this mandate that the BJP has finally been able to get in Delhi after almost 3 decades. How do you think? And again, since in your experience, you've covered national politics for as long as you have, and you must have, and you have seen the tides shifting in states and also at the national level. Given your experience and given your previous assessment of such situations, Liz, what do you believe will be the impact of, like you spoke about, this being a mandate for Prime Minister Modi himself in that sense, and especially in the context of the Lok Sabha. So what do you believe will be the impact of a slightly dwindled or a slightly dwarfed BJP in terms of their share of the Lok Sabha elections or the vote share during the Lok Sabha elections, how they stopped way before the 400 mark that they were projecting. So what do you believe this will mean for the BJP in different states? And sir, I will come to you also with the same question vis-a-vis the India Alliance, and what this means nationally for the India Alliance, for the Aam Aadmi Party, and for the Congress.
See, for BJP it is more optics. Like I said, Delhi is not a state that numerically very important. So and politically we don't say politically crucial Delhi. But it is that optics is very important. One, like I said, it comes immediately after the Maharashtra a spectacular victory. So it is a kind of reinstating the BJP's dominance in the national politics, which had taken a toll in the Lok Sabha election. Despite their extreme confidence and despite their extreme high expectations, the party could not win majority on its own. That is one. So this is one after another. This is the third state they are going to win, which means they have that mojo is back. Again, that is, it was more or less back in Maharashtra election. But here also again, it is a personal victory for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, because Kejriwal and Prime Minister Modi, if of course Rahul Gandhi is projected as somebody who is at the national level taking on him, but Kejriwal and Prime Minister Modi was at least to a certain section of people, it sounded or it looked like a more credible battle. So, and also, like we always say that for BJP, when it comes to welfare measures, where the BJP's biggest strength, whether it is in Madhya Pradesh to Chhattisgarh to Rajasthan to any other state, one is the welfare measure, and even Gujarat. There is this Aam Aadmi Party is there to was there to compete, and Kejriwal was there to compete with him. And there is again, it was the Hindutva politics. Of course, BJP, nobody else can, no other party can claim what the BJP is, BJP has and BJP boast of. But of course, Kejriwal was not a leader that they could actually keep away or keep aside, saying that he is doing appeasement politics. So third is the nationalism. Okay, the Kejriwal, we have discussed in the past also how Kejriwal used to have this national flags across the state. These things, and I remember a very senior minister in the BJP government said once, we cannot compete with him because we cannot say anything. The moment we say welfare, he's copying us, or he is doing that better. And because Modi's USP is now, he delivers. The BJP claims that is his USP, and he delivers the promises. Modi's guarantee is something that which is deliverable and which is getting delivered. So there also Kejriwal won that heart from the the poor people, that he is the messiah of poor, who's giving away or writing off our electricity bills or the water bills and all. So there also, so there were Rahul Gandhi, they had so many other things to blame him. There's a dynasty politics, appeasement politics. He is part of that family which is, they say that, this is Aam Aadmi versus, so Modi was the Aam Aadmi.
Shahi Parivar.
So the Parivar, all these, Rahul Gandhi was the best opponent he could have. But Kejriwal was not. And with against Kejriwal, now that Kejriwal even has lost the election, in a way the BJP has even taken revenge for all those criticism and all those humiliating comments about Modi losing his majority in, the margin of reducing the margin of majority in Varanasi.
Opponent from Varanasi.
Because now you say the person who is supposed to take on you, he has even lost the election. Modi has not lost the election, no. And Modi has this, again, he's a track of Kejriwal. Varanasi was the only election he lost, and Modi has never lost an election. Now Kejriwal is nowhere near Modi now, comparatively. That, for personally, it is a sweet revenge for Prime Minister Narendra Modi, in terms of governance, in terms of personal, rivalry, if I say. If I can say.
Speaking of revenge, we were talking about the national strategy, the strategy employed by national leaders of the Congress. So how did that pan out? Although, you have rightly pointed out, that it did not lead to the results that they would have wanted at the moment, but they seem to be on a trajectory for a long-term revival, a resurrection of the party in Delhi. So how did that pan out? Was there some strategy behind it? And like Liz was saying, in terms of revenge, is this also sweet revenge for the Congress?
If you consider the 2011-2012 years, when the Anna movement took the nation by storm, the target of Anna movement, of which Arvind Kejriwal and many of the leading lights of the AAP were a part, was the Congress. And it is that movement the anti-corruption movement that set the stage for 2014, which we all remember the collapse of the Congress that we see in 2014 when they were reduced to 44 seats. Of course, the beneficiary was the BJP, because as the largest, the biggest party in the opposition, with almost a footprint across North India. They were not that big in the south in 2014. They had a decent presence in Karnataka and across north and west. So the beneficiary, of course, was the BJP. But the movement, that whole anti-corruption movement, was led by Mr. Kejriwal. So in that sense, now that the same Kejriwal has fallen, that to a raft of, after a raft of corruption charges, and the Congress also played a part in that to pull him down. In that sense, yes, of course, it's a sweet revenge for the Congress. As I said, it's part of the long-term revival of the party. But the immediate concern would be the anger that is brewing in the India bloc. Now, some of the parties like the Samajwadi Party, Trinamool Congress, and even the Shiv Sena UBT, they had supported openly the Aam Aadmi Party. The theory was simple. The biggest party, whichever is the biggest party in a particular state, which is in a position to defeat the BJP, every other party should support that party. That is their argument. In Delhi, it's AAP. The Congress should have supported the AAP. The Congress would, of course, turn back and say, we were the biggest party in Haryana. Nobody supported us there. The AAP contested, seat sharing talks fell through. The Ahirwal belt, where there is significant Yadav and OBC population, the Samajwadi Party did not campaign for the Congress in Haryana. So, by the same yardstick, the Congress, which has ruled Delhi for 15 years, has every right to contest and hope for its revival. So that is the argument. But despite all those arguments, the simple logic which many of the India bloc parties will now say is that there was a chance to defeat the BJP had the Congress supported the AAP. If you add up the vote share, it's a mathematical exercise. It has no relevance on the ground. But if you add the vote shares of the Congress and the AAP, it equals that of the BJP, or perhaps surpasses that of the BJP in Delhi. So there is this debate which is now on in India bloc, whether Congress should continue. It's a de facto leader, should continue to lead the alliance. Mamata Banerjee has already staked her claim. In an interview to the Indian Express, Ram Gopal Yadav, senior Samajwadi Party leader, just a few days ago, said the India bloc hasn't got the success as it expected under the leadership of the Congress. It's time perhaps to give a chance to Mamata. Lalu Prasad Yadav of the RJD had given a similar statement some years ago. Except for the DMK, given the warm equations between MK Stalin, the chief minister, and Rahul Gandhi, and to a large extent the left parties, they are opponents of Mamata Banerjee in Bengal. None of the other parties would really back the Congress in that sense. Some may stay quiet, neutral, like the JMM, which runs the government in Jharkhand with the Congress. Some of these parties are now rooting for Mamata as the leader. So there will be heat, there will be pressure on the Congress on how to take this alliance forward. Because after the Lok Sabha elections, we haven't seen much activity in the India alliance, except for the floor coordination in Parliament, where all the parties will come together, raise an issue, try to corner the BJP government. Outside, there has not been much coordination. There is no clear leadership structure now. Who leads the alliance? Who is the chairperson? Who is the coordinator?
So, two quick questions. So, do you sense or do you feel that there will possibly be a reconfiguration in the India alliance, or do you believe that this is somewhat the alliance itself is on the brink of possible implosion?
Reconfiguration would be difficult in that sense. There will be churning, of course. Because Lok Sabha elections are still 4 years away. The next election which is coming up is Bihar, where already the Grand Alliance, the Mahagathbandhan as they call it, the structure is very clear. RJD, CPI-ML, Congress, they're all there. Next year, of course, Bengal will go to election, where again Trinamool will be on one side and left and Congress. So reconfiguration I don't see, but of course there will be a churning. There will be calls for more making the alliance more vibrant. Maybe finding a new leader. There will be pressure on the Congress. How they would, of course, want it to continue as business as usual. But this alliance has been dormant. since the Lok Sabha elections. So in that sense, there will be churning in the alliance.
Speaking of alliances, the NDA contested together, although the BJP only gave one seat each to the LJP and the JDU. But unfortunately, I believe, I need to recheck this, but I believe neither of the allies has been able to achieve any electoral success this time. So do you think this matters within the NDA at all? And if it does, will it lead to any sort of I wouldn't say
Friction.
conflict, but
No.
tension within the alliance?
No, there won't be any tension, especially when the BJP had pay heed to their demand and gave away one seat each, and the Bihar election is coming. So this, but what helps BJP here is it will have that of course their budget was correct, their movement their move to announce the 8th pay commission was right. So they took the right steps, that message will be kind of reaffirmed. One. Second, when it comes to the negotiation, because whatever is the BJP's position post Lok Sabha election, the number is the same, you have only 240, you don't have majority in the house, and for pushing your agenda for the next 4.5 years or like more than 4 years, you need their support. You cannot do away with that. Unless you break some other party and get somebody else, you need this existing allies to complete the 5-year term. So, in that background, it is very important for BJP that it gained that, or it it kind of emboldened its position as the leading party. The like I said, the undefeatable, invincible leader. So the questions and the kind of bickerings, if there was something which the others were planning, only whether it is on Waqf bill or other one nation one election bill, or even other bills which are come, that the legislation that are coming up, if there is any prospects of difference of opinion, the BJP has won that already. With this BJP, with the 3 election results, BJP has proved that, see, the mandate is with us only. We were the only party which can rule, solid party, which can dominate the national politics. That is that will remain. So that actually gives BJP little more it is an endorsement to what the BJP has been claiming.
So coming to configurations and endorsement, and given the fact that the BJP has a proven track record of springing surprises when it comes to leading, so who do you think, I'm sure it's all for all of us, despite our different experience that we have, we all agree that the BJP can spring surprises. Who do you think, if at all, can be the leader of the house?
That is very difficult because Parvesh has its thing, because he has defeated the giant killer. So he is actually kind of, but at the
giant killer with a smaller margin.
Whatever he has defeated Kejriwal, you cannot just belittle it. So one is there. So Parvesh is there, and already some people were coming up with. Ramesh Bidhuri, and there are, and this Dushyant Gautam was one senior face who's actually I wasn't expecting him to contest election. The fact that he contested, he is a national vice president. The fact that he contested election, kind of inner circles of the BJP had kind of some triggered some conversation, but I think he was losing Karol. If he had won, that he will also be, and obviously one of the elected MLAs only, but like you said, the Prime Minister has picked up a person of his choice in all the 4 states, when it whether Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, Chhattisgarh and Odisha. So in Delhi also, and Delhi Chief Minister post is very important in terms of it is national capital, and so they have to have for the perception management also, they need a good face. So let's see who. I don't think that I should be predicting, giving any kind of prediction on who the Prime Minister, because I know in the party, nobody knows. The only Prime Minister.
Only the Prime Minister.
So Prime Minister is not going to tell anybody now. So let's see. Let's wait.
So speaking of again bringing this to national politics in terms of promises, in terms of welfare schemes. If we talk about a significant aspect of the Delhi election, it has been that everyone, all the three principal political players have offered something or the other which is related to the middle class, which is related to women, and which is related to basically trying to sort of put more money in the pockets of the average / aam aadmi. So how do you see in your experience, as many elections as you have covered, how do you view this is for both of you, how do you view the centrality that these schemes enjoy in terms of politics, in terms of canvassing, in terms of being at the core of the promises that political parties are now offering people?
I have only 2 points after that, Manoj. I mean, one is that the welfare thing, the way everyone is back to this welfare politics, that is, nobody has any question. And I remember one very senior BJP leader telling me, this election result will depend on whose guarantees or whose schemes the people are trusting. Okay, so which means Modi's guarantee is more credible for people. That's one thing. Secondly, the women. It again proved that the BJP has, our Prime Minister Modi has that, that tremendous...
The X factor.
The X factor. That, they have these women. If we look back at all the elections, BJP itself like assess that it is women who have voted for Modi.
In fact, even in Delhi,
yes, that's what.
40 constituencies saw more women.
Delhi also is proving that women voters.
Yes.
The women have is the biggest factor in all the election.
Yes.
So this will show that all other parties will have to focus on the women votes. Whether, because Rahul Gandhi is now saying the social agenda he's trying to project, and he's trying to be the youth guy, the young guy, the youth leader and all. But more than that, it is the women who are becoming, the section is becoming very reliable, support base.
Right.
Rather than OBCs or other backwards or Dalits or tribals, they can go, but women are like standing firm. So I think these are the two messages from this election for BJP.
So do you also agree that
I think welfare politics is here to stay, whichever party is contesting the elections, and it ultimately, as Liz said, it ultimately depends on how you manage to convince the voters that you will be able to deliver. Now, if you just look back a year, not even a year, in Telangana, the BRS, despite showering the people with welfare schemes, it lost after almost 10 years in power. Andhra Pradesh, elections were held along with the Lok Sabha. The state's exchequer was under strain because of the welfare schemes which YSRCP government was implementing. But despite that, Jagan lost. So it's also about whether you are able to convince the electorate that you will be able to deliver. Here, Mr. Modi seems to have convinced the people that whichever schemes that the BJP is promising, it will be able to deliver because of perhaps his track record at the national level. So in states, that is a message that the BJP has managed to penetrate. The Congress also has given similar promises, and on those promises, riding on those promises, it has come to power in Telangana, Karnataka and Himachal Pradesh. They have also started delivering. But the larger message which the Congress will have to, convince, take out of these three states and tell the people is that we also believe in delivering all these welfare schemes. It's not, at the time of elections, it's not, an election gimmick sort of a thing, that our politics, because if you remember the UPA era, it was a right-based legislation that the Congress had then championed, be it NREGA, be it the food security, be it the Forest Act that the Congress enacted. So it can of course say that, see, we have a track record. But now it has that, from that it has moved to schemes, welfare schemes, where we are, there is this element of direct benefit transfer where you are, sending money directly to the bank accounts of the people. There the Congress will have to now vie with other parties, regional forces, the likes of Mamata Banerjee, the likes of, Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, and convince the electorate that we have also shifted track. We will be able to deliver. Where, as Liz said, Mr. Modi seems to have, emerged heads and shoulders above.
That way, voters' reaction to this welfare scheme is very different. Like in Karnataka, BJP also offered, they chose Karnataka and Telangana, they chose Congress. They thought Congress is more reliable there. Of course, South, there is a difference.
So there was a bit of corruption allegation as well.
And Madhya Pradesh, they continue to believe in, Congress also offered all the welfare schemes, but they continue to believe Shivraj Singh Chauhan and the BJP. In Chhattisgarh, it's the same. In Rajasthan, Gehlot's welfare schemes were very good. They were very popular and people on the ground talked a lot about it. But still they wanted to try the BJP's welfare. So it's like in Haryana, in Maharashtra, they believed the Congress also had offered all those welfare thing, but they try to. So people, it's not even that, the existing government and existing their record of so, giving away the thing, giving away the what are the schemes. It just, people just, I think the leader and the other factors, they kind of account all those factors and then they take a decision. And again, I think women is, I believe that the women factor remains.
So, there you have it so far with the analysis. Women are a new, for want of a better phrase, vote bank, which is dependable, which is making its impact felt all across the country. Welfare politics is here to stay. And, we'll be back with more analysis and more perspective. Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you so much, Manoj. And we'll be back.
कहते थे कि हम कभी सिक्योरिटी नहीं लेंगे, बड़ा घर नहीं लेंगे और गाड़ी नहीं लेंगे, वो शीश महल बनाते हैं, वो Z+ सिक्योरिटी के लिए खूब लड़ते हैं और जनता के बारे में कुछ काम नहीं करते। 10 साल में दिल्ली में अगर आप जमीन पे जाएं, क्या काम हुआ है? MLAs जो एक बार वोट जीत के आ गया, उसके बाद उसने अपनी शक्ल तक नहीं दिखाई। तो लोगों के अंदर जब गुस्सा होता है, और मैं ये मानती हूं इस बार का जो इलेक्शन है बहुत बुनियादी मुद्दों पे लड़ा गया है, तो जब गुस्सा आएगा लोगों को तो फिर वो वोट्स में ट्रांसलेट होगा।
भाजपा जीत गई है, बीजेपी के जीतने पर आप क्या कहेंगी?
मैं भाजपा को बधाई देना चाहती हूं और मैं बस यही कहना चाहूंगी कि लोगों ने बहुत उम्मीदों से उनको वोट दिया है, तो वो अब वो सारे काम करें जिससे कि वो उन उम्मीदों पे खरे उतरे।
एक आखिरी सवाल, आपका एक पोस्ट है द्रौपदी चीरन का, वो वायरल भी हो रहा है, उसके ऊपर क्या कहेंगे?
जब जब नारी के ऊपर वार हुआ है, भगवान ने उस नारी को बचाया है। मैं बस यही कहना चाहती हूँ कि भगवान है और भगवान नारियों के साथ खड़े हैं।
धन्यवाद।
उनका 10 साल से साथ नहीं मिल पा रहा था, दिल्ली में कोई काम नहीं हो पा रहा था, मगर ये जो सरकार बन रही है दिल्ली में, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के विजन को दिल्ली में लेके आएगी, तो मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी का धन्यवाद करता हूं कि उन्होंने अपना समय दिया और मैं ये जीत का श्रेय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को देता हूं।
कौन होगा अब मुख्यमंत्री? आपको इस बात का भरोसा था?
मैं दिल्ली की जनता का बहुत एक बार फिर से धन्यवाद करता हूं और ये जीत, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की जीत है, ये सभी दिल्ली वासियों की जीत है।
चोट लग जाएगी, किसी को चोट लग जाएगी।
The writing on the wall is clear now. On the 8th of February, this afternoon, the Bharatiya Janata Party has dethroned the Aam Aadmi Party and the saffron surge will take over the Delhi government after 27 years. It has been a thumping victory, a victory that the BJP has been longing for, has been craving for 27 years, and finally they have made it. At the same time, what Vandita Mishra said, a political startup, that is the Aam Aadmi Party, which began as a people's movement, rose from the ground up and made sure that it dominated the national capital for 3 terms, has now bitten the dust. The stalwart leaders have lost key contests, key battlegrounds, and it remains to be seen if the leaders rebrand or what is way ahead for them. At the same time, for the grand old party, that is the Congress, it has not opened its account once again in Delhi, which was supposed to be its bastion for a very long time, a CM that ruled Delhi for a long time, who is known as a gold standard of CMs, Sheila Dikshit. So that is how the BJP, the Aam Aadmi Party and the Congress are positioned right now, yet again, after another election. And but the action is not over yet. The BJP will pick a CM hopefully soon, and a lot of deliberation, a lot of excitement always goes on behind the scenes as to who the BJP springs as a surprise face, like always, like we have seen in the other elections previously, be it Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Odisha. We have seen it before. And at the same time, Arvind Kejriwal and his team of leaders are down. But are they out? That also remains to be seen. And of course, in the grander scheme of things, how does the Congress keep together the India Alliance, the much touted India Alliance that rebranded itself and regrouped itself with a lot of aplomb to take on the war machine that the BJP is when it comes to elections? But at the same time, now the fate of Congress in the bloc remains to be seen. The fate of the bloc itself, the alliance itself, remains to be seen. And slowly but steadily, we'll move our focus to, of course, Bihar, which is another key state which will go to polls at the end of 2025. Up until then, stay tuned to the official YouTube channel of the Indian Express, and all the alerts and news updates and analytical pieces are up and available on the official website of the Indian Express, theindianexpress.com. Stay tuned to know who will be the next face, the CM face of BJP in the national capital region, and what happens to Arvind Kejriwal and his brand of leaders and the Aam Aadmi Party. I'm Flora Swine, viewers, and thank you for watching the official YouTube channel of the Indian Express. Thank you for watching the live and marathon coverage of the 2025 Delhi Assembly polls.